Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was God, and married with Raven? Harry Potter x Teen Titan. Part 3. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description too. Support the original author for this beautiful creation. By the time the Titans and the others had made their way to the observation deck of the Danger Room, Harry had already grabbed his guitar and amplifier and had a fierce look on his face as he finished tuning it. Ginny and Hermione both felt themselves blushing uncontrollably as they looked down at the boy whose sole concentration was on the cherry red and black Gibson guitar in his hands. To the surprise of everyone but the Titans, somehow, Harry had managed to change from his arcane outfit into an ordinary pair of torn blue jeans and a sleeveless black t-shirt, with red sneakers on his feet in the small amount of time that it had taken the others to reach the Danger Room. His loose hair, too, had been tamed, pulled back into a tight ponytail at the base of his skull. Turning away from the observation window, Cyborg placed his hand on the nearby wall and pressed down gently, revealing a hidden switch. An instant later, a panel in the wall slid horizontally away, revealing a computer that Cyborg began to type commands quickly into. Hermione was about to ask what Cyborg was doing when the sound of speakers activating went off over her head, making her look up. Turning back to the waiting Nightwing, Cyborg nodded once before retaking his place at his teammate's side. Turning back to the window, Nightwing leaned down and depressed a button directly below the center of the observation window, which activated the speaker into the Danger Room. "The speakers are live, Harry," Nightwing said softly. "Everyone in the tower will be able to hear you. What are you going to play?" 1,000 songs flashed through Harry's head in an instant as he gripped his guitar tight. Should he play a ballad? A dirge? Should it be hard and powerful? Soft and compassionate? But as his mind raced, he finally settled on the only song worth offering to anyone or anything that might be listening. The song that Lunatic would always beg RRY to play when the little madman would visit, Lunatic's favorite song. If anyone is listening, Harry thought desperately as he closed his eyes and bowed his head, please accept this offering and save my friend. There's only one song that will do, Harry said softly, yet his voice carried all the same to those listening above. Eyes still closed, Harry raised his hand into the air and began to play a soft ballad that grew aggressive towards the end before returning to smooth and mellow. The Titans all seemed to grin or smirk as one as they each recognized which song Harry had chosen. Of course, he'd picked that one. Beast Boy chuckled as Cyborg returned to the computer and began to input more commands. A moment later, Cyborg retook his spot as an invisible drummer started to play in the background as Harry made his fingers dance faster. Of course, Nightwing agreed, it's Lunatic's favorite, for obvious reasons. Dora, Hermione, and the Weasleys could only watch in ignorance. No. Having heard this song before but knowing all the same, the skill it must take to play the way Harry was doing, with his eyes closed. Harry's eyes snapped open as the tempo suddenly exploded, and he began to sing as he had never sung before. In a world of darkness that was neither here nor there, that both existed and didn't exist, a robed figure sat alone in a dark chamber. On a throne of ebon. Why so pitch black that it almost seemed as though the figure was squatting in midair? As sudden music began to play within its chamber, the figure stirred and raised its head to listen, hidden beneath its hood. The figure smiled as it recognized the tune's origin and the message behind it. It was an offering from the figure's chosen. And a fine offering it was, indeed. As the music began to blast through the speakers of the infirmary, the women all looked up in confusion before a smirk appeared on Jinx's face, while an exasperated one took over Raven's. Molly and Andromeda both were staring at the ceiling in open-mouthed confusion as the laser beeped and shut off, causing Lunatic to drop unconscious onto the bed. What the devil is that music? Molly demanded, wiping a line of sweat from her brow. Who's playing it? It's Harry, Raven said softly. He's playing Lunatic's favorite song for him. You hear that, Lulu? Jinx whispered softly into the boy's ear, using the affectionate nickname she had given to him. That's for you, so you better not go anywhere. A ghost of a smirk seemed to cross the boy's face, and Jinx felt hope swell in her chest. That hope was dashed to second L. Later when the heart monitor attached to the boy's chest flatlined. Paddles. Jinx screamed at once as the music built in intensity. Instantly, Raven spurred into action and grabbed the AED from off T. He wall before quickly placing the pads on the boy's chest. What is that? Molly asked in horror as Raven turned on the machine. What are you doing? Move your damn hands. Raven shouted back. Cow. Sing Andromeda and Molly to quickly jerk their hands away. Clear. Raven cried as she pressed the button, instantly making the boy jump as the device delivered an electric shock. Again. Jinx cried. Out when the heart monitor flatlined again. Clear. Raven shouted again as the music built to a crescendo around them. New blood joins this earth, and quickly, he's subdued. Through constant pain and disgrace, the young boy learns their rules. With time, the child draws in. This whipping boy done wrong. Deprived of all his thoughts. The young boy struggles on and on, he's known. A vow unto his own. That never from this day. His will they'll take away. What I've felt, what I've known. Never shine through what I've shown. Never be, never see, won't see what might have been. What I've felt, what I've known. Never shine through what I've shown. Never free, never me. So I dub the unforgiven. Harry played as he had never played before, pouring every drop of fear, anger, passion, and hope that he had within himself into every note. This was his offering to whatever was listening for his friend's life, and by God, he would make sure that it was the best damn performance he had ever given. He's amazing. Dora whispered softly. How is he so good at so young an age? When Raven first brought Harry to the tower, he was really messed up, Nightwing replied softly. Therapy sessions with Black Canary helped a little bit. But it was Raven who found a true way to help Harry, through music. She and Harry would spend hours practicing, Beast Boy said warmly as his eyes glazed over in remembrance. And no matter how many tries it took, Harry would never stop practicing until he perfectly played whatever song Raven showed him, from start to finish. And he will only grow better with time, Starfire added with pride. One day, the whole world will know his name. What do you mean? Ginny asked with a blush as she watched Harry's hair break loose of its hair tie, not even slowing in his playing. Harry began to bang his head to the beat, his long hair swinging wildly. Harry's dream is to be a musician, Starfire said happily, to the surprise of all but the Titans. He does. Look like he belongs there, Dora replied softly. The way he plays, the way he moves, I've never seen anything like it. He's bloody amazing, Fred said. Outstanding, George added. The only Weasley who didn't speak was Ron, who was staring at his best mate with something akin to awe. All his life, Ron had felt like the odd man out in his family. He wasn't cool like Bill or Charlie, nor was he as intelligent as Percy or as funny as the twins, and he definitely wasn't the darling girl that his mother had always wanted and finally gotten with Ginny. That was one of the reasons why Ron didn't apply himself very much, because in his heart, he truly believed that no matter what he did, he would always stand in the shadow of his older siblings. But as he watched Harry move hypnotically across the floor, his fingers dancing like magic, Ron, for the first time, thought that maybe, just maybe, he had found something that could be entirely his own if Harry would teach him how. As Ron continued to watch, he made a silent promise to ask Harry to teach him as soon as he could. As the intensity of the solo continued to grow, Ron could feel how much the boy in the infirmary meant to Harry. Yet, Ron didn't feel jealous but instead felt a wave of respect pass through him as he realized that if Ron was in the boy's place, Harry would be playing just as passionately for him. That was the kind of guy that Harry was. One who would always give everything he had for his friends as long as they were willing to do the same. They dedicate their lives to running all of his. He tries to please them all, this bitter man he is. Throughout his life the same, he's battled constantly. This fight he cannot win. A tired man they see, no longer cares. The old man then prepares to die regretfully. That old man there is me, yeah. What I've felt, what I've known. Never shine through what I've shown. Never be, never see, won't see what might have been. What I've felt, what I've known. Never shine through in what I've shown. Never free, never me. So, I dub the unforgiven. As the music echoed around the empty chamber, the robed figure smiled under its hood, resting its head on a black gloved fist while its elbow lay on the arm of its throne. Surely that is not the best you can do, my chosen, the figure purred softly. Its question was answered a moment later when a guitar solo began, and with such intensity that the figure could not help the grin that split her face in half. Good, my chosen, the figure sighed, good. As the guitar solo began, Raven pressed the button on the AED again, causing Lunatic's body to jump from the jolt. A second later, the monitor registered a heart rate, and Jinx breathed a sigh of relief. It's not over yet, Andromeda said a second later as she pulled out her wand again. I'll start stitching his skin now that strange energy preventing me from doing so is gone. While I'm doing that, I want Molly to pour more blood replenishing potions down the boy's throat as fast as you can. Raven, you and Jinx start getting that essence of Dittany ready. The moment I tell you to, start applying it. As everyone moved to Andromeda's order, the Uatar solo grew so intense and passionate that it froze everyone in place for a moment before they managed to shake themselves free of the music's enchantment. As the guitar solo reached its crescendo, Harry felt a sudden wetness on his hands. Opening his eyes, he saw, to his shock, that his fingers were actually bleeding from the intensity of his performance. Feeling the pain as a part of him and yet not a part of him, Harry closed his eyes and continued to play with just as much intensity as before. If the music wasn't a good enough offering, then perhaps his blood would do. The robed figure smiled as a new offering was freely given alongside the music, an offering of blood freely given as payment for the life of another, perhaps the most sacred offering of all. I accept, the figure said finally, lifting its gloved hand slowly before snapping its fingers. The explosive concussion completely drowned out the sound of the music as it spread beyond the chamber and into that which both existed and didn't simultaneously. As Harry finished the final note of the song, he felt his knees give way, and he dropped to the floor with an exhausted sigh, his arms hanging lifelessly at his side as blood dripped slowly to the ground. As Harry struggled to breathe through the pain in his chest, he closed his eyes and sat in the silence of the danger room, the only sound the plip-plop of his blood as it dropped off of his fingers and onto the floor. The pain in his fingers was making itself known now, and Harry winced against it. Even as he tried to pretend it didn't bother him, he would have to ask for help. He couldn't find any more energy in him that might help him rise to his feet again. The sudden activation of the speakers made Harry's head shoot up to the observation deck in sudden anxiety, only to see his sister standing there looking exhausted but relieved. As he took in the large volume of blood on Raven's robes, Harry's eyes widened in fear. Raven, Harry half asked, half begged, how's Looney? We almost lost him, Raven said softly, but he pulled through in the end. Thanks to you, I think. He's going to be okay. Harry cried out happily, trying to rise to his feet before falling back to his knees in an exhaustive heap. Can I see him? No, you bloody well cannot, Harry Potter. Andromeda's voice called out a moment before she, too, appeared on the observation deck. Looking far more frazzled than Harry had ever seen her, the boy needs his rest and is not to be disturbed until he wakes under his own power. And as for you, me, Harry asked in shock, what did I do? I just healed you after your stupid training exercise. Andromeda screeched like a woman possessed, and now, your fingers are cut open, and you're suffering from exhaustion, near as I can tell. What the devil do you think you were doing? Do you think I like seeing you twice in one day, on top of whatever madness that boy in the infirmary has gotten himself into? It was an offering, Harry said at once, bringing Andromeda up short, and thankfully, someone was listening, it seems. Unable to come up with a response beyond wordless sputtering, Andromeda finally decided to settle on. Be that as it may, you still hurt yourself again, forcing me to heal you again. The infirmary. Now, yes, Aunt Andromeda, Harry cried automatically before he remembered, only, what? Andromeda cried, slamming her hands down on the glass. I kinda can't move at the moment, Harry replied sheepishly. Momentarily, the observation deck was silent as the group slowly processed what Harry had just said. A heartbeat later, Beast Boy led the charge by laughing at Harry's current predicament, which everyone else shared a moment later. Oh sure, laugh at the kid who just gave the greatest rock performance of his life and is now paralyzed as a result. Harry shouted back in mock outrage, real mature, you jerks. Just stay put, Beast Boy called, making Harry scowl impotently, we'll be right down. As the observation deck slowly emptied, Harry couldn't help but smile as he shook his head wearily. Left alone, Harry raised his eyes to the sky and whispered out an exhausted, thank you. For just a moment, Harry could have sworn that something wrapped him in a loving embrace, but before he could properly register it, the feeling was gone, and Harry was, once again, alone. Author's note. Longest chapter yet, I just couldn't stop. I only did because my fingers are killing me, lol. Unforgiven is the property of Metallica, and as such, I claim no ownership of it whatsoever, I am simply using it in my story. In case you're wondering why I picked this song to be Lunatic's favorite, remember how he's lived until now, then read the lyrics, again. For those of you asking how Lunatic was beaten so badly and so easily, allow me to remind you that as powerful as Lunatic is, he's still 12 years old, and also, if you didn't notice, he's incredibly arrogant about his powers. And as nearly every story tells us, arrogance often leads to defeat, case in point here. Until next time, that's all folks. Chapter 35, 2 weeks. That was how long Lunatic was unconscious. Andromeda refused to leave the tower until her patient awoke, but that's not to say that Raven and the other Titans didn't try to make Harry and the others worry less about the hurt child in the infirmary. The Titans' first action was to show their guests all that Jump City had to offer, and they spent an entire 2 days exploring the city, from one end to the other, the Weasleys, to everyone's amusement. Were quite shocked at the multitude of Muggles that existed in just one city alone. When told of not only how many there were in the entire country but also how more advanced they were than the magical world, poor Molly looked faint. Thanks to the sudden riches Raven and Harry had inherited, money was no object despite Molly's objections. The group spent 2 amazing days feasting at the finest restaurants and laughing at the horrified and outraged looks they received from the rich folk. While the other Titans played tour guide, Nightwing stated that the League needed to be informed of the coming threat and quickly left to the watchtower. That left the other Titans with nothing to do until Nightwing returned. Beast Boy decided it was his time to shine and recommended a day at the beach, which everyone wholeheartedly supported except for Raven, who groaned in mock misery. The girls had all chosen modest bathing suits supplied by the Titans, only Dora had chosen to ignore propriety and pick a genuinely immodest dark blue bikini that had nearly the entire beach staring in shock while muttering violent threats against the blushing green-skinned boy who was holding her hand. Molly had almost swallowed her tongue when she saw the skimpy thing and had opened her mouth to begin what would no doubt have been a very long and loud tirade, only for Beast Boy to drag the squealing girl into the water. It had been a wonderful day filled with laughter. Harry had spent the day trying to teach the Weasleys and Hermione to surf, a woefully hopeless endeavor since none of Harry's students could stay on the surfboard for more than a few seconds. Later in the day, Cyborg made hot dogs and hamburgers, which made the group moan with delight at first taste. Molly demanded the recipe from a chuckling Cyborg, who immediately promised to give it to her before they left back to England. After lunch, Harry's happiness was amplified when a few of his friends strode over to them after recognizing the boy. A quick introduction was made, and the Weasleys and Hermione were introduced to Otto and Reggie Rocket and their friends Sam and Maurice, who preferred to go by the moniker Twister. The entire group was all heavily tanned, showing how much they enjoyed being in the sun. Otto was of average size, just a few inches shorter than his sister, and had flaming red dreadlocks that hung around his face, almost covering his eyes, which sat behind a pair of green-lensed glasses. Reggie, too, had dreadlocks that hung around her face, but hers were dyed purple, and unlike her brother, Reggie's glasses sat snugly on her head, holding her bangs back. Twister was the camera guy of the group, responsible for filming all the insane stunts that the group got themselves into, which, considering their love of adrenaline, was an everyday thing. He hung near the rear, his hat turned backward and his left hand holding his camera in a waterproof case, while on his face a bored expression sat. Sam, the group's final member, was paler than the rest and had a rat's nest of blonde hair cut into a military fade, while a pair of thick glasses constantly fell down his nose. The group was from a city about an hour away called Ocean Shores and lived for danger and extreme sports. Raimundo Rocket, Otto, and Reggie's dad ran a restaurant right near the boardwalk, which made most of its money from tourists. Harry had met them during his first summer with the Titans almost 4 years ago. The other Titans had been trying to coax a scared Harry into the water when the Rockets had shown up with their dad and Uncle Tito. Seeing how terrified the boy was understandable, since before that moment, the largest body of water that Harry had ever seen had been the local pool in Surrey. Reggie and Sam had asked the Titans if they could play with Harry and teach him that the ocean wasn't so bad. Harry was initially nervous, especially when Otto and Twister kept making jokes about how Harry was too old to be afraid of a little water. But Harry's fear had gradually faded away after a few hours, which was helped by how patient Reggie and Sam had been with the scared boy. Even Tito had come out to offer advice to Harry. And the boy was amazed at how insightful the large Hawaiian was when you could make out the gibberish he was saying. That's not to say that Tito couldn't talk just fine, only that his advice seemed to make no sense at times, as often the message would get lost in translation. That summer had been the start of Harry's transformation from a scared little boy into the pre-teen he was today. The Rockets had spent the summer showing Harry how to surf and skate, and Harry had soaked up every lesson with an intensity that had even Otto impressed. By the end of the summer, Harry and the Rockets had become fast friends, and they traded numbers to keep in touch before the group headed back to Ocean Shores. Over the years, Harry had actually been invited to many events with the Rockets. Some of which made Harry glad he was tougher to break than other people because even he had to admit, the Rockets were bona fide adrenaline junkies. After a fantastic day of swimming, surfing, and all-around beach fun, the Titans had returned to the tower, where Nightwing had informed the other Titans that the League was aware of what was going on and was already making plans to protect the city. Should the worst come to pass, Harry and the other children had immediately voiced their wishes to participate but had been instantly shut down by the adults, who seemed to be in universal agreement that this fight would be no place for children. Molly, to the surprise of everyone, had already told the Titans that she would stay and help. When asked why, her answer had ousted more than one Titan to stare at her in shock. Lily and James were my friends, Molly said softly but with steel in her voice. I couldn't protect them, but I can protect their children. Raven had merely offered a nod of gratitude for the offer to stay and fight. Starfire, on the other hand, had grabbed the woman in a pulverizing hug and lifted the groaning woman into the air before swinging her around while Starfire cried out her thanks for showing such honor for a fallen friend, while the Watchers laughed themselves silly at Molly's indignant cries. The following day, Ron had surprised Harry by finally mustering up enough courage to ask him if he would teach Ron to play the guitar. Harry's surprise had lasted mere moments before a grin stretched across Harry's face, and he asked Ron to stretch out his fingers for Harry to look at. Confused by the request, Ron did as Harry asked, then stared in silent bemusement as Harry looked at Ron's fingers like one would inspect a fine jewel. After several moments of this, where Harry would have Ron turn his hands over or flex his fingers under Harry's watchful eye, Harry finally finished his examination and decreed that Ron would make an excellent bass guitarist. He then grabbed the confused redhead and dragged him to Harry's room, all while the rest of the tower watched with equal looks of amusement and confusion. After a moment, the other Weasley children and Hermione followed. When they reached Harry's room, Ron actually felt his jaw drop in shock and heard gasps from behind him as the others entered. The room was painted to look like a mysterious forest, while overhead, a galaxy of stars shone, painted with so much skill that Ron nearly thought it real. A colossal window took up the other side of the room, and Ron couldn't help but stare as he saw the magnificent view that the room beheld. The ocean glittered far into the distance with the light of the sunset, while the lights of the city slowly began to turn on nearby. Blimey, Harry, one of the twins said in awe, that's one hell of a view. As Harry let go of Ron's hand and stepped away to do whatever he was doing, Ron began to take in the rest of the room. And he felt his shock and awe growing with each new thing his eyes took in. There were 6 bookshelves filled to the brim with all manner of books, with quite a few more laying on top of one another. Seated in the center between the bookshelves was an impressive-looking desk made of dark, almost black, wood. Sitting in front of the desk was a Gothic-style throne-like chair with carvings of school LS and other scary images carved along it. Hermione's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her skull as she took in the books, and Ron heard her whisper excitedly. "He's got a first edition Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know who that is, but I wonder if he has any adventure books." Ginny whispered back excitedly as the 2 girls bounced in place. In the corner, a large and expensive-looking drum set sat quietly, with 2 prominent speakers hanging from the wall behind it. Next to that, Ron could see the entrance to what looked like a bathroom. A huge shelf filled with hundreds of those small discs that Hermione had called CDs stood next to the bathroom, and Ron couldn't help but be impressed at how many Harry apparently had. The DVD shelf next to the CD shelf held even more discs. And Ron couldn't help but feel a little jealous as he saw all the movies that Harry had access to. Since Harry had first introduced Ron to films and cartoons, the redhead had fallen in love and would constantly bug Harry to show him another one, to Harry's delight. Just the previous evening, the whole group had gathered in the Titans' private theater. It had been a wonderful evening filled with the popcorn and soda that the Weasleys could ask for. The Titans had all agreed that the Weasleys' first movie experience should be memorable. So they decided that their first movie theater experience would be Star Wars. The first movie had left them all speechless, and even Molly had all but begged to watch one more before bed, which the Titans had happily agreed to. They would finish the prequel series tonight and watch the first of the original movies. Ron looked forward to seeing Anakin beat the Sith and end the Clone Wars. Ron's mind was pulled away from dreams of future lightsaber battles when he turned to the opposite wall and saw, to his shock, that Harry's walls were covered with posters of what he could only assume were Muggles' bands. One had a picture of a Reaper on it, WITH the words, "Disturbed," written underneath. Another showed a beautiful woman wearing all black, while the words, "Evanescence," hovered over her head. Dozens more filled with strange names and stranger people covered the walls. Next to, and beneath these many posters, Ron saw, to his shock, that Harry's bed was actually floating 3 feet off of the floor, and was about to say something when Hermione cut him off. "You have a magnetic hover bed. I've read about those. They're supposed to be really expensive. It was a gift from someone Nightwing knows for my birthday last year," Harry clarified absent-mindedly from the desk. Looking at a book filled with notes, "I tried to give it back, but the dude wouldn't take it." "Here we go. It's not magic?" Ginny asked in surprise as she turned to Hermione. "Not at all," Hermione replied excitedly, "just science. There's a magnet on the floor and another underneath the bed. They repel each other and make the bed float." "Wicked," the twins said as one, causing Harry to chuckle. "There's a bit more to it than that, but yeah, basically." Having apparently found what he was looking for, Harry stood up from his throne and walked over to a nearby wall with a poster of a strange man, under which the words, "Ozzy," were displayed. Pressing his hand against the wall, the group watched in amazement as the wall pushed inward around Harry's hand. A moment later, a length of the wall to Harry's immediate left spun. Gone was the poster of the strange man. In its place was a wall where 7 beautiful guitars hung while the soft glow of a lamp showed down on them. Ron immediately recognized the guitar Harry had used during his offering, while the adults had worked to save Lunatic's life. The other 6, however, made Ron's eyes bug out in amazement. There was a purple and black guitar, shaped to look like it was on fire. Next to that was a guitar of pure black that looked as though whoever had made it had done so with no care for symmetry. It was a creation of pure chaos, with sharp angles and minor imperfections in the wood. Another guitar was shaped like a sword, but instead of a hilt, a gigantic eagle with spread wings rose up. A.S. Imple brown acoustic guitar sat next to that, a rather unimpressive thing compared to its neighbors. The last 2 guitars sitting on the wall couldn't have been more different if they tried. One was a mixture of blue and green and looked like some spell had been placed on it, for the colors danced and moved as though Ron were looking at the sea again. The other was a terrifying thing, made to look like a gigantic battle axe. With eerie red stains on the blades, the strings on this one looked harsh and angry, as though they might split Ron's fingers at any moment, should he try and touch it. "Don't touch that one," Harry snapped as Fred reached out to touch the guitar shaped like an axe, causing said twin to jerk his hand back quickly. "Even I haven't played that one yet." "What's wrong with it?" Fred demanded. "It was a gift from a man named Constantine," Harry drawled, "which means it's dangerous. I just haven't worked out how yet. If it's dangerous, why keep it with the others?" Hermione asked in surprise. "Because it looks cool, of course," Harry replied as if it were obvious. "I'll figure out what's wrong with it soon, and then I shall play a song worthy of such a guitar." Cackling merrily to himself, Harry walked over to the ocean blue guitar and gently picked it up, returning to his staring friends as the wall spun back into place. "You sure you want to do this?" Harry asked Ron as he held the guitar out to the staring redhead, holding it out like an offering. "It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. You won't learn it overnight. In fact, it could be a long time before you're able to successfully play a song without making a mistake. Are you up for it?" Ron briefly worried his lip as he stared hard at the guitar in Harry's hand. Still, his hesitation only lasted a few seconds before he reached out and gently took the guitar from Harry's offered hands. This seemed like the correct response, for Harry immediately smiled and nodded at his friend. "Let's begin, then," Harry said with a smile, causing Ron to grin back as he awkwardly held the bass guitar in front of him. For the next 2 weeks, Harry and Ron would isolate themselves in Harry's room for 2 hours every morning. Harry would teach Ron all he knew about playing a guitar. When Hermione asked Harry how he would teach Ron bass when he played an entirely different type of guitar, it surprised no one when Raven told her that Harry had learned to play several different instruments over the years as music became his passion and outlet. The rest of the day was spent any way that the children chose. The Titans all had daily meetings with the Justice League about what was coming, and Batman had revealed that he'd tracked the movements of Killer Croc, Deadshot, Bane, and Clayface, with all of them heading towards Jump City. Flash had added that he'd heard rumors that Grodd had allied himself with Cheetah, Bizarro, and Mirror Master. Still, he was unable to find anything to verify these rumors. Either way, the Titans were forced to put aside their outrage against the League for what they had done to Harry to ensure that their city and the people within it were protected from the coming battle. Molly, Dora, and Andromeda were all, of course, permitted in these meetings, seeing as how the three of them had decided to stay and help. Andromeda and Dora had had a magnificent screaming match when Dora had told her mother that she would be staying to fight alongside Beast Boy. By the end of the fight, both women were in tears. Still, Andromeda had finally agreed to let Dora remain as she was a grown woman capable of making her own decisions. For the first few days, Harry and the other children would spend nearly the entire day in a candy-induced coma as they watched TV or played video games. Finally, Raven and the other adults agreed that the children needed to spend their summer doing more than rotting their teeth and brains. Thus, they were banished from Titan's Tower from noon to 4. Most days, Harry would take the group down to the boardwalk, where they would meet with Otto and his group and spend the next few hours swimming, surfing, or exploring the boardwalk. At the same time, Otto and Reggie asked Harry about his year and why he hadn't ridden them. Harry and Ron were seated on the floor in the middle of their morning practice when Harry's door suddenly sprang open, causing both boys' heads to shoot up. A moment later, Lunatic stormed into Harry's room, wearing only a hospital gown and looking thoroughly annoyed. "Loony," Harry asked in surprise before the little madman pointed an accusing finger at him. "There you are. We have a real situation here." "Situation?" Harry asked, too confused to rise to his feet. "Yes, I woke up alone, tried to find you, and discovered something horrible." "What?" Harry asked with some amusement. "We've been invaded by gingers," Lunatic shouted in horror. "Everywhere I looked, pasty-skinned gits with flaming red hair." Ron chose this moment to let out a loud and annoyed cough, causing Lunatic to turn to him and hold up a hand for silence. "I'll be with you in a moment, my good man." "Ha." RRY chose this momentarily lapse in his friend's concentration to lunge forward and tackle Lunatic in a hug that knocked the surprised boy off his feet. "You're a ginger, you idiot." Harry laughed as he continued to hug the struggling boy. I am not. Lunatic cried back in outrage before his eyes focused on Ron again, and he let out a horrified cry of alarm. Ah! There's enough. One. Sound the alarm. Summon the guards. I have a name. You know, Ron said with a snort as he watched the boy howl for guards as he struggled to escape Harry's hug. And, sorry to break it to you, mate. But Harry's right. You're a bloody ginger, too. How dare you, sir? Lunatic cried in outrage, finally kicking Harry loose and rising to his feet. I'll have you know that. Ow. Whatever Lunatic had been about T.O.S.A. was cut off as Harry wisely decided that the only way to shut his friend up was to show him proof. He promptly ripped a few strands of hair out of Lunatic's head before showing them to him. Look, you idiot. Harry laughed as he held out a dozen strands of hair. It's red. You're a ginger, loony. That's not true. Lunatic cried in horror. That's impossible. No. Lunatic then dropped dramatically to the floor as Harry lost his fight to look stern and descended into laughter. Ron could only stare in silent shock at the madness playing out before him. He still hadn't forgiven Harry for how much enjoyment the Git had gotten from Ron's despair at seeing Anakin become Vader. Harry, your young friend has escaped the infirmary. Have you seen him? Molly demanded as she swept into the room, with the rest of her family towing behind. Good Lord. Put some clothes on, young man. The twins burst into laughter as Ginny and Hermione turned scarlet and quickly tried to hide their eyes behind their hands. Lunatic, in his effort to break free from Harry's hug, had unfortunately also wiggled out of his hospital gown and now was kneeling naked on the floor, with his hands raised above his head dramatically. My people, Lunatic cried out, spreading his arms and walking toward the Weasleys. I am returned to you. Molly shrieked and immediately pulled Ginny and Hermione bodily from the room as Fred and George howled with laughter. Ron was lying on his side and crying from laughing so hard, with Harry beside him. Was it something I said? Lunatic asked with a smirk as he turned back to face Harry, who simply shook his head and continued to laugh. Now, where's my damn hat? Lunatic's comedy show might have been funny, but Andromeda made him pay for it by subjecting him to a variety of pokes and prods over the course of an hour. She made him lift his arms above his head, roll his shoulders, as well as a dozen other things to make sure that Lunatic had retained complete control of his arm. Away with you, foul demoness, Lunatic cried, finally having decided that enough was enough, and batting her hand away with both hands. I'm an American. I know my rights. You can't torture me without a signed consent form and a safe word. Andromeda blanched at that before a wicked smile came across her face that made Lunatic gulp. Listen to me, you little git, Andromeda said softly. I have spent the last 2 weeks of my life making sure you survive after suddenly appearing in my infirmary bleeding out. So, if you ruin all of my hard work by re-injuring yourself because you decided to act like a fool and weren't fully healed, I'll make sure you stay in that bed for another year. Got me? Andromeda had been slowly getting closer to the boy as she spoke so that by the time she shouted the last line, she was nose to nose with the scared boy, who promptly jumped in place and issued an eep, followed by a quick yes, ma'am. As Andromeda turned away and began muttering something, Lunatic leaned over and whispered to a sniggering Harry, your aunt scares me. A few minutes later, both boys were shoved out of the infirmary by a thoroughly agitated Andromeda, who gave Lunatic a clean bill of health. If for her sanity, if nothing else. Dusting himself off with a huff, Lunatic immediately spun on his heel and stormed toward the living room, with a giggling Harry following close by. They hadn't made it 5 steps before Lunatic was suddenly tackled by a large pink blur, which knocked the little madman to the floor with a painful oomph. Don't you ever scare me like that again. Jinx cried as she hugged Lunatic for all he was worth. Can't breathe, Lunatic gasped, causing everyone to laugh. Jinx finally released Lunatic after a second more, and the echoed with laughter again as the boy pretended to take whole gasps of air before finally rising to his feet. Crazy pink-haired devil, Lunatic scowled as he straightened his top hat, coulda killed me. Not likely, Jinx scoffed, rolling her eyes for good measure as Lunatic looked at the other people staring at him with differing reactions. Ginny, Hermione, and Molly were all staring at Lunatic with bright blushes. Molly's expression was also mixed with anger and pity in equal measure. The twins, Beast Boy, Cyborg, and Dora, were all staring at Lunatic with grins, and the boy quickly Florida shed one back at them as he dusted himself off. Only Raven was looking at the boy with an annoyed expression on her face as though an instant headache had begun with the boy's entrance and wouldn't leave until he did. Lunatic, Raven drawled as she approached the boy, some people would like to talk with you. Follow me. Stepping past Harry, Raven strode into the hallway, not even turning to see if Lunatic was following her. After a shrug, Lunatic tipped his hat at his audience before twirling in place and following Raven. After several minutes of silence, Lunatic finally cleared his throat, making Raven pause and turn to him. Thanks, Raven. For saving my life, I mean, Lunatic said in a small voice, for once sounding like the kid he was. Raven stared down at him for a moment before she sighed in annoyance. You are the single most aggravating person I have ever met, Lunatic. Raven dry-panned, yet, you are also one of the most genuine. And you are my little brother's friend. So, you're welcome. Just don't make it a habit. Without another word, Raven turned and continued walking down the hallway. Behind her, Lunatic stared for a moment before a grin came across his face, and he once again began to follow. A few turns later, the pair standing in front of a door, and Lunatic stared at it in confusion for a moment before it slid open, and his eyes widened nervously. Come in, Lunatic, Batman growled. We have much to discuss. Lunatic stepped into the room, and his eyes continued to grow as he saw Superman, Flash, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern all staring at him with different expressions, ranging from contempt to amusement. No, thank you, Lunatic replied, I choose life. Then you'd better get in there, Raven smirked, causing the boy to gulp once before lently thinking whether or not it was worth it to try running. Finally deciding it wasn't, Lunatic stood straight and stepped into the room. Now, tell us exactly what happened from when you were attacked to when you escaped. Batman growled, and I mean all of it. Nervously, Lunatic licked his lips before taking a calming breath and beginning his tale. Now, is everyone clear on the plan? Grow. DD asked as he looked up from the table and into the crowd. An old warehouse near the wharf had been selected as the villain's base, far enough away from Titan's tower to not attract attention, yet close enough to be ready when the time came. As Grodd stared out into the crowd, his eyes narrowed with barely concealed contempt. Contempt was all he had for these lower life forms, by which he meant humans. In Grodd's mind, apes were far superior to humans, and fate had chosen him to be the herald that spread that message to the rest of the world. One day, apes would take their rightful place as the rulers of man. And Grodd would take his place as the ruler of the whole world. As the shadows shuffled and muttered to one another, Grodd felt his frown deepening. Over 24 villains, bounty hunters, and mercenaries had shown up in Jump City so far, more than he had previously anticipated when news of the massive bounty had first reached his ears. And, with this many, the split would be far less rewarding than the effort might be worth. However, if some of those here were to fall in the upcoming battle, then the split would be far more generous to the survivors. As Grodd's eyes glittered dangerously, he could tell that more than one of the villains in the crowd was thinking the same thing. He couldn't help but grin as he felt the familiar rush of adrenaline that always came when he went into a life or death situation. But this time, the stakes would be even higher, and to the victor would go unimaginable riches. Yeah, I got one. A voice in the back cried out, causing muttering, as the person made his way forward until, at last, Toyman stepped forward, wearing his signature creepy mask. I would think that's obvious, Grodd sneered, as the superior species, I shall, of course, lead. Superior species, Toyman sneered, you, yes, me, Grodd roared, unless you'd like to challenge me. Ugh, would the two of you knock it off, Star Sapphire groaned as she stepped forward. The air is beginning to stink of testosterone. Except for you, of course, Livewire added with a smirk as she stared at Toyman, you smell like cheap cologne and virginity. Scattered laughter followed Livewire's words, and she grinned cruelly at Toyman as he sputtered in incoherent anger and outrage. As I was saying, Star Sapphire continued, after an annoyed look shot at Livewire, no dough. BT Lunatic has told the Titans we are coming. The Titans, in turn, will have no doubt told the Justice League, so we no longer have the element of surprise. The combined might of all of us will be nay. Dead to take Titan's tower and collect the bounty on Arcane and Lunatic's heads. There'll be plenty of time to kill each other once we have those two brats. Smaller survivors, after all, means more to go around. Cruel chuckles followed Star Sapphire's words this time, and Grodd could already see some of the more vicious villains making plans to ensure their take grew larger. Deadshot was slowly cleaning his handgun and staring right at Mirror Master with a smirk that only Grodd saw. Then tomorrow morning, Group A will attack the city, Grodd growled. Your goal will be to cause as much destruction as possible and kill anyone who gets in your way. Draw those in the tower out. While that's going on, Group B will attack the tower, kill anyone we find within, and capture those two brats, preferably alive. Preferably? Cheetah asked with a raised brow and a smirk. Well, Grodd replied silkily, accidents do happen. Author's note. Happy New Year, me darlings. I hope it's already treating you better than last year did. I know mine is. Anyway, next chapter. Big battle. Things go boom. People go boom. Stay tuned. Also, I don't own rocket power and claim no ownership over it. I'm using he characters for my story because it's my favorite cartoon. Chapter 36. The next morning, while Harry and Ron retreated to Harry's room to practice, Lunatic enjoyed a delicious breakfast, courtesy of Mrs. Weasley, and began getting to know the people his best friend had chosen to associate with. As he dug into his eggs, pancakes, and bacon with all the exuberance of a starving child, Lunatic didn't help but internally sneer at the looks they were giving him. It was a look he had seen 1,000 times before on an innumerable number of faces: pity. As if he was some charity case that needed to be taken care of and protected from the big bad world. Mentally, Lunatic snarled in fury at their looks, the same way he snarled at everyone else who had dared to look at him in such a way. How dare they? Where were they when Cadmus was putting electrodes into his brain to study how his mind worked when he used his powers? Never mind how painful that experience had been or how the child had been rendered brain dead as a result. Or how about when those same scientists vivisected him as he screamed for someone to make it stop? No, Lunatic didn't need anyone. Except Harry. Harry had been the first one to look at Lunatic and not see a broken little boy who needed pity but a kindred soul who had suffered as well and just wanted to try and help if he could, and that meant the world to Lunatic. Finishing the last of his breakfast, scooping the last few crumbs into his mouth, Lunatic quickly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, causing Hermione to look at him with disgust before swiftly washing his plate and putting it on the drying rack. So, Lunatic, Mrs. Weasley began, clearly uncomfortable with the boy's moniker. I'm sorry, but do you have another name? Nope, Lunatic replied, popping the P and flashing his devilish grin as he dried his hands. But surely your parents gave you a name other than Lunatic? Molly replied uneasily. A dark look came across Lunatic's face then, and the room collectively shivered as the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I have no parents, Lunatic growled. My father is a monster whose savagery is the reason for my birth. And as for my mother, well, let's say that she better hope I never find out who she is. The group shuddered again at the words, and Molly felt herself pale at the unspoken implications of what the child was saying. Even worse was the holy look of hate that appeared on the child's face as he thought of his mother. For a moment it actually looked like Lunatic's eyes turned into slits. Lunatic, Nightwing snapped, instantly causing the oppressive feeling of hatred and rage to dissipate. That's enough. Sorry, Nightwing, Lunatic replied with a wince. I forgot my manners for a moment. Nightwing said nothing and nodded at the boy before returning to his breakfast. Turning back to Mrs. Weasley and the others, Lunatic flashed his smile again and bowed low, crossing one arm over his stomach while the other was crossed behind his back. I humbly apologize for that, my lady, Lunatic replied. I sometimes forget myself when my creators are brought up. I was never given any other name, so I chose one for myself. I am Lunatic, and that is all. Molly grimaced at that, and her eyes met with Raven's for a moment before she looked back at the still bowing boy in front of her. Raven had told her and Andromeda a little about the child's life, and it had taken a Herculean amount of willpower for Molly not to break down in sobs at what the boy had experienced in his short 12 years of life. Andromeda had been on the opposite end of the emotional spectrum, wanting to immediately march on Cadmus Labs and Crucio the lot of them. Only Raven telling her aunt that such action would most likely land Andromeda in prison. Had stopped the woman from following up on her threats. Mr. Lunatic, Ginny asked shyly, can I ask you a question? Why certainly, my dear, Lunatic replied at once, rising back to his full height and flashing another dazzling grin. It was impressive how wide he could smile, Raven thought wryly. With all the bad guys coming here to capture you and Harry, why are you still here? Harry, I understand. This is his home, after all. But why are you still here? Wouldn't it be easier for you to just run away? Everyone stared at Lunatic as Ginny finished speaking, waiting to see how the little madman would respond. As they watched, the smile slowly slid off of Lunatic's face until, for just a moment, Lunatic looked like the child he really was. Harry Potter is my friend. Lunatic replied simply, causing the Titans to smirk slightly, as though they were expecting no other answer. That's it? Fred asked in confusion. I've got lots of friends, but I don't, Lunatic replied, cutting Fred off and widening the twins' eyes. Before anyone could say anything else, the alarms began to blare in the tower, causing the visitors to clamp their hands over their ears swiftly. Striding quickly over to the computer by the door, Cyborg began to furiously type in commands until, at last, words began to flow across the screen. The city's under attack, Cyborg cried out, staring at those watching with wide eyes. What's the situation? Nightwing demanded as he stepped up next to Cyborg and began to read. The police are reporting that Toyman, Giganta, Grundy, and a few others tried to rob the Jump City National Bank but were caught in the act. They fled, and the cops followed, but it was a trap. They're reporting that they're under attack from at least 24 supervillains. 5 cops dead so far. This is it, Nightwing said softly as he continued to read the report of the situation, turning to the watchers behind him. Nightwing intern Ally scowled as he saw the scared looks on the children's faces. Molly, Nightwing said louder, you remember the plan, right? Yes, Molly said, nodding at once. Andromeda, Dora, and I are to lock down the tower, protect the children, and attack anyone that tries to get in. Good, Nightwing nodded in approval. A moment later, Nightwing tapped the earpiece in his right ear, and a scowl came across his face as he replied. Understood. The Justice League is en route, Nightwing said as he tapped his earpiece again. ETA is 10 minutes, though. So, we just have to hold them off until then. Beast Boy snarked. No pressure. You know this is a trap, right? Raven asked. They, no doubt, want us away from the tower so they can attack it and capture Harry and Lunatic. Let them try. Lunatic grinned as he straightened his hat. This time, I'm ready for them. Shut up, Lunatic, Raven said, rolling her eyes before turning back to Nightwing. I know it's a trap, but we have no other choice, Nightwing replied. The League won't be here for a while, and we cannot leave those civilians to the mercy of those supervillains. Especially seeing as how the word is foreign to those as Shoals, Beast Boy mumbled though all heard his words. An explosion suddenly rocked the tower, and the group ran to the nearby window to see what had happened, only for their eyes to widen in horror as they watched one of the far-off buildings begin to collapse in a shower of steel and glass. Oh my God! Nightwing whispered just as the door slid open, and Harry and Ron came running in to see what was happening. A moment later, the alarms went off again. All those people, Starfire whispered in horror. How could they? What's with the alarms? Harry cried out, his hands clamped over his ears. The city's under attack, Nightwing shouted back as he rushed past Harry. Titans move. Cyborg and Starfire immediately followed Nightwing out the door. However, before Beast Boy could, Dora grabbed his shirt, pulled him into a searing kiss that lasted for several seconds and left the green boy dazed. You come back to me, Garfield Logan, you hear me? Dora said once Beast Boy had recovered, causing the boy to blush slightly. I promise, he replied, nodding once before turning into a sparrow and quickly flying after his teammates. While that was happening, Raven had tried to leave as well, only for her robe to be grabbed by Harry as she passed. Looking down at her little brother, she could see he was struggling to think of something to say to her. Raven, please be careful, Harry whispered, his eyes low so she wouldn't see how pathetic he looked. A part of him was still angry with her for the part she had played in his exorcism. But another part of him was screaming that this old very well be the last time he would ever see her alive, and if he let her go without saying goodbye, he would regret it forever. Raven's eyes widened, thankfully hidden under her hood, and she quickly nodded at Harry before kneeling in front of him and pulling him into her embrace. Harry squeezed so hard that it actually hurt for a moment, and Raven winced, even as she began to let go. Finally free from her brother, Raven rose back to her full height and looked Molly right in the eyes. "Please look after my brother for me, Mrs. Weasley. You have my word, Raven," Molly replied with steel in her voice. "They'll have to get through us if they want these children." Looking down one last time at her little brother, Raven nodded before she was encompassed in shadow, teleporting away a moment later, seconds after that. Andromeda stormed into the room, looking frazzled and thoroughly annoyed by the loud alarm going off. "Harry, show me how to work this infernal muggle contraption. We need to lock down the tower." "Yes, Aunt Andromeda," Harry said at once, running over to the computer and showing her what she needed to do. A moment later, the blast doors slid down, causing the room to descend into darkness for a few seconds before the lights came on. "Right, that's taken care of, then," Andromeda said with a nod before turning back to the group. "Now, we're all going to stay here together until the fighting is over. If, by some miracle, those animals get past the lockdown, then the three of us will try and keep them pinned down until help arrives. While we're doing that, I want you, Harry, to take the children somewhere safe and hide. You undoubtedly know this tower better than anyone else here, so you will be able to keep them safe, understand?" "I understand," Harry replied at once, causing his aunt to smile down at him for a moment before drawing her wand. Seeing what she was doing, Dora and Molly drew theirs as well, causing Andromeda to nod approvingly. Turning back to the watching children, Andromeda began speaking again in a more severe manner. "If at any time your life is threatened, I want you to use any curse in your arsenal. Is that clear?" But the law," Hermione said at once. "We're not allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts. The law also states that in times where self-defense is necessary, you are allowed to use any spell you have to," Andromeda replied at once. "And I know that a witch as intelligent as yourself has probably already studied a few advanced spells." Hermione said nothing, but her slight blush indicated that Andromeda had been correct on her learning ahead. "And you too," Andromeda added, turning to face the twins. "I know both of you are probably harbingers of chaos and anarchy if you're anything like your uncles were. So, if the time comes, I want you to use everything you've got to keep your siblings safe." The twins nodded as one, a look of steel glinting in their eyes as Ginny edged closer to them. Fred wrapped his arm around his little sister and flashed her a smile, which seemed to calm her a little. "And me?" Lunatic asked in a creepy childlike voice. "Does Loony get to play too?" "You," Andromeda said with a smirk, "you mad little bastard, are free to do whatever you want in defense of this tower." "Yai," Lunatic said happily, quickly bringing his hands together before his face and apping cheerfully as he bounced in place. "God help those poor bastards," Ron mumbled, causing Harry to snort from beside him. Officer Daniel Estrada was no stranger to life or death situations. He'd spent 10 years in the Marines and earned 2 Purple Hearts and a Silver Star as a result. Afterward, still eager to serve, he joined the Jump City Police Department, hoping to do some good to make up for some of the bad. In the 12 years he'd been a cop, he'd seen all sorts of crazy shit that made him reconsider becoming a cop. It was expected when one lived in a city protected by superheroes because, like flies to honey, it seemed that supervillains were drawn to whatever frigging city a superhero called home, in some quixotic idea that they had a chance of actually beating them. You'd think they would have learned after being beaten so consistently. Personally, Daniel would have been happy to see the whole lot of them, hero and villain alike, locked up together as he was of the opinion that no one should have that much power and be left without oversight. So, when the call came over the radio that the Jump City National Bank was being robbed by a bunch of supervillains, Daniel had just written it off as an average Tuesday. He'd been one of the dozen officers to respond to the call just as Toyman, Giganta, and Grundy came out of the bank with a group of hired thugs dressed in black close behind. The officers had immediately drawn their weapons, using the doors of their cruisers as cover, and demanded the criminals surrender. The next 10 minutes were one of the longest of Daniel's life. Toyman had immediately thrown a handful of marbles at the cops, which exploded as soon as they hit the ground, blowing one car to smithereens and killing the 2 officers who had been using it as cover. Grundy had taken a giant leap into the air, bringing both hands up above his head, and slammed his fists into the ground, creating a mini quake that caused the surviving officers to stumble to regain their balance. Snapping both arms forward, the zombie grabbed the 2 closest cops by their throats before yanking them into the air, before Daniel could do anything more than stare in horror. Grundy snapped both of the cops' necks, killing them instantly. With a roar of contempt, Grundy threw the 2 bodies away before bending down and grabbing under the nearest cop car, issuing another roar. Grundy threw the car into the air, causing it to crash several feet away with a crash that moments later turned into an explosion as the car turned into a fireball. Open fire! Daniel roared as loud as he could. Training taking over in an instant, the officers immediately began to empty their clips into Grundy, causing the zombie to cover his head with his arm in an attempt to shield himself from the bullets. Grundy no like cops and their weak stinging weapons. The zombie roared as it backed away from the officers. By this time, the thugs had begun to open fire on the officers as well. And the street turned into a virtual war zone. Giganta had grown to a towering size and delivered a devastating kick to one of the cop cars, sending it flying away like a soccer bee. All into a nearby building in an explosion of glass. A moment later, an actual explosion happened, which made the building rock back and forth for a moment before the top collapsed in a shower of glass, like a tower of cards. The rest of the building began to collapse as well, while those present, both villain and cop alike, watched in horror. What the fuck have you done? Daniel roared as he began to fire at Giganta's leg. All those people, ow, knock it off, Giganta cried, the bullets annoying her. Bending over, the giant swatted Daniel away like a bug, causing him to slam backward hard against the side of a nearby car. Groaning at the agony coursing through his back, Daniel limped to the back of his car and popped the trunk. Reaching into it, Daniel withdrew his shotgun and began to pump shell after shell at the giantess, causing her to cry out in pain. Come on, then. Daniel snarled against the pain. Come on, you hijo de puta. You wanna sting like a bug. Giganta yelled angrily as blood ran down her legs. Then I'll squash you like one. Raising her boot into the air, the giantess prepared to step on Daniel, and as his gun clicked empty, he knew he was about to die. Closing his eyes, he collapsed to his knees and whispered a silent prayer to Saint Michael for forgiveness for his many sins, and took what he thought was his final breath. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? A voice roared, making Daniel open his eyes in relief at being alive. Standing in front of him, holding Giganta's foot in place and keeping it from crushing him, was Cyborg, but the strain seemed to be getting to the hero as he looked back at Daniel and yelled out. What are you waiting for? A written invitation. Move, dude. I can't. Daniel whispered, his body finally giving into the pain as the adrenaline left his body. I think my back is broken. A look of sympathy came over Cyborg's features as he looked down at the kneeling officer. All right, officer, just hang tight for a minute, okay? Returning his focus to Giganta, Cyborg shoved as hard as he could against her foot, causing her to stumble backward. She lost her balance. Before she could regain it, Jinx suddenly appeared, leaping off the roof of a nearby building and delivering a devastating punch with her pink-infused fist. With a cry, the giantess fell backwards, crashing on top of the bank and flattening it like a box castle. The last thing Officer Daniel Estrada saw before darkness finally took him was Cyborg running back towards him. The hero was shouting something, but Daniel couldn't hear him anymore. Cyborg ran back toward the fallen officer he'd just saved from being squashed. The poor guy was a mess, bleeding from a dozen different wounds, with the worst appearing to be a laceration to his head that was turning his short black hair red. Officer, yo man, stay awake. Cyborg shouted as he bent over and picked the cop up, shaking him slightly to get him to open his eyes. Hey, wake up. Raven suddenly teleported a few feet away, causing Cyborg to look up. Starfire was currently fighting Grundy while Nightwing and Beast Boy dealt with Toyman and his goons. Giganta, thankfully, aimed to have been knocked out when she fell and was still lying on top of the bank. "Ray," Cyborg shouted in relief, "I got a survivor here, but he won't be for long if we don't get him to a hospital." "On it," Raven replied, raising her arms into the air and enveloping herself and the officer in a black mass of shadow, Azeroth, Metrion, Zinthos. A moment later, both Raven and the officer were gone just as Cyborg heard a rumble from behind him. Spinning on his heel, Cyborg powered up his arm cannon and fired, delivering a devastating blast to Giganta's head, which knocked her back down and caused her head to bounce off the ground hard, knocking her unconscious. "Why don't you just take a little nap, okay?" Cyborg snarked. "Is this really the time for jokes?" Jinx snapped. "No time like the present," Cyborg snarked back. "You've gotten stronger, Cyborg," a voice said from behind, making the heroes spin in alarm. "Brother Blood," Cyborg growled as he saw who his next opponent was, "still the ugly piece of crap I remember." Brother Blood glared hatefully at the heroes as memories of old battles crossed both of their minds for a moment. Jinx licked her lips nervously, understandable since the last time she had seen Blood. She had been one of his students. Reaching up, the villain lowered his hood, showing his half-cyborg features. "I shall truly enjoy killing you, brat. And you as well, Jinx, my little traitor." "Oh, blow it out your ass," Jinx retorted, causing Blood to narrow his one remaining eye at her. "Didn't we do this song and dance once before?" Cyborg smirked. "How'd that work out for you last time?" "Insolent children," Blood snarled, ripping his robe off of his body and showing the augmentations he'd added to his body, which made him look like a professional bodybuilder. "I'm twice as strong as I was last time." "Oh yeah," Cyborg snarked back as a green crow appeared next to him before changing into Beast Boy. "Prove it." "Dude, what have you done to yourself?" Beast Boy said in disgust. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that steroids shrink your balls? You assume he has any left after his operation," Jinx added with a smirk. "I will break you in two." Blood raged, red sparks dancing off of his body. "Yeah, heard the before," Nightwing replied as he approached, dragging an unconscious Toyman behind him. "You really are a broken record, maybe get some new material." "You know what is different from last time?" Blood asked with a sneer. "This." The background behind Blood exploded as the surrounding building turned into fireballs. A moment later, Firefly flew out of the flames, cackling madly. "So pretty, look at the flames." A moment later, the pyromaniac was zooming away, a trail of smoke and flame following behind him as he laughed like he'd lost his mind. Which was very likely the case. "That's not good," Beast Boy shouted over the noise as the heat rushed over them. A moment later, the ground began to rumble as dozens of people started to run out of the flames and toward the Titans in a mad dash of violence. Many appeared to be average thugs and mercenaries, but a few weren't, and the Titans began to pale as one as they recognized a few of the figures running toward them from out of the flames as Brother Blood smiled arrogantly. "Definitely not good," Beast Boy shouted as he sighted Plastique, Bane, Captain Cold, and Goldface running toward them. "Agreed," Nightwing replied, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of Scarecrow, Killer Croc, Metallo, and Trickster. Raising his hand to his ear, Nightwing shouted above the roar, "Where are you? We're about to be overrun." Quote, as though answering his prayers, a jet suddenly screamed out of the clouds over them. A moment later, the cargo doors opened, and Nightwing breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl dive out of the back of the plane. As Wonder Woman slammed into the ground, she immediately drew her sword with one hand and lashed her lasso out like a whip with the other, causing the running villains to slow their rush momentarily. "For Olympus," Diana shouted, holding her sword high for a moment before charging forward. Hawkgirl was less eloquent, choosing to issue a war cry instead as she flew toward the slowly growing army, holding her mace high. Almost a second later, Flash suddenly zoomed out of nowhere and appeared next to the three Titans, taking in the situation instantly and frowning as he saw the burning building behind the villains. By now, the city was in flames, and the sky was choked with smoke from the dozens of burning buildings. SWAT had finally arrived with 4 vehicles stuffed with officers who immediately began to open fire as soon as their boots hit the ground. All in all, it looked like a war had broken out in the middle of Jump City. Seeing 3 of the Justice League's heavy hitters, as well as a literal army of cops, caused many of the front line of attackers to reevaluate their chances of success. Still, they were quickly shoved forward by the ones following them. Moments after landing, Diana and Shira were completely surrounded and yet seemed perfectly at ease as they spun and fought with everything they had. Trickster soon found himself unconscious, courtesy of Shira's mace, but before she could raise her mace to attack again, she was suddenly sucker-punched by Bane. "About time you showed up," Beast Boy shouted at the League members in annoyance. "Seriously dude. How can you be the fastest guy on Earth and still take so long?" "Hey, I was at work," Flash retorted. "Not all of us get to hang out in a cool tower all day." Cyborg suddenly charged forward, using his arm to block an attack from Brother Blood before delivering a brutal punch to the villain's face, which sent him flying in the opposite direction. Not willing to give up his momentum, Cyborg charged after his enemy, jumping into the air with the intention of landing on top of Blood's fallen body. That plan was quickly derailed as Blood jumped to his feet, grabbed Cyborg's leg, and threw him away and into the smoke of the battlefield. Blood jumped into the smoke after Cyborg a moment later with a snarl of contempt and rage. "We're here now, and that's all that matters," Superman said as he floated toward the heroes, Starfire and Green Lantern, following behind. "Where's Jean?" Nightwing asked Green Lantern as he floated down to him. "We decided that at least one League member should be at the tower. Just in case." "And Grundy?" Nightwing asked Starfire, courtesy wearing a lamp post as a coat, courtesy of Superman. Starfire replied cheerfully before staring at the army currently fighting against the two female heroes. "So, what's the plan?" Nightwing asked, looking up again as the jet circled around again. A moment later, Batman's form could be seen diving from the back, falling for a few seconds before expanding his cape and gliding to the roof of a nearby building. "Take them down," Superman said at once. Glaring angrily at the bodies that littered the street, his arms crossed over his chest as he floated several inches off of the ground, before they can kill any more civilians. "As good a plan as any, I suppose," Beast Boy said before transforming into a rhino and charging toward the battle. A moment later, the others followed, each howling a battle cry as they did. The Battle of Jump City had begun. Grodd watched the destruction happening from Jump City through his binoculars and smiled. The idiotic heroes had taken the bait, and now only a paltry few would be left to defend the tower where his targets waited. Lowering the binoculars, Grodd looked around at his companions. He was currently sitting in a high-speed boat alongside Livewire, who did not look happy to be here, Star Sapphire, Lady Shiva, and a dozen hired thugs, who would no doubt die in the attempt of taking Titan's tower. And if they didn't, well, Grodd would ensure they did afterward. It was simply too much money to give away to plebeian criminals like the ones he'd hired. 5 other boats similarly stuffed with attackers followed behind Grodd's boat, bringing their number close to 30, and as his eyes trailed to the closest one, he could see Gizmo glaring straight ahead at the tower with pure hatred. No surprise there, considering what Raven had done to the kid a few years back, nearly shattering the boy's spine and causing him to spend the next 2 years learning how to walk again. Grodd smiled cruelly as he gazed across the water at the glaring young man. Such hate could be used to great effect if used properly, and Grodd intended to use Gizmo's sagacity to the greatest possible effect he could. As they landed on the beach, turrets suddenly sprang out of the sand and began to open fire on the villains, causing them to duck for cover. Thankfully, the turrets weren't powered up to kill, merely stun, but as Grodd watched 4 of his numbers hit the sand unconscious, he roared in rage. "Take out those guns." Livewire sprang into action, turning herself into a lightning bolt which she used to quickly pass through each turret, shorting them all out in a few seconds and causing them all to explode in a beautiful display of fire and destruction. A moment later, she was standing next to Grodd, lazily examining her nails as he nodded approvingly. "Gizmo," Grodd snarled, "get to work." "On it," the young man said, quickly limping up the path as the other followed close behind. When they reached the blast doors, Gizmo immediately pulled a portable computer from his belt and plugged 2 wires into the computer port on the side before he began to type furiously. "Come on you. Oh, you wanna play? Okay. Crud sniffer." Gizmo growled and mumbled under his breath as he tried to beat the Titan's security system. "Okay. Take down that, nullify this, and..." With a sudden groan of protest, The blast doors began to slowly rise up as the security system was disabled, looking up with a smile of victory. Grodd watched as the blast doors surrounding the entire tower slid back up. The tower was utterly defenseless. Well then, Grodd smirked, let's go and collect our money, shall we? The crowd behind him roared its approval, making him turn to face them with a smirk. Kill anyone you encounter if you wish. But Lunatic and Arcane are to be taken alive. Now attack. The group had been watching Looney Tunes when the blast doors slowly began to slide back up, causing everyone to stare for a moment in alarm. The doors. Hermione cried out in fear a second later. Harry, why are the doors opening? Harry immediately jumped over the couch and ran to the nearby computer terminal before furiously punching in commands. Come you piece of... Harry mumbled under his breath. A second later, He lost his temper and punched the terminal, shouting, work. Harry, calm down, Andromeda said at once as she and the other approached. What is going on? Taking a calming breath, Harry replied in a more controlled voice. Someone's hacked the system and unlocked the doors. Moreover, I've been locked out of the system, so I can't reverse what they've done. Guys, Ron's voice called from behind, making them turn around to see what he wanted. Oh, great Merlin, Molly whispered in horror as she saw what her son was pointing at. The entire city appeared to be in flames, and the smoke actually appeared to be blocking out the sun. Mum, was this what it was like during the war? Dora asked in a horrified voice. No, Andromeda responded, this is worse. Suddenly, a figure in a purple outfit swinging on what appeared to be a spiderweb smashed through the glass, causing everyone to cry out. Rolling to his feet, the figure quickly took in the situation and sneered as he did so. A bunch of women and kids. This is the easiest payday of my life. Quickly shoving the children behind them, Andromeda, Molly, and Dora immediately withdrew their wands and pointed them at the man standing across from them with his arms crossed over his chest. He was tall, standing well over 6 feet, and appeared to be wearing a purple outfit with a large black spider emblazoned on his mask, from which 2 fiery orange glass lenses peered out. Look, ladies, Black Spider said placatingly, I don't want to kill any of you. Just tell me which one of these brats is Arcane, and I'll be on my way. I can already see Lunatic. Besides, I don't know what you plan to do with those sticks. So, unless you plan to give me a splinter, I'll be taking the brats. You won't be taking any of them. Andromeda snarled, for a moment showing the fabled, black insanity. Placing his hands on his hips, Black Spider looked up at the ceiling for a moment and sighed. Well, can't say I didn't ask nicely. A second later, the villain leapt into the air at the group, shooting 2 of his webs into the air to deliver a swinging kick to Andromeda's face. Stupefy, Andromeda screamed at once, causing Estrella K of Red to shoot from her wand and hit the swinging villain directly in the face, quickly ducking down and pushing everyone else with her. Andromeda narrowly avoided being hit as the unconscious man swung over them and directly into the wall with a loud crash. Running toward the broken window, Dora leaned out and peered down, her face growing pale as she turned around to face the group. There's more coming. How many? Andromeda demanded as she rose to her feet and faced her daughter. Behind her, Molly quickly conjured a rope and tied up Black Spider, ensuring the rope was as tight as possible. I don't know, Dora cried back as she took another look, maybe 2 dozen. Damn it, Harry shouted, causing the adults to turn to him. He was standing in front of the computer and glaring at the monitor. Watch your language, Molly cried at once, causing Harry to mumble a quick apology. I've been completely locked out of the system. I can't call the others for help. That's right, crud sniffer. A voice suddenly called out from the speakers, causing Harry's eyes to narrow. Gizmo, Harry growled, memories of their last encounter returning to him. I would have thought you'd learned your lesson the last time you came after me. You know this person, Harry? Molly asked. Is he a friend? Not even close. Both boys shouted as one. He and his band of thugs kidnapped me when I was a kid, Harry growled. They were hoping to use me as bait to hurt Raven and the Titans. He didn't count on them finding out where they'd taken me before they were ready. Do you have any idea what your sister did to me? Gizmo's voice hissed before exploding with anger at the end. I was almost left paralyzed. It took me 2 years to learn how to walk again. That's your own fault, Lunatic retorted, quickly defending his friend. No one told you to kidnap Harry. You chose to, and you suffered the consequences from that choice. I'm going to enjoy killing you, Harry, Gizmo's voice hissed. Everyone else here wants that fat bounty on your head, but me. I'm just here to kill you and enjoy the sweet song of pain your sister will make as a result. You're insane, Harry stated. And you're all alone, Gizmo's voice retorted, sounding crazier than before. I've got complete control of the tower and have already shut down all of its defenses. If you're smart, you'll just give up before one of the other freaks running around this place finds you. I hear some of them got a taste for young meat. The women shuddered at Gizmo's unsettled threats about what might happen to them should they be discovered. Naturally, it was Lunatic who broke the silence. Lifting his head, the boy glared at the speakers with unbridled hatred. It was almost universally understood that the one crime that Lunatic found absolutely disgusting was rape. More than one criminal had been discovered in the streets of Gotham, having been beaten nearly to death by the boy after being caught attempting to drag some poor woman into an alleyway. You disgusting piece of filth, Lunatic's voice said coldly, not at all sounding like the boy's usual happy-go-lucky tone. How dare you threaten these innocent women with such dishonorable methods? I might have just played with you a little bit before. But now, I'm going to break you. As he finished his rant, Lunatic snapped his fingers, causing all the speakers and cameras in the room to explode in a shower of glass and sparks that made everyone cry out and cover their heads. When the explosions finally stopped, Harry peeked out from under his raised arm to see that Lunatic had vanished. Loony, Harry called out, but only silence was his answer. Come, Andromeda quickly cried, making the group look at her. He's doing his part to keep us safe, and we must do ours. We need to go somewhere safe, where we can hide. That means the bedrooms are out, Harry said at once, making his aunt nod. That's the first place they'll look. Before they could take a single step, however, John Jones suddenly floated out of the floor like a ghost of Hogwarts, and causing the others to cry out in alarm at his sudden appearance. Raising his hands placatingly, the Martian quickly said, I mean no harm. I am John Jones, a member of the Justice League. Oh, thank Merlin, Molly replied. Where are the rest of you? Out there, John replied, pointing out the window towards the burning city, trying to save the city from being razed to the ground. It is proving difficult, so it's just us, Dora asked incredulously. That's mad. There are dozens out there. And we are here, John replied. Focus on what you can do instead of what you cannot. He's right, Andromeda replied. We're not dead until we're cold and dead. So, until that happens, let's move. While you take the children somewhere safe, I will attempt to thin the herd, so to speak, John said. Good luck, it's mad out there, Andromeda replied. An explosion somewhere inside the tower seemed to emphasize her words, and as the group regained their balance, they all nodded in understanding before making a mad rush out of the door to find somewhere to hide. As they ran down the hallway, they suddenly heard Lunatic's insane cackle, followed by the sounds of gunshots and screaming. Author's note: yes, I know you hate cliffhangers and believe me, I do as well. However, I wanted the Battle of Jump City to be as badass as it can be, considering how long I've made you all wait for it. So, would you rather have one really long, crappy chapter or several equally long amazing chapters? I thought so, lol. Until next time, peace. Chapter 37. Lex Luthor prided himself on his ability to control his emotions. He firmly believed that one could not rule an empire as large as his if one could not even control oneself. Yet now, as he watched the news showing Jump City being razed to the ground, he could almost feel the blood running from his face. The television show "Wet a City on Fire" as screams echoed from every corner of the ongoing battle, and Lex could occasionally see a hero fighting off multiple adversaries before disappearing into the smoke. Already, reports were coming in that the death toll had reached more than 500, and Lex almost scoffed at the absurdity of that statement. He owned the building that Giganta had brought crashing to the ground. And he knew for a fact that it housed more than 1,000 workers, and that was just one building that had been destroyed. Stupid fools, Lex snarled as he watched Bane fighting against Batman F. Or a moment before the camera panned away to show Wonder Woman fighting off Cheetah. At the same time, Superman chased down Firefly, who was laughing manically as he set fire to everything around him. Raven quickly disappeared and reappeared in a cloud of shadow, taking as many people with her as she could. Lex felt a grudging respect for the girl as he watched her try to save as many as possible. When Lex had put out the bounty for Lunatic and Arcane, he had thought that the would-be bounty hunters would be discreet. Looking back now, Lex could have hit himself for his naivete at having believed that those animals could be anything other than what they were. The bad publicity from this would be like the wrath of God, and Lex knew that even with all his wealth, the people would demand some. One be held responsible for this destruction. He could bribe his way out of almost anything, but this was something that the people would never forgive, and if it was discovered that he had a hand in it, well, if the courts didn't kill him, then the families of those who had died most assuredly would. Even now, Lex could imagine those same families storming whatever prison the courts put him in. Like the people of France storming the Bastille and ripping him limb from limb in revenge. Looking over at his assistant, Lex could see that even Mercy realized how bad their current situation was. The woman was almost unnaturally pale, and as Lex narrowed his eyes, he could see that she seemed to tremble a bit. Turning back to the television, Lex felt his heart rate skyrocket as the camera suddenly showed two adults lying motionless in the street, a pool of blood quickly surrounding them. But what made it worse was the little girl between them, clutching a tiny stuffed bear. Unable to watch anymore, Lex turned to Mercy and immediately began barking orders. Cancel the bounty on Lunatic and Arcane's heads. Wah, Mercy replied in a small voice, turning to face her boss in confusion. When this battle ends, there will be hell to pay. Lex responded angrily, and if it's discovered that we are the reason for it, the courts will bury us beneath the rubble of the prison, and that's if they don't hang me on the spot. We need to get ahead of this while we still can. Get ahead of this, Mercy replied in shock. Lex, the whole world knows by now that you placed the bounty on Lunatic and Arcane. There's no way to hide this. There are always ways to hide things like this. Lex snarled back, his eyes taking on a demented look for a moment before he regained control of himself. Taking a deep breath, Lex spoke again in a much calmer voice. Get our people working on this immediately. I want every trace of my involvement scrubbed. Offer to pay them whatever they ask, but Ma, K sure that by the time the sun sets tonight, there is absolutely no evidence of my involvement in this matter, do you understand? Yes sir, Mercy replied softly, and afterwards, when the job's finished, and they come asking for their pay. Lex stared at the television for a moment in quiet contemplation at his assistant's question. He could just pay them off, but what would happen if one day He got greedy and decided to use the information they had to try and blackmail more money out of him? Once their job is done, dispose of them, Lex replied coldly, quietly. Understood, sir, Mer. Sai replied in the same cold manner before turning on her heel and striding away. Alone in his office, Lex continued to watch as Jump City, once a pinnacle of science and technology, was reduced to a smoking ruin. He imagined this as what the last emperor of Rome felt like as he watched the sunset on what was once a beautiful city, now razed to the ground. James Tigger had been a mercenary nearly all his life. Growing up on the streets of Bangkok hadn't offered very many choices in life, especially when one's mother was a streetwalker, who didn't even know the name of the man who had knocked her up. He'd learned early on that if he was to survive in this world, he needed to be able to do whatever it took. It was that same realization that had led to him killing his first person at 10 years old, all for a loaf of stale bread. Many more deaths had followed since then, but no matter how bad the job was, James had always managed to survive, if only barely. The one thing that set James apart from every other merc, at least in his own opinion, was his ability to tell when a job was more trouble than it was worth. That's why he joined up with Gorilla Grodd when word about the insanely massive bounty on Arcane and Lunatic's heads came down, because even though James knew he would most likely end up tangling with the Justice League, the amount of money being offered more than made up for any issues they might encounter. That's what he had thought when he first took the job, but now, James was wishing he had never even heard of Jump City or the bounty being offered that had brought him here. At first, Everything went according to Grodd's plan. James and the rest had managed to get into Titan's tower with no problems, thanks to Gizmo. But when Grodd ordered everyone to split up and tear the tower apart, everything went straight to hell. James had been leading 6 others when they turned a corner and came face to face with one of their targets, Lunatic, who had apparently just finished knocking out 4 others. At least, James thought they had been knocked out, but judging by the pools of blood surrounding them, he wasn't sure. At first, James thought he was lucky to have encountered the brat so quickly and was already deciding what to do with his share of the money in his head. Raising his M16 rifle, James immediately began barking orders. "Don't move, brat, you're outnumbered and trapped." Rather than looking scared, Lunatic instead seemed almost gleeful as he straightened his hat and looked at the 7 men across from him. That would appear to be the reality, wouldn't it? Lunatic smirked. "Unfortunately for you, reality is whatever I want it to be." Before James or the others could do so much as twitch, Lunatic snapped his fingers, and James suddenly found himself frozen in place. His rifle still raised to fire, only James's wide eyes showed that anything was wrong. Reaching into his coat, Lunatic suddenly pulled out a long black cane with a silver top. He twirled it around his left hand once before slamming it to the ground with a gigantic smile on his face. "Let's have some fun," Lunatic cried gleefully as music began to echo throughout the hallway. As the music built up, James suddenly recognized the song, and if he could, he would have groaned in annoyance, especially when Lunatic began to sing as he twirled his cane around himself. "If I get to know your name. Well, if I could trace your private number, baby. All I know is that to me, you look like you're lots of fun. Open up your loving arms, I want some, want some." As James and the other mercs watched, Lunatic suddenly began a strange dance, thrusting the cane into the air and walking in a circle beneath it as he continued to sing before suddenly bringing the cane down and pointing it right at James and the others as the chorus began. It suddenly felt as though someone had taken control of James's body as he suddenly started to walk in a circle, holding his rifle in both hands and thrusting it up and down repeatedly. As he continued walking, James saw that all the others were doing the same thing, and he felt humiliated by what this brat was making him do. That feeling intensified a second later when he began to sing the chorus involuntarily along with the others. "You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record baby, right round, round, round. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round." Spinning on the spot, Lunatic began to dance away from James and his team, and they suddenly found themselves following behind the brat in a long line as they continued to thrust their weapons up and down. As the mad little bastard continued to sing, they encountered other groups, but just like what had happened to James, Lunatic would simply twirl his cane, not even breaking the song, and suddenly, those same mercs would end up in the same situation as James. Soon, the line contained over a dozen men and women, each red with humiliation as Lunatic forced them to follow him, only stopping to walk in a circle and sing during the chorus before once again following him down the hallways. As the song began to end, Lunatic directed the mercs to stand in front of a wall in one long line. Twirling his cane one last time, James felt his head pull back, and he paled at what the brat was about to make him and all the others do. Slowly, almost methodically, Lunatic raised his cane, and a cruel look of glee came across his features before slamming it to the ground with a sickening crack. Instantly, James felt as though someone had grabbed the back of his head and slammed it into the wall as hard as possible. The last thought that ran through his head before he lost consciousness was, "I wish I'd never taken this job." 4x. As he watched a dozen mercs fall to the floor unconscious, Lunatic cackled in absolute glee. While these plebeians would satisfy his bloodlust for the moment, there were two that the boy wanted to track down above all others. Star Sapphire and Livewire had hurt him badly, but more than that, they had destroyed his home, and Lunatic desperately wanted to find them so that he could thank them for that. Though he promised Harry long ago that he wouldn't kill, Lunatic chuckled merrily at the thought that his friend had never said anything about making them wish they were dead. Stowing his cane back in his coat, Lunatic spun on his heel and began to whistle a merry tune as he went in search of his next toys. He'd already taken care of perhaps 24 by this point. But by the sounds echoing throughout the tower, there were plenty more to play with. As he rounded the corner, Lunatic smiled as he saw Dr. Light leading 3 other thugs from Starfire's room. "There's one of them," one of the goons shouted. "Don't let him escape." Another goon shouted. With a cry, the goons charged forward as Dr. Light hung back and powered up. The hallway dimmed as the villain siphoned off the energy. Pulling a metal bat from his coat, Lunatic raised it high and shouted, "For the Shire." His strange battle cry seemed to do the trick, for the goons paused momentarily in confusion before continuing their charge. Unfortunately, their lapse in momentum would cost them, and a few seconds later, all 3 of them were unconscious while Lunatic carelessly tossed away his bloody bat. The boy had barely turned to face the last enemy standing when Dr. Light sent a wave of light straight at Lunatic. The boy backflipped as the energy sailed over him, almost brushing his nose as it passed. "Hey," Lunatic shouted angrily, "you almost hit me." "I was trying to." Dr. Light shouted back, "So, stand still and let me." "Sorry, I don't need a tan, thanks," Lunatic chirped back with a grin that made drive. Light growl, "Disrespectful brat, I'll give you a tan that you'll never forget." As the villain began to shower the hallway with bursts of light, Lunatic cackled merrily, avoiding everyone as he slowly inched closer and closer to his target. So invested in blowing Lunatic to bits, Drive Light failed to realize the danger he was in until the boy was only a few feet from him, and by then, it was too late. Pulling both arms back, Lunatic suddenly shot them both forward and slammed his fists into Drive Light's stomach with a cry of, "Shoryuken." Dr. Light gasped in absolute agony, spittle flying from his mouth. As Lunatic's attack sent him flying several feet down the hallway before slamming into the far wall, only to slide down it in an unconscious heap. "Flawless victory," Lunatic chirped before a confused look came across his face. "Oh wait, those are 2 different games." Shrugging his shoulder in indifference, Lunatic continued, "Meh, whatever. I still win." Snapping his fingers, a unicycle suddenly appeared in front of the boy, who quickly jumped onto it and wheeled away, laughing as he looked for his next fight. "Reducto," Andromeda shouted, blasting yet another nameless thug down the hallway as she and the others desperately looked for somewhere to hide. "There's too many," Ginny cried in fear, causing her mother to quickly pull her into a hug. "It's okay. Everything is going to be okay. You shouldn't make promises you can't keep, lady," a voice suddenly said, causing Andromeda to raise her wand again as she looked around for the voice's origin. A moment later, Livewire suddenly exploded out of a computer terminal a few feet from them. As the group watched warily, the villainess cracked her neck twice before looking at them and smirking sarcastically. "I just want Arcane. Tell me which of these brats is him, and I'll let the rest of you go free." "Reducto," shouted Andromeda. "Bombarda," shouted Dora. "Petrificus totalis," Molly shouted. 3 beams of light sailed toward Livewire, who only had a moment to stare in shock before she quickly zapped away into the lights overhead, causing the 3 spells to sail harmlessly down the hallway, seeing their target disappear. The witches pointed their wands up warily as they tried to see where Livewire would come from next. "You have to use water," Harry cried. "It's the only thing that will hurt her. Didn't your parents ever tell you not to give out spoilers, kid?" Livewire asked from behind the group, causing them to spin in place. Unfortunately, they were not fast enough to stop Livewire's next attack, reaching out. The villainess suddenly put her hand on Molly's shoulder, causing the woman to cry out in agony as she suddenly found herself being electrocuted, sparks flying off of her body. "Mum!" 4 voices cried out at once as Livewire laughed at the damage she was doing. "Confringo!" Hermione's voice cried out, sending a blast of energy slamming into Livewire. "Sendin'!" G. The villainess sailing backward and slamming into the far wall with a painful crunch. As the Weasleys surrounded their downed mother, Andromeda stalked toward Livewire, who was shakily getting to her feet, using the wall to support herself. "What the heck was that? That hurt," Livewire demanded, eyeing the group with a more wary eye. She had never been hurt like that before, and as far as she knew, nothing but water could even hurt her. Yet someone, that little bushy-haired kid, had caused her more pain than she had ever felt with a single word. "What are you, a bunch of witches or something? You like causing pain, don't you?" Andromeda asked in a deadly cold voice that seemed to freeze Livewire in place. Then how about you experience some of it, yourself? Crucio. A red beam of light slammed into Livewire. Pain, unlike anything she had ever experienced before, took over her, causing her to collapse to the ground as she shrieked in absolute agony and twitched on the floor. For several seconds, Andromeda held Livewire under the torture curse, the fabled, black madness, appearing and making the witch look almost like a mirror reflection of her sister. Aunt Andy, stop, Harry screamed, causing Andromeda to end her curse as she turned to her nephew. You're going to kill her. Seeing the look of horror on Harry's face seemed to snap Andromeda out of her madness. She turned back to the villainess, only to see that her curse had caused Livewire to fall unconscious from the pain, though her body still twitched from the after effects. Quickly striding toward Molly, Andromeda pushed her children away before running her wand over the pale woman. She was badly injured from the electrical attack, but nothing that a dose of Dittany wouldn't solve, thankfully. Turning to the children, Andromeda saw that Hermione was still standing with her wand pointed at where Livewire had been, apparently in shock at what she had just done. Hermione, love, Andromeda said gently, ousing the girl to flinch before slowly lowering her wand and turning to face Andromeda. That was very well done. Good job. Yeah, thanks, Hermione, Ron added, hugging the girl, who returned the hug a moment later. Dora, help me get Molly to her feet. We're leaving, Andromeda said quickly as she threw one of Molly's arms over her shoulder. A moment later, her daughter had done the same, and two of them began to drag Molly to her feet before slowly making their way down the hallway. What do you mean, leaving? Harry asked as he and the others followed. I had an emergency portkey a few days ago in case the worst should come to pass, Andromeda added. We're going to use it to take us back to England. No, Harry cried out angrily, I won't leave Raven and Loony behind. This is not up for discussion. Andromeda snapped back, I am your aunt, and you will do as I say. But what about Raven and Loony? Harry asked pathetically. They could be killed. I very much doubt that, Andromeda scoffed. Your sister is more than capable of taking care of herself. And as for your mad little friend, I would be more worried about what will happen to them than to him. Perhaps your time would be better spent worrying about your own self, Grodd's voice said silkily as he rounded the corner at the head of a dozen goons, causing the group to collectively pale as one. Get to my room, Andromeda snarled, throwing off Molly's arm and causing Dora to gasp at the weight she suddenly had to support herself. The portkey is a rubber duck sitting next to my bed. The activation word is England. Now go. Drawing her wand, Andromeda immediately began firing off every curse and hex she knew, dropping 3 goons before they dove for cover. I'm not leaving you, Mum. Ra shouted back as the mercs began to fire around the corner, causing Andromeda to throw up a shield. Turning her head to look behind her, Andromeda all but snarled at her daughter. Your responsibility, Ty, is to protect your cousin and the other children. Mine is to protect you. Now go. I don't know what a portkey is, Grodd roared, but none of you will leave this tower alive. Pulling a black family spell from her memory, Andromeda slashed her wand through the air, sending a sickly green beam of light that began to melt everything it came into contact with. Grodd and his men stared in horror. As the once pristine hallways suddenly looked like a smelting factory of twisted metal and burnt rubber. Biting her lip in self-hatred at what her mother was asking her to do, even as she realized that she had no other choice, Dora began to slowly back her way down the hallway toward her mother's room. Seeing that she couldn't protect them and carry their mother simultaneously, the twins quickly took Molly from Dora, causing the girl to nod her thanks as she drew her wand and began to lead the children back down the hallway from whence they'd come. Behind the group, Dora could hear her moth screaming out curses as the giant gorilla they'd encountered roared angrily. As they reached Andromeda's room, Dora sighed in relief, only to swear angrily a moment later when the door wouldn't open. You didn't really think it would be that easy, did you? Gizmo's voice said from out of the speakers. You bastard, Dora shouted angrily before blasting the speakers to bits. Turning back to the door, Dora exclaimed, Bombarda Maxima. Quote, the door and the surrounding wall disappeared in a shower of dust and debris, causing the group to cough as they entered the room. Spotting the rubber duck sitting next to her mother's bed, Dora immediately grabbed it and spun around so that the others could do the same. Dora couldn't help but smile as she saw that everyone had a finger on the portkey. The twins had pressed their mother's hand to the duck to ensure she wouldn't be left behind. "We're safe," Dora thought with relief, even as she felt sadness rip through her at the thought of leaving her boyfriend behind. "Forgive me, Garfield." "England," Dora said softly as she shut her eyes in despair. Instantly, she felt the familiar pull around her navel as though she were attached to a bungee cord. And the world began to spin uncontrollably. A few moments later, she and the others crashed hard onto the carpet of her home and began to groan in misery. Rising to her feet, Dora's sense of relief vanished as she saw that Harry was not among them. "Where's Harry?" Dora cried out in horror. "Where is he? He must have let go before anyone noticed," Hermione replied in shock. "That stupid, pig-headed son of a..." Dora shouted, stopping herself from cursing at the last minute through sheer force of will. "What do we do?" Ron cried out in fear. "Harry needs help. He's going to get himself killed." "There's nothing we can do," Dora shouted back. "Your mother needs to see a healer, and that portkey was a one-way trip. Harry and Mum are on their own." As Dora began to help the twins lift their mother towards the fireplace, everyone closed their eyes in horror at Harry's stupid decision to stay behind, each praying that he and all the others in Jump City would be alright. Gizmo stared at the screen in front of him with a slack jaw. He still couldn't believe what he had just seen, to be completely honest, because it simply wasn't possible. 1 minute, the group was standing in the center of the room holding a rubber duck. Then the teenager shouted out, "England," and they had all disappeared without a trace. Only Harry remained, and as the others disappeared, the boy quickly dove out of the hole that once was a door before disappearing down the hallway and out of sight. "How the crud did they do that?" Gizmo spat angrily as he began furiously typing commands into his portable computer. "Oh, Gizmo," a voice suddenly sang out from behind him, making the teenage spin about wildly, only for his face to fall as he saw Lunatic standing in the doorway, holding a giant maul. Eden grinning at him in a way that promised nothing but pain. "You got some splaining to do." Before Gizmo could do anything more than cry out in alarm, Lunatic rushed forward and slammed his mallet across Gizmo's face, spinning the teen completely around and sending some of his teeth flying through the air. Seeing the teeth sail past him, Lunatic chuckled for a moment before singing out, "I'm the cavity goon." Looking down at the unconscious teenager, Lunatic frowned at his lack of reaction. "Seriously? Nothing? Don't tell me that you've never seen Timmy the Tooth." Gizmo said nothing, still unconscious. And Lunatic kicked the boy's body in disgust. "I'm surrounded by Philistines." Taking a moment to smash Gizmo's laptop to bits, Lunatic turned and strode out of the room to look for another person to fight. Author's note: "You spin me right round as the property of Dead or Alive, and as such, I claim no ownership of it. The same goes for Timmy the Tooth, which is owned by Bomb Productions." I hope you enjoyed this latest chapter. The next one will be the last part of this battle. Chapter 38. Oh, crap, 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 crap. Harry thought as he ran down the darkened hallway, "I'm such an idiot. Why did I let go of the portkey? Aunt Andromeda is going to kill me." Slowly peeking around the corner, Harry could see the hallway looked empty, completely trashed but empty. Releasing a sigh of relief, Harry slowly closed his eyes and slid down the wall, stopping on the balls of his heels and resting his face in his hands. Finally alone, Harry slowed his breathing and tried to regain control of his panicky thoughts. In truth, Harry had no idea why he didn't simply leave with the others. It was as though some part of him refused to flee while his friends stayed behind to fight. Fight for him. Harry fully acknowledged that this situation was partly his and Looney's fault. Lex Luthor played a massive role in this meaningless slaughter, no doubt, and would pay for his part if Harry had any say in it. But Harry had to admit that he and Lunatic also played a role in this violence, and he would face the consequences without complaint when it came time to do so. "What are we crouching here for?" a voice suddenly whispered into Harry's ear, making the boy cry out in a shrill voice as he jumped away, landing a few feet away on his butt, not far away, seated on his own butt and holding his sides. Lunatic was cackling merrily at his friend's reaction. "You sounded like a girl." Lunatic laughed as he began to roll from side to side, still holding his sides. "Oh man. If the press could have heard that. I can see it now. Arcane screams like a little girl after being surprised by his friend. Shut up. Harry shushed as he jumped to his feet, jumped on top of his friend, and hurriedly put his hands over Lunatic's mouth to make the boy quiet down. There could be someone nearby. You wanna get us caught? So what if we are? Lunatic sneered. These morons are weaklings. I've already taken out like 24. 5 more, and I get a free McFlurry. As Lunatic cackled at his own joke, Harry couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Loony, I really need you to pay attention for the next few minutes, okay? An enormous smile and a nod were the only responses that Harry received, and he had to take a moment to swallow the urge to strangle his best friend before he managed to calm himself down enough to speak again. Okay, good. Now, we need to clear out the tower. Then we need to go out there and help Raven and the others. We do? Lunatic asked in surprise. But Raven told us to stay here. That was before she realized the size and scope of this battle. Harry argued, there's no way that any of us were expecting something like this. And the heroes out there are gonna need all the help they can get. But, Lunatic replied warily, but I'm not a hero. You could be, Harry replied with feeling, I've always said it, Loony. You helped me today, and I promise that Cadmus will never be able to come after you again. You'll be a hero that the whole world over will celebrate, and Cadmus won't be able to touch you. Harry could see that his argument was working on Lunatic, who was anxiously worrying his lip as his eyes flashed back and forth madly. But what if I don't want to be a hero? Lunatic whined. Being a hero is so boring. Plus, I won't be able to make merry anymore. I'll have to be a goody-goody. No, you don't, Harry retorted. Haven't you ever heard of Deadpool? He's a hero, maybe not all the time, but he's regarded as one. Deadpool. I'll lend you my comics later, Harry said quickly, waving away Lunatic's upcoming question. For now, though, I need your help. Please. Lunatic stared at Harry for a moment, and Harry wondered worriedly if his friend would accept. Then the boy's face split into a massive smile before he jumped to his feet and quickly pulled Harry to his own. Of course I will, Lunatic replied. That's all you had to ask. Unable to show his gratitude in any other way, Harry pulled his friend into a tight embrace, hugging Lunatic for all he was worth. Thank you, Loony, Harry breathed as his friend hugged him back. Loony will always be there to help his best friend, Lunatic replied softly before the two boys pulled away from each other and stood awkwardly. A sudden show oop made both boys turn to see where the noise had originated from, only for Harry to turn red with rage as he saw a thug run past carrying his cherry red guitar. That's my guitar, Harry snarled, extending his arms. A moment later, 4 of his tentacles came out of his back and wound themselves around Harry's body. In an instant, Harry had transformed into his arcane persona, his green eyes glowing with power, and 4 tentacles extended from his back and swaying threateningly. Turning to his friend, Harry almost laughed at the expression on Lunatic's face. That was awesome, Lunatic breathed in awe before he began to bounce on his feet. Do it again. Ooh, this time say, it's morphin' time. Please, please. God, you can be annoying sometimes, Harry scoffed as he turned and began storming toward his room. Lunatic trailing behind him with a pout. Nah, you take that back. Hey, don't ignore me. Raven gasped for air as she leaned against the hospital's pillar. This had been her 33rd time teleporting survivors and victims alike to safety in larger and larger numbers. What had started as a small battle had soon transformed into a war, and Superman had been forced to put out a call to any and all heroes nearby who could help. Not long after that, the governor declared martial law and sent in the National Guard to try and aid the heroes in putting an end to the villains' brutal destruction. Soon after this, the general in charge and Superman agreed that those with teleportation abilities would be used to try and evacuate as many innocents as possible. Raven and the others had immediately been put to work, but after 3 hours of this, Raven was running on fumes and desperately needed a break. However, there were still so many people in the city who might be killed if Raven didn't get them to safety. As she wearily rose back to her full height, Raven couldn't help but look toward Titan's tower, though she couldn't see it through the smoke. Silently praying that Harry and the others were still safe, far from this battle, Raven took a deep, shuddering breath and teleported away again. Floyd Lawton, also known as Deadshot, was having the time of his life from his perch high up in a skyscraper that was still under construction. As one of the most sought-after mercenaries on Earth, Deadshot had the privilege of being able to choose which jobs he'd take with a more discerning eye than most in his line of work. When he'd heard about the price that Lex Luthor had put on the heads of Arcane and Lunatic, Deadshot had almost turned the offer down. Not wanting to participate in an alliance with what he saw were lesser criminals than himself. He'd finally accepted Grodd's proposition because of how dangerous Deadshot saw this job as being. If there was one thing that Deadshot loved above all others, it was danger. The more dangerous a job was, the more excited it made him feel. It reminded him that he was alive, and every time he came home victorious. It gave him a better high than any drug ever could. Laid out flat on his belly, gazing through the scope of his high-powered sniper rifle, Deadshot gave a sigh of satisfaction as he pulled the trigger and watched as a nameless National Guard soldier was sent over the hood of a parked car in a shower of blood. 52. Deadshot whispered happily as he began to look for his next victim. Before he could lock onto anyone else, however, something suddenly grabbed his leg and violently pulled him backward across the floor. Flipping onto his back, Deadshot raised his arm and fired his wrist gun at his assailant, watching with annoyance as the bullets bounced off of Batman's armor. With a grunt, Batman releases his hold on Deadshot's leg and leaps away from the bullets, disappearing into the shadows a second later. "Why don't you come out and face me, Bat?" Deadshot growled as he quickly rose to his feet, his wrist gun moving back and forth as he looked up at the rafters for his hated target. "Surely you're not scared of little old me. Why are you here, Lawton?" Batman's voice growled from somewhere in the shadows, making Deadshot spin around and draw a second handgun from his side. "You've never taken contracts on kids before. So, why now?" "Oh, I ain't here for the kids, Batman," Deadshot replied. "Personally, I hope you and your friends keep both them boys safe. I'm only here for the fun. And to keep my numbers up." "Those people aren't numbers," Batman roared, coming out of the shadows from behind Deadshot and delivering a devastating punch to the man's head before he could turn and defend. The punch sends the hitman flying several feet across the room, finally coming to a stop when his back slams into the wall. With a groan of pain, Deadshot rose shakily to his feet and aimed his wrist gun at where Batman should have been, but he was gone again. "What else should I call them, then?" Deadshot yelled. "What have those pathetic sheep done with their lives except wait for me to blow their brains out?" "You're insane," Batman's voice growled from seemingly everywhere yet nowhere, making Deadshot back away slowly as his weapon swung back and forth. "Damn it," Deadshot growled. "Where are you?" "Here," Batman's voice hissed in Deadshot's ear, making the hitman cry out in alarm before his world went dark. "Enough," Superman snarled, holding Firefly by the throat and violently ripping the pyromaniac's jetpack off in a shower of sparks and smoke. Superman had been chasing Firefly for quite some time now, but the man had managed to evade Superman at nearly every turn until now. "You're no fun," Firefly growled. Fun. Superman yelled angrily, spinning the man around and forcing him to look at the burning city around them. "Look at what you've done. How many are now dead because of you? Isn't it beautiful?" Firefly gushed. "My finest work yet. It'll be pretty hard to top this one." At that moment, Superman would have given anything to hand Firefly over to his alter ego, the homicidal Superman who had once killed President Luthor. Instead, he swiftly lowered the two of them to the street and bent a nearby lamppost around the cursing villain. Growing weary of the still taunting villain's voice, Superman silenced him completely a moment later when he quickly punched Firefly's head, knocking him out and leaving him unconscious in the street. A moment later, a military Humvee came screeching to a halt in front of him, out of which jumped two soldiers. "Superman, sir," the sergeant called out, "General Miles sent me to find you, sir. There's a group of villains tearing up downtown, and Green Arrow is trying to hold them all alone. Our troops are spread too thin to offer any aid. Tell the general that I'm headed to back up Green Arrow. Then the Justice League will start deploying heroes to back up your troops on an as-needed basis." "Yes, sir." The sergeant replied with a salute before jumping back into the vehicle and quickly speeding away as Superman shot into the air and disappeared in a flash toward downtown. Oliver Queen, also known as Green Arrow, joked many times, "I'm gonna die." He'd done. It is a cry of terror after angering one-night stands by forgetting their names. He'd done it as a cry of boredom on those days when he was forced to attend those tedious board meetings, where his directors would bellow and complain about one thing or another that was costing them money as if they weren't already richer than most could ever dream. At the moment, he was currently using that cry as proof of his own idiocy as he narrowly avoided being hit for the third time by one of Heatwave's fire blasts. When he'd seen what was happening in Jump City from his penthouse apartment, he'd immediately suited up and used one of the Justice League's Zeta tubes to teleport to the battleground, determined to help in any way he could. 3 hours later, Green Arrow was bruised, bleeding, and running dangerously low on arrows. Dodging another near miss of fire, Green Arrow reached behind him and grimaced when he felt only 3 arrows remaining in his quiver. "Give up, elf," Heatwave snarled. "I promise I won't burn you completely. Just a little bit. Think of it like a sunburn, only a lot worse." "I appreciate the offer," Green Arrow quipped back from behind his hiding car, scanning the area for the rest of Heatwave's allies, "but I can't afford a sunburn. It'll keep me from enjoying the rest of the summer." "Yeah, I don't like fire either," someone laughed from behind Green Arrow, making him turn around and see Captain Cold grinning down at him from atop a pile of destroyed cars, his freeze gun pointed right at the horrified hero. Before he could pull the trigger, however, Jin X suddenly appeared as though out of nowhere and delivered a powerful sucker punch that knocked the ice villain off of his perch into the ground 10 feet below with a painful cry. "Thanks for the assist," Green Arrow replied with a nod. "Wasn't too sure I could nail him in time." "Then maybe choose a better weapon," Jinx smirked back. "I mean, what exactly are you when you run out of arrows?" "Green, man. I prefer to call him Elf," Heatwave said from his cover where he'd been listening. "Yeah, Elf works," Jinx replied, rubbing her chin thoughtfully and making Green Arrow shake his head in exasperation. "Are you gonna help me or just continue to insult me?" "Well, since you asked so nicely." Jinx smirked before taking a running leap into the air and unleashing a virtual volley of pin-K destruction upon the street and anything that might be on it. Several cars exploded into oblivion as Jinx's pink blast hit them. Green Arrow heard Heatwave cry out momentarily before he was silenced. Several moments later, when the destruction had finally ended, Green Arrow rose shakily to his feet and surveyed what Jinx had done. The street was utterly destroyed, with deep pits gouged into the concrete. Cars burned out of control everywhere, creating a furnace of fire and smoke that began to make Green Arrow tear up, and lying unconscious near a burning vehicle was an unconscious Heatwave. "Are you crazy?" Green Arrow asked Jinx, leaning uncaringly against an overturned car and examining her fingernails. "Quite possibly," Jinx replied, stunning Green Arrow with her honesty. "Regardless," Green Arrow continued, unwilling to lose the initiative, "if you're a hero, then you should know that we don't kill our enemies." "Oh please," Jinx scoffed, rolling her eyes, "if I wanted to kill him, he'd be dead. I was in complete control." "You call that control?" Green Arrow demanded, sweeping his arm out towards the destroyed street. "No, I call that job security for the construction companies of Jump City." Jinx spat back, causing Green Arrow's mouth to drop open at her reply. Before he could reply, Green Arrow heard a distinctive hiss and turned around, drawing and pulling back his bow to see Killer Croc climbing over a pile of fallen rock and looking hungry. "Well, look here," Croc drooled, "someone left me a snack." "Not today, Croc," Green Arrow quipped, "why don't you go rack down Captain Hook and finish him off? Amusing little worm, ain't ya?" A silky voice said from the darkness of the alley next to them, causing Jinx to raise her fists defensively, circles of pink surrounding them. A moment later, Plastique and Scarecrow walked out of the alley, causing both heroes to share a worrying look. A second later, Mammoth walks out behind the pair, causing Jinx's eyes to widen in surprise. "Jinx," Mammoth asked before a dark look of hate came across his face, "you filthy traitor." "Calm down, Mammoth," Scarecrow says quickly, there's no need for this to get ugly. Too late, I think, Green Arrow replied, looking at the villain. I mean, have you even seen a mirror lately? Enough jokes, Plastique sneered. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. Or fight and die, I really don't care which. Pulling the bowstring back further, Green Arrow simply sneers at her. No thanks, not in the mood to surrender. Especially when I've got you right where I want you. By this point, Mammoth had completely lost his temper and issued a roar of rage before leaping into the air with both fists raised as though to crush Jinx and her green ally flat. Both quickly leapt away, causing the other villains to attack as well. You left us, Mammoth snarled as he swung left and right, desperately trying to hit Jinx, who danced out of his way effortlessly. You betrayed us. And for what? Some brat. Don't call him that, Jinx snarled back, unleashing a dozen pink blades that spun forward and slashed Mammoth's arms to pieces from where he covered his head to avoid her attack. We were your family, Mammoth growled, and you threw us away the first chance that something better came along. I offered you the chance to join me. Jinx spat. I gave you the same chance I was given. And what was my reward for that? You attacked me. You broke my arm. You made your choice, just like I made mine. Mammoth said nothing as he remembered the last time he'd spoken to his friend. It was true that she'd offered to let him join the Titans as well, but he was so disgusted by her supposed betrayal that he'd lost himself in his rage and attacked her, breaking her arm. Before the other Titans came to her defense and arrested him, he had no chance to respond to her words. The moment he opened his mouth, a red and blue blur slammed into him, sending him through a nearby wall and into oblivion. Green Arrow was not doing much better in his fight against Plastique, Scarecrow, and Killer Croc. Immediately put on the defense, Green Arrow fired his last concussion arrow into Croc's mouth as the monster tried to tear off the hero's arm. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the arrow went off, and Croc's head was blasted backward, causing him to fall to the ground, unconscious as smoke billowed out from his mouth. Reaching back again, Green Arrow loaded and fired another arrow at Plastique, which she ducked quickly. As the arrow hit the ground, it began to billow smoke, temporarily creating a cloud cover that left everyone in the vicinity coughing slightly. Squinting through the haze, Green Arrow reached back to his quiver again, only to pale as he realized that he had nothing left. Shifting his grip on his bow, the hero now held his weapon like a staff as he tried to spot any sign of his enemies. A sudden grunt of pain behind him made Green Arrow spin around and raise his bow to strike, only for another cry to echo from behind, making him spin around again, only to see a grinning Superman holding an unconscious Plastique and Scarecrow. Easy there, Robin Hood, Superman chuckled. You could put someone's eye out. Oh man, even you're making fun of me now. Green Arrow groaned. This day freaking sucks, man. On the bright side, it's almost over, Superman chuckled as he threw the two unconscious criminals onto the ground. He casually walked over toward a nearby phone pole and ripped the wire off of it, as Jinx and Green Arrow continued to watch. Superman then wrapped the wire around the two unconscious villains tight so that they couldn't escape. Now then, Superman said, clapping his hands together and turning to face his allies once he was done. We've retaken almost the whole city. The few remaining villains are moving towards downtown. I've alerted all heroes to head that way so that we can surround the few that remain and put an end to this. As good a plan as any, I suppose, Green Arrow grumbled. I'm going to need more arrows, though. In the time it took for someone to blink, Superman had disappeared and reappeared a quiver full to the brim with arrows, holding them out to Green Arrow with a smirk. Show off, Green Arrow scoffed as he took the quiver and threw it over his shoulder. Shall we? Without waiting for an answer, Green Arrow ran toward downtown, while Superman shot into the sky, and Jinx leapt towards the nearest building. With a sigh of contempt, John Jones incapacitated another nameless foe. Lower of Gorilla Grodd's mad scheme to take young Harry hostage. These criminals were like cockroaches, in that no matter how many the Martian took down, another seemed to take their place. As he rounded the next corner, he heard an inhuman shriek echo from further down the hall, causing him to quicken his steps to find its origin. His eyes widened as he rounded the next corner and saw Andromeda too. NKS spinning and twirling as she dodged bullets and screamed in a frenzy, her hair wild and flying about her head, making her look quite mad, wand firing hexes and curses at anyone foolish enough to come within sight of her. Someone kill that damn witch already! Grodd roared from where he hid, only occasionally poking his head around the corner to see how his forces were doing, only to duck back. Out of sight when a beam of light narrowly missed him. We're wasting time, we need to find those brats. No, we need to end this, Jean said, raising his arms as his eyes filled with power, instantly. The last few thugs lifted into the air before slamming hard on the floor, knocking them all out instantly. Seeing his forces wiped out in an instant, Grodd snarled in fury before making a quick getaway. Seeing that she was finally out of the fight, Andromeda's arm dropped to her side as she collapsed to her knees. Where are the children? Andromeda gasped as Jean helped her shakily to her feet. I don't know, Jean answered truthfully. I can no longer sense your daughter or the others in the tower, so I can only guess that they managed to escape all except Harry. Harry is still in the tower. Andromeda gasped in shock. We must find him. I will find and stop Grodd, Jean replied firmly. You need to rest. You've more than done your part, my lady. Andromeda blushed a moment before nodding in understanding. A moment later, Jean helped lower her gently to the ground so that she was seated against the wall. Nodding firmly, Jean turned and began to float down the hull that Grodd had retreated down. Maybe I'll just close my eyes for a moment, Andromeda slurred as her eyes closed softly and slowly. With a cry of pain, the thug who had been trying to steal Harry's guitar slammed into the far wall. No doubt breaking several bones from the force of the impact. Sneering in disgust, Arcane swung the guitar over his shoulder and continued making his way back to his room. Behind him, Lunatic was giggling madly at the destruction his friend was unleashing. It had simply been too long since Lunatic had seen Harry's wrath firsthand, and he had forgotten how entertaining it was to watch. Bunch of no-good thieves, Arcane grumbled. Bad enough they wrecked my house, but now they are trying to steal my Gibson. That's it, Harry, Lunatic laughed merrily, pinning on the spot and changing his clothes into a long black robe several sizes too big and covering his face. Embrace your anger, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. Harry said nothing, knowing that replying to his friend's annoying antics would only make them worse. As the pair rounded the last corner, they began to hear what sounded like an electric ballad playing, along with the sound of someone screaming. Sharing a look, Lunatic transformed back into his regular clothes, and the two slowly made their way to Harry's room. Peeking around the corner, the pair could see nay of the thug screaming as he played the guitar that Constantine had given Harry, the man's fingers bleeding as they were sliced to ribbons. But the thing that made both boys pale with horror was long metal tubes that had seemingly stabbed into the thug's arms and were drawing blood from him into the guitar, giving it an eerie red glow. So that's what it does, Arcane replied after a moment. Thanks for the warning. Constantine, you dick, I'm telling Raven. So, should we save him, or, Lunatic asked, leaving it up to his friend on what to do. Might as well, I suppose, Arcane replied with a shrug. The pair walked into the room with a casual swagger. Striding right up to the still screaming thug, Arcane gave the man a hard punch to the face, instantly knocking the man out and causing him to drop to the floor. As soon as the man stopped playing, the metal tubes retracted from the man's arms and back into the guitar, causing it to once again look like an ordinary if badass guitar. Not gonna lie, that's really gross, Lunatic replied in disgust, edging away from the guitar as Arcane lowered his hood and looked around the room with growing anger. Look at what they did to my room. The room had been tossed. Harry's once pristine bookshelves left disheveled, with books thrown here and there. So, too, were his DVDs thrown carelessly to the floor as the criminals looked for riches. His mattress had been thrown off of the bed, and in an act of pure pettiness, his posters had been ripped down as well. Harry's hidden compartment, where he kept his guitars, lay open. With two guitars missing, the one on his back and the one on the floor, thankfully. Harry guessed that when the savage guitar began attacking the thug, his friend must have bolted in terror. Understandable, really, all things considered. My room, Harry mumbled sadly, making Lunatic roll his eyes. Hey, at least you still have a room. They blew mine up. Pity you weren't in it. A voice cried. Ma. King Harry quickly lifted his hood back up and Lunatic to raise his fists defensively. Harry's door suddenly exploded in a shower of dust and debris, out of which Star Sapphire flew, flying up toward the ceiling and stopping there. Floating a few feet above their heads and smirking in victory. "Hello, boys. Thanks for making this so easy for me." "You," Lunatic growled angrily, his iris turning into slits as he stared up at the woman who had destroyed his bag end. He'd already found Livewire earlier, but she'd been unconscious, so he'd been unable to pay her back for what she'd done to his home. "Is she the one who hurt you?" Arcane asked softly, turning to glare up at the villainess when he saw Lunatic nod. "Children, this doesn't need to be unpleasant," Star Sapphire said with a smirk, "simply come with me. And I promise that no one will need to get hurt." "You hurt Looney," Arcane growled, his eyes flashing unnervingly, "your ass is mine." As Arcane launched himself into the air, Lunatic jumped after him, snarling. "Not if I get to her first." With a scowl of disgust, Star Sapphire spat, "So be it." Before she could launch one of her blasts, Arcane had shot one of his tentacles at her, latching onto her wrist. Lunatic had jumped onto said tentacle and was cackling madly as he ran up it toward the glaring villain. Lunatic was an excellent fighter. You had to be, living by yourself in Gotham City. Arcane was an even better fighter, having spent the last 3 years learning everything that Robin, now Nightwing, could possibly teach him. But together, the duo were an unstoppable force of nature. So in sync with their movements, one could instantly know where the other was and act accordingly. Lunatic charged up Arcane's tentacle, a large mallet held high above High's head in order to brain the scowling villain. With a growl, Star Sapphire yanked hard, causing Lunatic to stumble for a moment before he regained his footing. Arcane grunted with exertion as he tried to hold on to Star Sapphire, who violently struggled to free her arm, all while Lunatic balanced between the two. As though suddenly realizing that she had 2 arms, Star Sapphire began to fire blast after blast at the 2 heroes, forcing Arcane to detach his tentacle, lest he become unable to properly maneuver. Lunatic leapt into the air and cackled merrily as he fell backward onto Harry's mattress and bounced onto the floor. Arcane flew around the blasts and slammed his fist into the woman's jaw, sending her hurling into the far glass wall, which cracked but surprisingly held. Only pausing a moment to shake away her nausea, Star Sapphire blasted the oncoming Arcane into the ceiling, causing him to disappear in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a black tentacle shot out toward her, followed by another and then another, causing her to growl as she dipped and danced away from them all, before finally flying into the air, again. As he knelt on all fours, Lunatic felt one of Arcane's tentacles wrap around his waist and hurl him into the air toward Star Sapphire, who was so shocked at Arcane's action that it caused her to freeze long enough for Lunatic to slam into her, knocking them both to the ground with a painful oomph. "That hurt, you dick," Lunatic groaned as he rose shakily to his feet. "Well, it worked, didn't it?" Arcane retorted as Star Sapphire used Harry's bookshelf to leverage herself to her feet. "I will not," Star Sapphire growled, "I will not be beaten by a pair of children." "Appearances would say otherwise," Arcane quipped, causing Lunatic to snort and Star Sapphire to turn crimson with anger. Almost as though someone had rung the starting bell, the 3 charged at each other, Star Sapphire screaming in anger and hurling powerful bursts of light at the 2 boys, who easily dodged and tried to send their own attacks. This went on for several minutes. Lunatic would conjure an anvil with the intent to squash the criminal, only for her to blast it to bits. Arcane would attempt to impale her, only for Star Sapphire to knock it away with a well-timed blast. Before anyone realized it, the 3 had left Harry's room and brought their fight into the narrow hallway. Star Sapphire's movements were much more restricted. Dropping onto her shoulder, Lunatic suddenly covered Star Sapphire's eyes and cried out gleefully. "Guess who? Get off me, you little freak." Star Sapphire snarled, managing to grab the boy and throwing him off of her shoulders. A second later, one of Arcane's tentacles wrapped around her throat from behind, slowly strangling her as Lunatic hit the floor and rolled to his feet. Without pausing, Lunatic charged forward and used the wall as leverage to jump into the air towards her, delivering 2 solid hits to Star Sapphire's stomach before latching onto Arcane's tentacle and sliding down its length with one hand, finally landing cat-like next to Arcane as Star Sapphire collapsed to the floor and gasped for air. Not giving his enemy a chance to retaliate, Arcane charged forward and slammed his knee into Star Sapphire's face as she slowly climbed to her knees, smiling under his hood as he heard her nose break. As she slammed onto her back, Star Sapphire tried one final time to raise herself back up, only for Lunatic to follow up Arcane's attack by hitting a flathead shovel into her face, sending her head slamming onto the floor with a slam. That completely knocked her out. Leaning heavily on the shovel for a moment while Arcane leaned one hand against the nearby wall, both boys began to chuckle, which then turned into full-blown laughter. That laughter died away instantly as Grodd came charging around the corner at full speed. Seeing his two targets, Grodd released an ear-shattering roar of rage, slowing for only a moment before he charged at them. "It's King Kong. Someone call Godzilla," Lunatic shouted before throwing the shovel at the charging gorilla. Grodd batted the shovel away with a snarl as he continued his charge, causing Arcane to jump into the air and fly down the hallway. As he passed, Lunatic jumped onto Arcane's back and began to stand on his friend as he flew down the hallway, like one would stand on a skateboard. "I can show you the world," Lunatic sang, shining, shimmering splendid. "Not the time," Arcane snapped angrily as Grodd roared after them. Sparing a second, Arcane glanced behind him to see how close their pursuer was, only to gasp as he watched Grodd jump from the floor to the wall and then up into the air, managing to grab Arcane's left leg and bring the three of them crashing to the floor. Combining 6 tentacles into one, Arcane delivered an overpowered punch to the gorilla's jaw in a devastating uppercut that sent Grodd crashing through the drywall of the ceiling several seconds before slamming back into the ground several feet away. "Draw him to the danger room," Arcane shouted, scrambling quickly to his feet and roughly pulling Lunatic to his own. "It's our only chance. You will not escape me, human filth," Grodd roared as he charged at them again. "Run," Arcane screamed, desperately trying not to panic. Harry was under no illusions regarding his chances of winning in a fight against Grodd. He'd only been a hero for just under 2 years, for crying out loud. Flying over Lunatic, Arcane grabbed his raised arms, causing the boy to grunt painfully as Arcane jerked him into the air. The two flying as fast as Arcane could go toward the danger room while Grodd roared angrily at them from behind. "You will go no further," a voice said suddenly. "Cow." Sing Grodd to stop abruptly as Jean rose from out of the floor in between Grodd and the two boys. "Cool, it's a ghost," Lunatic replied cheerfully, causing Arcane to groan with annoyance as he continued to hold the boy several feet above the ground. Jean smirked slightly at the boy before slowly shaking his head and returning to the fuming Grodd. "The tower is no longer safe," Jean replied firmly. "I will hold Grodd here and make sure he can do no more damage. You two should head to Town Hall. It has become the temporary headquarters for the National Guards and the Justice League. Your sister will be there." "Didn't you hear me?" Grodd snarled. "I said, no one is leaving." With a roar of challenge, Grodd charged toward the Martian, who said nothing as he flew forward to meet Grodd's challenge. As they met, a burst of energy flew outwards, making Arcane's cape flap dramatically. "I say we honor his last wish," Lunatic said at once, seeing how violent the battle was quickly becoming. "Aye," Arcane replied, seeing how outclassed he was, before turning and flying as fast as he could straight through the nearest window, as the two boys exploded out of the tower in a shower of glass. Lunatic issued a rooster crow of delight from where he was suspended by his arms, still in Arcane's grip. With a grunt of annoyance, Arcane pointed the pair toward the burning remains of Jump City Inn. D began to make his way toward City Hall, Grodd's roars echoing from the tower behind them. Author's note: "Okay, I lied. I fully intended this chapter to be the end of the Bounty arc, but it got so long that I had to split it into 2 separate chapters, so expect one more chapter after this one, and that's the end of this arc. I have written, rewritten, and rewritten again this bloody chapter. So I hope it holds up, lol. To those who have been haranguing me constantly, you win. Arcane will be joining the Young Justice team in the following few chapters. After his part in the Battle of Jump City, Raven and the others will wisely decide to get Arcane out of the state for a little while, as many will end up blaming him for it. However, I have not yet decided if Lunatic will also be joining the team. That depends on whether y'all want him to or not. I may also have to change the fanbase for this story, as it will no longer be just a Teen Titans story. Till next time. Chapter 39, EV. Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Lord begins playing. As Arcane and Lunatic began flying through the city, both boys couldn't help but gasp in horror. The sky was choked with smoke, and everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. Arcane could see people screaming below the pair, holding the bodies of loved ones who lay unmoving in their arms. Looney, did we cause this? Arcane asked in a small voice. It was just a prank. We were just making merry. Lunatic replied, his trademark smile gone and replaced with a look of absolute sorrow as they flew over a dark-skinned man sobbing as he hugged the body of a woman. Before either could say anything else, they were suddenly blasted out of the air by a blinding yellow light that caused Arcane to lose his grip on Lunatic and sent Arcane crashing into a parked jeep. Lunatic luckily managed to grab a hold of a lamppost as he fell, crying out in pain as his arms were given a savage jerk. As Arcane shook away the dizziness from the attack, he raised his head to see Sinestro floating several feet above him, arms crossed and smirking in a way that promised nothing but pain. Today must be my lucky day, the Yellow Lantern sneered. I had all but given up on Grodd's foolish plan and was about to leave this accursed city when the two boys I'm hunting fall right into my lap. Grodd did this? Arcane asked in horror as he slowly leveled himself back to his feet. Using the jeep as support, all these innocent people. No, boy, Sinestro replied coolly, you did this. You and your mad little friend angered the wrong man, and this destruction is the result. If you wish to blame someone, boy, I suggest you look in the mirror. Personally though, I'm impressed. To manage so much death and yet still be a child is amazing to behold. If you're capable of this as a child, who knows what atrocities you will inflict as you grow older. The words hit Arcane like physical blows, and for a moment, he was once again trapped in a vision of the future where he killed the whole world. Never. Arcane snarled as he shot into the air with such speed that it caught Sinestro by surprise, before he could bring up a suitable defense. Arcane poured as much power as he could into his arm and leveled a powerful sucker punch to the Yellow Lantern's jaw, sending him flying into the distance. Arcane groaned in agony as he felt several bones in his arm break from the power he had put into the punch. Falling to his knees, Arcane felt his left arm fall uselessly to his side. Lunatic, by this time, had managed to make his way down from where he'd been hanging, groaning as his arms shook with pain from being nearly torn from their sockets. That won't stop him for long, Lunatic groaned, and neither of us are in any fit state to take on someone of his power. We should get the hell out of here while we still have the chance. Agreed, Arcane replied as he reached behind him and began to rub his shoulder from where he'd hit the jeep. Filthy human, Sinestro roared as he suddenly tore out of the sky, his nose bleeding heavily from Arcane's last attack. Neither of you are going anywhere. I have had it with you assholes repeatedly saying that. Lunatic snarled, suddenly conjuring a cartoonishly large baseball bat. Arcane immediately snapped to his friend's side, and the two swung the bat as hard as they could. Sinestro, not expecting to suddenly face a baseball bat the size of a small yacht, could only gape for a moment before the bat connected with an explosion of energy that caused a gust of wind and sent the Yellow Lantern disappearing into the sky. Song ends. Asterisk. Snapping his fingers, Lunatic made the bat disappear before both boys collapsed to the ground and began to gasp for breath. This is your hometown. Harry, Lunatic gasped from where he lay on all fours. Where is City Hall? Struggling to regain his own breath, Arcane raised his head and took a quick glance around as he tried to get his bearings. Seeing the Titan's favorite restaurant not far away, Arcane released a gasp of relief. That's Tony's Pizzeria, so City Hall should be 2 blocks up and 1 block over. Then cheese get there, Lunatic replied as he struggled to his feet before reaching down and helping Arcane to his own. I don't know how much longer I can keep using my powers, I'm running on fumes here. Same, Arcane replied wearily. And I left my wand in my trunk. Trunk? Lunatic asked in surprise, what are you talking about? I'm not supposed to tell anyone, Arcane replied as he threw his arm over Lunatic's shoulder. I'm not just anyone, though, am I? Lunatic growled back, I thought I was your best friend. You are, loony. Then why won't you tell me where you've been for the last few months? Lunatic growled. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I came to see you, and the tower was empty, and no one would tell me where you'd gone. Unseen under his hood, Arcane worry ate his lip for a moment as he thought of what he should do. Lunatic was his best friend, but it was against the law for Arcane to tell him anything in regard to the magical world. But seeing the hurt and betrayal in Lunatic's eyes made Arcane's decision for him. Taking a deep breath, Arcane faced his first friend and spoke quickly before his nerve failed him. Okay, look, there's a hidden world that I belong to. What kind of hidden world? Lunatic asked as the pair began to limp down the street. You mean you went to space? No wonder I couldn't find you. No, not space, Arcane gasped as a wave of pain shot up his arm. I went to Scotland. As the pair slowly limped their way toward City Hall, Arcane told Lunatic all about his adventures over the past year. He told his friend about Hogwarts, about Voldemort, about how most of the wizarding world viewed Harry as the second coming of Merlin, and about how Raven would not be letting him return the following year due to Dumbledore's manipulations. By the tale's end, the pair had only another block to go, but Lunatic looked furious. After several tense moments of silence, Arcane wondered if he'd made a mistake in keeping it from his friend. I'm sorry, Loony, Arcane said softly, please don't stop being my friend. Please. Lunatic started at that and looked down at Arcane in surprise for a moment. Do you truly think so low of me, Harry? Lunatic asked in a hurt voice, that I would abandon you because you kept this from me? Yes, I'm a bit upset that you've basically kept the fact that all the wonderful things I've read about in Mr. Tolkien's books is, in fact, real, but now that I know why, how can I possibly be mad at you? Arcane couldn't help but release a sob of relief at that. He'd been so terrified that Lunatic, the little boy who all but worshipped J.R.R. Tolkien as his god, would see Harry's reticence to tell him about the wizarding world as the ultimate act of betrayal, and no longer want anything to do with him. Hearing otherwise brought Arcane a wave of happiness that nearly sent him to his knees. Instead, he wrapped his only good arm around his friend and hugged him for all he was worth, an act quickly copied by Lunatic, who held his friend close for a moment before both released their hold and continued to slow limp toward City Hall. Make no mistake, Harry, Lunatic continued in mock annoyance, if we survive this battle, I fully intend to grill you about everything concerning your new world. I've always wanted to ride a centaur, and now that I know they're real, you can bet your ass I'm going to do it. Arcane snorted at that, remembering what his care of magical creatures professor had told him about how proud centaurs were and how they would rather die than allow a human to ride them. He almost felt sorry for Lunatic when the poor boy discovered that there was no way any centaur would ever allow him to ride them like a horse. No, what I'm angry about, Lunatic continued, is the fact that your headmaster, who is basically a glorified high school principal, thinks he can manipulate my best friend like that. After this, I will have to make a trip to Scotland and teach him some manners. And don't even get me started on that Voldemort, douche. I'm gonna enjoy playing with him. Please don't. Arcane suddenly gasped in panic. Please, Loony. He took my parents. I couldn't bear it if he took you too. Lunatic was quiet for a moment at that before finally turning to his friend and speaking softly. Very well, then. But if the day ever comes when you must face him again, know that I will be by your side. Always. You're my best friend, Loony, Arcane sniffled. You always have been. Shut up. Lunatic snarked back, though Arcane could see the boy's eyes tear up a bit. How much further is it? We should be nearly there, Arcane replied. I think it's around the next corner if I have my bearings right. Good. No offense, but you're really heavy. I think you need to lay off the sweets. You're such an ass, you know that. Arcane growled back, causing his mad friend to cackle with delight as they rounded the corner. Grodd snarled with rage as he swiped at Jean. Only for his fist to pass harmlessly through the Martian, Jean retaliated with an uppercut to the gorilla's jaw that sent Grodd crashing through the ceiling for several feet, tearing the drywall to pieces, before finally he came to a rest at the far end of the hallway. You cannot win this fight, Grodd, Jean stated simply. It would be in your best interest to surrender. As Grodd climbed to his feet, He wiped his nose and growled as he saw blood on his fur. Raising his head to glare at the Martian, Grodd issued an ear-shattering roar of rage before turning and fleeing down the dark hallway. Jean paused for only a moment before he sped after his opponent, determined to capture him before the gorilla could escape. A few moments later, after both combatants had disappeared, a dark figure suddenly dropped from a hole in the ceiling and carefully looked around to ensure they were alone. Slowly, the figure made its way to Harry's room and began to search through it, ripping open his drawers and tearing through them before moving on to the next one. Finally, the figure seemed to find what they were looking for and held up what appeared to be an ordinary piece of paper. Harry Potter. The figure breathed as a smile spread across its face. So, that's who you are, Arcane. My master will be so happy to meet you. Carefully, the figure folded the paper from somewhere called Hogwarts, and pushed it into their pocket as it left the room before anyone could discover that they were there, their mission complete. Where could he have gone? Jean thought as he slowly floated down the darkened hallway, the only light coming from the flickering bulbs overhead and giving the hallway an eerie look that would not have been out of place in a horror movie. You cannot escape, Grodd, Jean called out, his voice echoing down the hallway. Come out and surrender. As Jean rounded the next corner, his eyes shot open in alarm as he saw Grodd standing at the entrance of the Titan's weapons room, holding a flamethrower. Before Jean could do anything but stare, Grodd pressed the trigger and unleashed a devastating wave of fire that quickly passed over the Martian. ND caused him to shriek in agony for a moment before collapsing to the floor, unconscious. Sneering in derision, Grodd threw the flamethrower to the floor before slowly making his way toward the fallen hero. Seeing his adversary was not moving, Grodd kicked the unconscious hero once in the side before quickly making his way out of the smoking hallway and back toward the boats in which he and his allies had arrived. Arcane and Lunatic might have escaped him, but that was only a temporary setback, one which he would quickly rectify. How are we supposed to get through that? Lunatic hissed as he and Arcane peeked around the corner at the literal battle that was currently happening between the National Guard and a horde of supervillains and their hired thugs. As the pair watched, KG Beast Sue D. Denley rose from behind a destroyed truck and hurled a grenade at a group of unsuspecting soldiers. Before it could do any damage, however, Superman suddenly appeared and grabbed the grenade, crushing it between his hands and causing a billow of smoke to emerge from between his hands. Before the criminal could react, Superman delivered a devastating punch that sent KG Beast crashing into the wall of a nearby deli, where he slowly slid to the ground, unconscious. A second later, Mammoth appeared as though out of nowhere and sucker-punched Superman, sending the hero disappearing into the smoke. Quote, "There's no way we can get to City Hall through all of that," Arcane replied softly, "not with us both running on fumes, as we are." "So, what do we do?" Lunatic asked, loath though he was to admit it. He was running dangerously low on power. "We'll have to double back," Arcane replied thoughtfully. "How far?" "At least 4 blocks. 4 blocks. Lunatic cried out. "The whole city is a war zone. And you want to walk another 4 blocks? I can barely create anything at this point. And with your broken arm, you're in no better shape. Unless you want to try and make our way through that." Anne replied as the pair watched Wonder Woman appear from the smoke and begin to fight against Cheetah. "I don't think we have any other options." With an exaggerated groan of annoyance, Lunatic took off his top hat and ran his hand through his long red hair. "Let's just get this over with," Lunatic replied as he put his top hat back on, before one of these idiots realizes we're here. Throwing Arcane's arm back over his shoulder, Lunatic began to limp back down the alley they had just come from as the sounds of battle faded behind them. As Grodd's boat flew across the water at speeds that were definitely not safe, he snarled in fury at how badly his carefully planned strategy to capture the 2 brats had failed. As the boat slammed into the wooden port, creating a shower of broken wood and twisted metal, Grodd jumped into the air and landed with an oomph, before running as fast as he could toward where he knew City Hall was. He'd heard the Martian tell the 2 boys to head there, ND unless Grodd managed to head them off, all hope of recovering the bounty on their heads would be lost. Reaching up to his ear, Grodd snarled out, "If anyone can hear this, Arcane and Lunatic have escaped the tower. They're headed to City Hall, and if any of you want to get paid, we need to capture them before they do." Only static answered Grodd's call, and with a snarl of fury, he ripped the ER piece from his head and crushed it in his hand before throwing the pieces away. Jumping up toward a nearby fire escape, Grodd grabbed onto the ladder and began to climb, if he were to find the 2B rats before they reached the safety of City Hall. He would need to cover as much ground as possible. Arcane groaned in pain as he and Lunatic collapsed to the ground in utter exhaustion. It seemed like they'd been walking for hours. Twice, Arcane tried to fly the pair into the air, only for them to crash back to Earth mere moments later as Arcane felt his reserves of power empty. Even Arcane's tentacles refused to come out, no matter how much he willed them to. In addition, his broken arm practically screamed in agony, making the journey that much harder. Harry, Lunatic gasped from where he lay on his back. I can't keep going. We need to find somewhere to hole up and wait for help. No. Arcane growled weakly from where he lay against a building wall. We need to get to my sister. If we stay here, we'll die. Or worse, get caught and handed over to Luther, who will no doubt torture us to death. Harry, I got nothing left, I'm sorry. With a snarl of defiance, Arcane leveled high. MSELF back to his feet before limping over to his friend, roughly grabbing the front of his vest and pulling him up so that their noses almost touched. I did not save your ass just to let you die here, loony. I'll drag you if I have to. But I'd rather not injure myself any more than I already am, so shut your mouth and get on your damn feet. Now. Lunatic worried his lip for a moment before Fina. LLY reaching up and unhooking Arcane's hand from his vest. As quickly as his exhausted body would allow, Lunatic then clambered to his feet and shot Arcane a sneer. You're mean when you're injured, you know that. You can be mad at me all you want once we're safe. Arcane snapped back, but until that happens, you keep moving. Lunatic said nothing at that, simply threw Arcane's arm over his shoulder again and took an exhausted gasp before the two began to limp towards their destination. How much further? Lunatic gasped. Taking a look around, Arcane quickly got his bearings and nearly smiled in relief. That's Jess's joys, Arcane replied softly. Raven took me there not long after she rescued me from my relatives. It's where I got my first toys from. City Hall is around the next corner. Thank goodness, Lunatic replied wearily. I feel like I could sleep for the next 100 years. Ditto, Arcane replied. Let's just get there before anything else happens. They'd only taken a dozen steps when an ear-shattering roar made them both freeze in place. As their gaze rose toward the nearby rooftop, both boys felt their faces pale in horror. Grodd was standing atop the building in front of them, glaring at the pair in rage. As the boys watched, the gorilla leapt from the rooftop and grabbed a nearby lamp post as he fell, his weight causing the metal to bend as he used the lamp to slow his descent. As Grodd crashed to the ground in front of the pair, Arcane felt his heart begin to race with panic. Neither Lunatic nor himself were in any fit state for a fight, and judging by the way Grodd was grinning at the pair, he knew it. I'll make this simple, Grodd growled. Surrender and come with me willingly, and I promise that no further pain will be inflicted on you. But if you choose to continue to evade me, I will make you both beg for death. Or perhaps I'll see how much Cadmus will pay to have their little toy back. Decide. Slowly, Arcane turned to his friend and felt his heart sink when he saw the fear etched on Looney's face. I'm sorry, Looney, Arcane whispered. I thought we could make it. No, Lunatic whispered in fear. I won't go back. I won't let them retake me. Roughly throwing Arcane to the ground, Lunatic screamed in rage as he charged toward Grodd, reaching into his coat and pulling a crowbar, which he raised with both hands as though to brain the gorilla. Grodd sneered at the boy's idiotic display of courage and snarled in contempt as he charged toward the boy. As the two grew close, Arcane screamed at his friend to stop. ONL. Why to watch in horror as Grodd caught the crowbar as Lunatic brought it down. Using his other arm, Grodd grabbed Lunatic's vest and spun on the spot, hurling the screaming boy through a nearby store window where he lay unmoving. His legs dangling over the window frame while the rest of his body lay hidden within the store. Looney, Arcane screamed in horror, only to shrink back in fear as Grodd turned his attention to him. And then there was one. Grodd smirked. Shall we repeat the lesson, brat? Or have you finally decided to accept the inevitable? knowing that there was no way he could beat Grodd in a fight in his current state. Arcane's mind raced with ideas as to what he should do. If he left, there was a very real chance that Grodd would just cut his losses and take Lunatic and disappear, and if that happened, the chances of Cadmus regaining his friend were an even more terrifying possibility. As though fate was laughing at him, Sinestro suddenly descended from the air beside Grodd. Looking injured and extremely unhappy. Seeing his ally had come to join him, Grodd smirked in victory. "Ah, Sinestro, so good of you to join me. Be a dear and retrieve the brat in the window while I capture the other one. It shouldn't take long, given his battered condition." "I'm afraid not, Grodd," Sinestro replied coolly, causing Grodd to look at him in surprise. "Have you not heard?" "Heard what?" Grodd demanded as Arcane stood stock still, trying not to draw attention to himself. "The bounty on the boys' heads has been rescinded," Sinestro sneered, making Grodd's face pale, "which means that all this destruction and death has been for nothing." "You're lying," Grodd snarled, causing Sinestro to chuckle. "Believe what you will, monkey man. But seeing as there is no longer any profit to be had here, I shall be taking my leave." As Grodd snarled at Sinestro for the insult, the Yellow Lantern turned to Arcane and smirked. "You have a debt to pay to me, boy. And make no mistake, one day I will come to collect. But until that day, grow stronger. I want you to be fit and healthy when I come for you. You will look magnificent in yellow." Without another word, Sinestro shot into the air and disappeared, leaving Grodd and Arcane alone in the destroyed street. "You," Grodd hissed angrily as he lowered himself to pounce, "you filthy human, brat." With a roar of hatred and rage, Grodd charged forward, causing Arcane to cry out of terror before turning and running down the first alley he spotted as fast as his broken body would allow, Grodd hot on his trail. Lunatic would be fine, Arcane reasoned, as long as Arcane managed to keep Grodd focused on him. As a large green trash can suddenly slammed into the wall next to him, narrowly missing him by inches, Arcane couldn't help but swallow nervously, as he limped his body as fast as it could. Without that bounty, there was nothing to stop Grodd from killing him, and as the gorilla's roars grew closer, Arcane suddenly felt more afraid than he'd ever felt before. Lois Lane gaped from where she sat as she gazed down on the destruction that had once been Jump City, now a smoking ruin. She'd been in Los Angeles on Año their assignment when she'd received word from Perry White, her editor, of what was happening. Not one to miss such an opportunity, she immediately hired a helicopter and flew out to cover the story. Jimmy Olsen, her trusted photographer, sat beside her, pale-faced, as he held his camera and tried to take as many shots as possible. Lois was no stranger to mindless destruction and tragedy, as ambitious a reporter as she was. And given her close relationship with Superman, she'd seen more horrific atrocities than anyone should have too. From African warlords killing anyone who crossed them to gray battles between heroes and villains that often destroyed entire city blocks, Lois could safely say that not much affected her anymore. But seeing this affected Lois in a way that she could scarcely describe. There was no reason for it, no reason at all. A sudden movement caught Lois' eye, and she snapped her head to look so fast that she thought she had heard her neck crack over the sound of the helicopter. Leaning dangerously out of the helicopter's open door, Lois' eyes widened in alarm as she saw the hero Arcane running as quickly as he could from what appeared to be a giant gorilla. As Lois' eyes narrowed on the scene, she could see that Arcane appeared to be heavily injured. His left arm hung uselessly at his side and he appeared to be limping quite severely, which was making his attempted getaway almost laughably impossible. "Pilot," Lois yelled into her microphone, "follow the gorilla." "What?" the pilot asked in confusion before Lois smacked his shoulder and pointed out the open door toward Arcane. "There. See it? Follow him. That's Grodd," Jimmy exclaimed. "Arcane's hurt. We should go for help." "Eyes on the prize, Jimmy," Lois stated, causing Jimmy to stare at her momentarily in shock. "But Lois, the kid's hurt. He could be killed. Do your job," Lois snapped, causing Jimmy to pale momentarily as the pair watched Grodd pick up a metal trash can and hurl it at Arcane, missing the boy by mere inches before it crashed through the window of a nearby building, showering Arcane in broken glass. With a shaky breath, Jimmy raised his camera to his eye and begged, and to snap picture after picture as Lois watched, worrying her lip. In all honesty, while she may appear callous, Lois was actually hoping that Superman or some other hero would rescue the boy. But until that happened, she would stay on top of Arcane and Grodd, not just for the story but also to ensure that if worse came to worse, she could get the kid out of harm's way in any way she could. As Arcane dove out of the alley, he slammed his knees hard onto the sidewalk and cried out in pain for a moment before he dragged himself to his feet and ran as fast as his battered body would allow. Sue. Den crash behind him caused Arcane to look over his shoulder and pale significantly as he saw Grodd run out of the alley with such rage that he slammed into a parked car, leaving a significant dent in the passenger side door. Quickly looking around, Grodd locked eyes with his hated target and issued a roar before he began to give chase on all fours, quickly closing the gap between himself and Arcane now that the walls of the alley no longer confined him. A loud noise overhead caused Arcane to look up as he continued to try and get away. There seemed to be a helicopter chasing after him and Grodd, and to his anger, Arcane saw that there appeared to be a dark-haired woman in a purple dress staring at him. At the same time, a redhead stood behind her and took pictures on an expensive-looking camera. Yeah, go ahead and take pictures instead of helping me, Arcane thought angrily. God, I hate reporters. Looking back over his shoulder, Arcane nearly cried out in fear as he saw that only a dozen feet separated him from Grodd. And that gap was growing even smaller as Arcane tried to force his body to move faster. Seeing no other options, Arcane took the next corner he came across, illing slightly as he heard Grodd curse as the gorilla skidded down the street and tried to regain his momentum as Arcane managed to evade his outstretched hand by mere inches. The loss in momentum seemed to be a godsend, and Arcane used it to great effect as he tried to open as much distance as possible between himself and his attacker. As he rounded another corner, Arcane suddenly ran full tilt into someone, causing the pair to crash to the ground with a painful oomph. Slowly raising his head and shaking away the pain that hit him, Arcane opened his mouth to shout at the person, only for words to die in his throat as he saw who it was. No, Arcane whispered in horror as he stared at the girl in front of him, who was also trying to get to her feet after crashing into the hero. Flashback. 4 years prior. Harry sat alone under a tall tree, watching the other children run around and scream in delight as they enjoyed recess. Raven had told Harry that the other children would want to be his friend and that he'd make a great many friends in no time. But despite her words, he'd yet to make a single one in the 4 days since he started school. As he sniffled miserably and wrapped his arms around his legs, he suddenly became aware of someone standing before him, covering him with their shade. Looking up, Harry saw that it was a girl with black hair and clear blue eyes, wearing a black leather jacket over a pretty purple dress. Hello, the girl said warmly as she smiled down at Harry, who stared at her silently, making her smile turn into a frown. I said hello, it's polite to say hello back when someone says that. Hello, Harry said softly, making the girl smile again. My name's Cassie, what's yours? I'm Harry, Harry mumbled softly. Harry, Cassie said softly, trying out the name before her smile returned. I like it. It suits you. It does, Harry asked in confusion. Yup, Cassie replied, popping the P. Would you like to come and play? You want to play? Harry asked in surprise. With me? Who else? Silly. Okay. Harry replied shyly as he took hold of Cassie's offered hand and allowed her to pull him to his feet. A moment later, the TWO were laughing happily as Harry chased her around the jungle gym. 3 years prior. A band? Harry asked in surprise. You want to start a band? Yup, Cassie replied, popping the P. I want to be the biggest singer in the world. Just like Amy Lee. Who? Harry asked in surprise, causing Cassie to stare at him in shock for a moment before she grabbed his hand and began to tug him toward their classroom. If you're going to be my guitarist, then we definitely need to make sure you're worthy of such an honor. Cassie growled, and it starts with educating you on good music. You want me to be your guitarist? Harry asked in shock, but I don't know how to play the guitar. Raven's only just started teaching me. Good thing we have years before we start then, isn't it? Cassie grinned before pulling Harry into the school. 2 years prior. Why can't I get this right? Harry exclaimed as he hit a sour note on his guitar for the third time. He'd been trying to learn how to play a new song that Raven had shown him a few days ago, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to get it right. Cassie looked up from her magazine and smiled indulgently at Harry. Her sense of style hadn't changed in the 2 years that she and Harry had been friends, and today, she was dressed in a pair of cut-up jeans and a Metallica shirt under a red leather jacket. "It takes practice to learn the guitar, Harry," Cassie replied. "You'll get it eventually. But how are we supposed to become the world's greatest band if I can't even play one stupid song?" Cassie laughed at that, and Harry felt his face growing red with embarrassment. "We still have a long time before then, Harry," Cassie laughed. "Don't worry, my faithful servant, I have faith in you." "Servant?" Harry cried in mock outrage. "Why am I the servant?" "Because I'm the pretty one," Cassie snarked back, sticking her tongue out at Harry for emphasis. For a moment, the two glared at one another before they broke into snorts of laughter, which lasted for several seconds before Cassie leaned back in her chair and reopened her magazine, motioning with one hand for Harry to continue to practice. 1 year prior, Scotland. Cassie cried in shock. "Why the heck would you want to go to school in Scotland?" "It's where my parents went to school," Harry replied, "and I'd like to know more about them." Cassie sat at that and pulled Harry into a tight hug for a moment before pulling back and wiping away her tears with the back of her arm. "But how will we start our band if you leave?" "I'll be back," Harry replied, putting on an impressive Arnold Schwarzenegger accent, which made Cassie laugh and swat his arm softly. "But seriously," Harry said, shoulders dropping slightly, "I promised you that we would conquer the world together. You with your voice and me standing next to you with my guitar. All we need now is a bass player and a drummer. One that meets my expectations." Cassie sniffed. "The last two were awful." "You picked them," Harry replied with a smirk that made Cassie swat him again, this time slightly harder. Just promise me that you'll keep our promise. That when the day comes, we'll conquer the whole world together with our music." "I promise," Harry replied, holding his fist out to Cassie, who promptly brought her own against his as the two smiled at one another. "See ya," Cassie smiled. Flashback ends. Cassie hadn't changed much in the years since Harry had last seen her. Her black hair now had streaks of red dyed through it, and she was wearing her favorite red leather jacket over an Evanescence shirt, with a dirty and torn pair of blue jeans. When Harry returned from Hogwarts, he'd immediately tried to see her, only to discover that her parents had errantly taken her to San Francisco for the summer to visit her grandparents. "Cassie," Arcane exclaimed, "what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in San Francisco." How do you know my name?" Cassie asked in trepidation, slowly backing away from the hero. "And how did you know where I was? Are you stalking me?" "No, Arcane replied before he heard Grodd roar from behind him, spinning on the spot. Arcane felt terror grip his heart as he saw the gorilla charging toward him. Turning back to his friend, Arcane grabbed Cassie's arms and began to pull her with him as he hurriedly limped down the street. Cassie, to her credit, didn't ask any further questions and instead chose to allow the hero to lead her quickly down the street. "He's catching up," Cassie shrieked, causing Arcane to almost whimper in terror at what might happen to his friend should Grodd catch them. Before anything else could be said, Grodd collided with the pair, sending them both sprawling into the street. As Arcane painfully pulled himself to his feet, he felt the blood rush from his face as he turned and saw Grodd standing not far from him, holding Cassie in the air by the back of her jacket, a large piece of jagged metal pressed against her back, and a cruel grin on his face. "No," Arcane screamed in terror, "please no. Take me. I won't fight you. You can have me. But please, let her go. You had your chance to surrender." Grodd growled, pressing the metal pipe deeper against Cassie's back and causing her to whimper. "Please, I'll do anything you ask, just don't hurt her." By now, the helicopter above Arcane had been joined by several others, each with a different camera crew filming or photographing all that was happening below them. "Anything," Grodd growled cruelly. "Very well, then. Kneel." "What?" Arcane asked in confusion. "You want this human to live?" Grodd demanded, pressing the pipe harder and making Cassie cry out, "Then kneel to me, boy. Kneel to your better." As Arcane watched the tears run down Cassie's face, he felt terror like nothing he had ever known well up in him. As the whole world watched, courtesy of the cameras, he immediately dropped to his knees, causing Grodd to grin in victory. "Do you know what I hate the most about you so-called heroes?" Grodd sneered. "It's the fact that you actually believe that you can put on some outlandish costume and fight beings like me without facing the consequences of such a choice." "Please," Arcane begged, "I did what you asked, please don't hurt her." "You cost me $500 million, boy," Grodd snarled. "Let this be a lesson to you about what happens when you challenge a superior being." Before Arcane could do anything other than open his mouth to scream, Grodd shoved the jagged pipe into Cassie's back, causing her to scream in absolute agony, before throwing her to the ground as he began to cackle. Despite his body screaming in agony, Arcane suddenly felt a wave of rage course through him that aimed to fill him with more power than he had ever felt. With a roar of hate, Arcane slammed into Grodd with such force that the wall behind him cracked into a spider web-like pattern that knocked the gorilla's breath out. Before Grodd could recover, Arcane was beating him with his good arm, slamming his fist into the gorilla repeatedly until Grodd's face began to resemble a plate of spaghetti. And after Grodd's cries turned into whimpers, Arcane continued his attack, determined to beat the gorilla to death for what he had done. It was only when a hand clamped down on Arcane's raised fist he stopped to see who had dared to end the punishment he was inflicting on Grodd. Cassie, despite having the pipe still jammed into her back, had somehow managed to crawl towards the pair and stop Arcane before he could finish beating Grodd to death. "Don't do it," Cassie gasped in pain. "Don't let him turn you into him." Horrified at his friend's rapidly paling face, Arcane jumped to his feet and wrapped his arm around his friend. She was losing too much blood, and if something weren't done soon, she would undoubtedly die from blood loss. "Don't worry, Cassie," Arcane said hoarsely as he held his friend in his lap. "I'm going to get help, and you'll be fine, I promise. You'll be fine and we'll make that band, and everything will be fine." "Harry?" Cassie asked in shock as Arcane looked around for someone, anyone, to help him. "Is that you? Please, someone help," Arcane shouted. "Help me." The helicopters overhead hadn't moved, instead hovering in place as their crew continued to film Arcane holding onto Cassie with one arm as a pool of blood spread around the pair. "Harry," Cassie said weakly, "you're Arcane. That's so cool. You're a superhero, and you never told me, jerk." "You can yell at me all you want later," Arcane sobbed, "just please don't leave me, Cassie. We're supposed to take over the world together. I think you may have to do that without me." Cassie smiled as tears ran down her face. "No," Arcane snapped, "don't you dare say goodbye. Help. Someone please help me." "Harry," Cassie replied, her voice growing weaker by the minute, "promise me something." "I ain't promising you a damn thing," Arcane snapped. "You're going to live, you hear me?" With a sad smile, Cassie reached up and touched the side of Arcane's hood, where his cheek was. "Promise me that you'll follow our dream. Make the whole world cheer your name, my cute servant." "Cassie, please," Arcane begged. If anyone had seen under his hood, they would have seen a boy sobbing. As his first friend drew her last breath. Knowing that she had mere seconds left, Arcane swallowed the unbearable sadness within him and whispered, "I promise, Cassie. The whole world will remember you. See ya." Cassie breathed with a sad smile as the light left her eyes and her hand fell to the ground. As the camera crews watched, Arcane hugged Cassie's body tight for a moment before he threw his head back and screamed in absolute anguish. Author's note. Thus ends the Battle of Jump City, Arc. Chapter 40. Arcane didn't know how long he had sat there holding Cassie, his body shaking with sobs. Was it minutes? Hours? He didn't know. Only when a strong gust of wind hit him did he look up to see a helicopter had landed not far from him. Lois Lane exited out of it, quickly approaching him with a look of supreme distress. Unable to suppress the rage coursing through him, Arcane's arm shot out, and one of his tentacles exploded from his open palm, wrapping around Lois' neck and causing her eyes to widen in alarm as she was dragged across the ground toward him. "Come for an interview," Arcane snarled. "Now that you are no longer in danger, you filthy parasite." Lois said nothing. Arc. Anne's tentacle slowly tightening tentacle, making it almost impossible. As she clawed at her throat, Arcane was aware of the red-headed photographer yelling something at him, but Arcane was too enraged to care. Where were you when I was screaming for someone to help? Arcane snarled, unseen tears running down his cheeks, hidden by his hood, when I was begging any of you to help. Where were you? As Lois began to turn purple, Arcane was aware that the other reporters were filming his actions, but he didn't care and slowly willed his tentacle to tighten. A second later, Arcane felt a gust of wind hit him as Superman suddenly appeared, a look of fury on his face as he grabbed Arcane's arm in a vice-like grip. Him winced slightly. Let her go. Of course, you'd show up to save your pet reporter, Arcane hissed. His anger overruling his fear of the man before him. Seeing the dead girl lying in front of Arcane, Superman's face softened slightly, and he loosened his grip on Arcane's arm. I'm sorry, son, Superman said softly. I know you're angry, but you know this is wrong. Please let Lois go. She just watched. Arcane snarled. While my friend bled to death. I begged her to help me. For any of them too. But she just watched. Surprise shot across Superman's face at that, and he quickly turned back to Lois for a moment, disappointment evident on his face, before he turned back to the broken child. Even so, is this what your friend would have wanted? To let your anger at her loss make you do something you can't take back? For a moment, Arcane and Superman stared at one another while Lois's movements began to slow from a lack of oxygen. Superman was about to force the boy to let her go when the tentacle suddenly loosened its hold on her, quickly springing back into Arcane's hand. As Lois hit the ground on all fours, she began to cough violently and gasp for air. Offering a nod of gratitude, Superman turned and quickly strode toward her, gently helping her to her feet as she rubbed her neck, which was quickly beginning to bruise. Is what he said true? Superman asked. Did you just watch? Of course not. Lois spat. How can you even ask that? Then what happened? Superman demanded. A child is dead, Lois. So, why is Arcane saying that you refused to help him? I tried. Lois growled. I ordered the pilot to land so we could help, but the damn coward refused. Told me I wasn't paying him to commit suicide, which is exactly what would happen if he went anywhere near Grodd. Do you honestly think I'm so cold-hearted that I would leave a child to bleed to death in the street? Turning back to Arcane, Superman felt his face drop in sorrow as he took in the boy's appearance. Arcane's left arm appeared to be broken, and he was holding the girl's body close to him with his other arm as his body shook with sobs. Looking up, Superman could see several helicopters still hovering in place, with reporters all still filming. With an angry scowl, Superman shouted as loud as he could. Leave, now. Wisely deciding that angering Superman was not in their best interest, the helicopters quickly began to leave the area, eager to find other areas of destruction to film and report on. Slowly approaching the boy, Superman kneeled in front of him. Arcane, you have to let her go. No, Arcane snarled at once, bringing Cassie's body closer to him. Arcane, Superman replied softly. No, Arcane snapped. 6 tentacles suddenly shooting out of his back and turning into black spears that sailed toward Superman and stopped mere inches from impaling him. As slowly as he could, Superman raised his hands and spoke again. Arcane, I know she's your friend, but there's nothing more you can do for her. And I doubt she would want you to be in such pain for her. You need medical attention, son. Please let me make sure you get it. The spears hovered mere inches from Superman's face as Arcane's green eyes glared from beneath his hood. I won't leave her, Arcane retorted, and Superman couldn't help but wince at how broken the boy's voice sounded. Not like this. She deserves to go home. And I promise you I will make sure she gets there, Superman replied gently. But you need attention more than she does. Please, Arcane, let me help you. A sudden crash made everyone jump and turn to the noise's origin, only to see Lunatic leaning against the entrance to the nearby alley, looking both seriously injured and thoroughly annoyed. As his eyes turned to Arcane, Lunatic's face fell, and he slowly limped towards his friend, collapsing to his knees and head dropping to his chest as he reached Arcane's side. This is all my fault, Lunatic whispered painfully. I'm so sorry, Harry. As Arcane turned to his friend, the black spears slowly began to pull back from Superman. The Man of Steel tensed in case Arcane decided to make Lunatic his next target, and even Lois looked slightly alarmed as Arcane slowly turned to look at the madman. Lunatic simply kneeled in front of his friend, head bowed as though expecting Arcane to turn his rage on him. Instead, to the surprise of all, the black spears shot into Arcane's back with a snap. With as much tenderness as he could, Arcane lowered Cassie's body to the ground and gently crossed her arms over her chest before rising to his feet with a wince. "Looney, can you take me back to the tower, please?" With a sad nod, Lunatic slowly pulled off his top hat and threw it to the ground. A moment later, both boys were sucked into it and disappeared without a trace. With a sigh, Superman bent down and picked up Cassie's body. "Superman. Lois said softly. "Not the time, Lois, but I said not the time." Without another word, Superman flew into the air, Cassie's body held in his arms, bridal style. As Arcane and Lunatic appeared in Harry's room, the pair collapsed onto their stomachs in absolute exhaustion. For several minutes, the two lay there as they struggled to breathe. Through the agony that their bodies were currently in. "Harry," Lunatic gasped before breaking into sobs, "I'm so sorry, I never meant for this to happen." "I know, Looney," Harry replied as he say into a sitting position and pulled his hood down, showing his tear-stained face. "I don't blame you, you know that, right?" "You should," Lunatic sobbed, "I just got your friend killed." "No," Harry replied, slowly crawling over to his friend and pulling him up into a hug. "Grodd killed Cassie, not you." "But, Looney, please," Harry said, cutting his friend off, "I've already lost one friend today, I can't lose another one. So, please, just stop talking." As Lunatic's body racked with sobs, Harry gently rubbed his friend's back as he tried to fight back his own tears, as much as Lunatic might try to pretend otherwise. He was just a kid, and right now, he needed someone to be there for him. Even though Harry was hurting, he knew his friend was hurting more, no doubt blaming himself for all the deaths that his simple prank had caused. "It's not your fault, Looney," Harry whispered, "it's Luther's, and I promise you, we will make that bald-headed bastard pay." Looney's sobs stopped at that, and as he pulled away, Harry could see his tear-stained face morph into an expression of pure anger before he nodded in agreement. "Together," Lunatic asked, holding out his hand shakily. "Together," Harry agreed, clasping his hand into Lunatic's. "And if the courts let him go?" Lunatic asked. "If he uses his money to buy his freedom from this, then he's mine," Harry growled, "and no one will stop me." "Agreed," Lunatic growled, his pupils narrowing into slits of anger and giving him a cat-like appearance. Several hours later, once Raven had ensured that the rest of the day's victims were safely evacuated, she made her way back to Titan's tower. Passing by the infirmary, Raven could hear her Aunt Andromeda screeching at Lunatic for being injured yet again and suppressed a smirk before quickening her pace. In truth, she had wanted to return to the tower the moment Superman had arrived with Cassie's body, knowing that her brother was probably in unimaginable pain at the loss of his friend. It was only because of the astronomical number of victims that still needed help that she had agreed to stay. Approaching Harry's room, Raven sighed sadly as her mind went back to the moment Superman arrived with Cassie's body. Her parents had been nearly catatonic at the sight and had to be taken by medical personnel and sedated. As Harry's door slid open, Raven immediately heard the sound of the shower running and made her way into the bathroom, taking a moment for her eyes to focus through the fog. Harry was kneeling, still fully clothed in his robe, in the shower, desperado. Why running a brush over his hands as he sobbed incoherently, turning to see who had entered. Raven's heart broke as she saw the look in her little brother's eyes. "Raven," Harry sobbed, I can't get her blood off, I. Without a word, Raven climbed into the shower with her brother, pulling him close as the water rained down on them, soaking her robe in a matter of seconds. "It's okay, RRY, Raven whispered as her little brother sobbed into his chest, "it's all going to be okay." "I'm sorry," Harry cried, "I'm so sorry for how I've treated you. Please don't leave me." "I could never leave you, Harry," Raven whispered gently. "You're my brother, now and always." "I did what he wanted," Harry sobbed, "I gave him what he asked for." Why did he kill her? Because he's a monster, Raven said at once. And I promise you that he will pay for it. I give you my word, Harry. Grodd will pay for what he's done. I tried to save her. Harry sobbed harder as the water rained down on them. I tried so hard. Why couldn't I save her? Harry, this is why I never wanted this life for you, Raven replied as a wave of sadness ripped through her, because the hardest part about this job is that no matter how powerful you are, you can't always save everyone. Harry began to sob even harder at that, and Raven knew that her little brother was dangerously close to having a panic attack, as gently as she could. Raven laid her hand atop Harry's head and pushed what little power she had left into him. Sleep, Harry, I shall be here when you awake. As though on command, Harry collapsed into her arms. His body going limp as Raven's magic compelled him to obey. Slowly reaching over, Raven turned off the water and gently picked her brother up before making her way to the infirmary. Though thoroughly exhausted, her Aunt Andromeda had turned the medical center into a veritable superhero hospital, forcing all the injured heroes who had taken part in that day's battle to lay down and let her examine them. Green Arrow had tried to tell her off, only for Andromeda to stun him and then demand if anyone else wished to complain. They had wisely decided to shut up at that and done wait. Veer the Witch had ordered without further complaint. Making her way down the hallway, Raven caught eyes with the other Titans, who were all standing in the hallway as though waiting for her. Cyborg Ha-D managed to come through the battle relatively unharmed, but he was one of the lucky ones. Nightwing's right arm was broken, and Starfire had received a nasty wound above her right eye, courtesy of Killer Frost. Beast Boy was limping heavily after a run-in with Adonis, in which the criminal had thrown the green shapeshifter through a car's windshield. How is he? Cyborg asked as Raven approached. How do you think? Raven retorted. The very first friend he ever made was just murdered in front of him. How would you be? He'll be okay, won't he? Starfire asked softly, making Raven worry her lip as she gazed down at her little brother. I don't know. No matter what happens next, Nightwing said gently, he won't be alone. Nodding in gratitude, Raven stepped into the infirmary, a smirk tugging at her lips as she watched her aunt flick her wand at Lunatic. Ropes appeared around the boy, snapped taut, and tied him to the bed. Far away from Jump City, Chesser stood before her master, Ra's al Ghul. As he looked at the paper she had managed to steal from Titan's tower. Hogwarts, Raz said thoughtfully. You know of it? Chesser asked. Sounds like some kind of disease to me, master. On the contrary, my dear. Raz replied after a chuckle, it so happens that Hogwarts is the premier school of magic in Europe, at least according to some. Though if that fool Dumbledore is headmaster, I can only surmise that its standards have grown quite lax. I take it you know him, father? Talia asked with a raised brow. Oh yes, Raz replied with a sneer, I know him quite well. What is to be done about the boy? Chesser asked. Shall I capture him, master? No, Raz replied after a moment of thought, there's no need. Now that we know who Arcane is, we can take him whenever we wish. No, instead, we will watch and wait. I have a feeling that boy will grow to be an incredibly powerful magic user. And if we cultivate him adequately, he may prove to be an even more powerful ally. As you wish, master. Cher replied with a bow before she quickly backed out of the room. Author's note. I didn't like how I ended the last chapter, so I thought I would finish the arc with this late edition. I hope it is up to your standards. As always, please review it and tell me how I'm doing. As promised, Harry will no longer be with the Titans but with the Young Justice team within the following 2 chapters. Though I still haven't decided whether or not Lunatic will be joining him. I'd love to hear your opinion on that particular problem. Until then, Chapter 41, The Hedum. Astor's office was as quiet as a graveyard as Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his hands folded before him as his thoughts raced with the past few weeks' events. A meeting of the Wizengamot had just concluded a few hours earlier, during which the members had been made aware of the events of what was widely becoming known as the Battle of Jump City. The urgency of the situation was palpable, hanging in the air like a thick fog. Naturally, many of the members scoffed when Dumbledore's agent stood in the center of the hall and explained in explicit detail all that the 3 men had seen while trying to survive the battle. Only when their memories were taken and shown before the hall were the Wizengamot members forced to acknowledge that the three wizards' story was genuine. The silence aft our ward had been deafening as the Wizengamot had been forced to come to a terrifying realization. The world of Muggles had surpassed the wizarding world in ways they could scarcely imagine. Shouting Matt. Chess quickly began after this realization as everyone tried to think of what should be done. Some argued that the wizarding world was in more danger than it had ever been, and steps should be taken to hide further, lest they be discovered and destroyed by these so-called metahumans. Others, however, saw a different perspective. They argued that with the amazing things that Muggles were now capable of, perhaps it was time to come out of hiding. If women who could grow and shrink at will were accepted, then why would they fear simple magic users? The diversity of opinions was staggering, adding a layer of complexity to the situation, making it even more challenging for Dumbledore to find a solution. The arguing continued for hours until, at last, Dumbledore decided that enough was enough and concluded that day's meeting, sending the members home to think over what to do in this terrifying new world that the Muggles had created. As Dumbledore let out a weary sigh, his mind raced with plans upon plans as he desperately tried to think of what to do. The world of the Muggles had far surpassed anything that Dumbledore would have thought possible a mere 2 decades ago, and with that realization came another terrifying realization. The days of the wizarding world were numbered. Even by Dumbledore's best estimates, he could only see his world remaining a secret for another decade at least, and what would happen then? Dumbledore had been a young man when he had fought his former lover, Grindelwald, amidst what the Muggles called World War II, but he learned a critical lesson during those days. Muggles were a violent species that would find any reason to kill one another. Right now, they were scattered, divided by a multitude of idiotic reasons such as race, class, and creed. But if they suddenly had an enemy to rally against, if the whole Muggle world decided as one that the wizarding world was their enemy, Dumbledore shuddered with barely suppressed fear at the thought. The wizarding world would lose, and all his people would be rounded up and put into those same camps that Dumbledore had witnessed so many years before. A slight cough made Dumbledore's eyes shoot open in alarm, and his wand instantly shot into his hand, only to lower slightly when Dumbledore felt the cold steel of a blade pressed against his throat. As his eyes took in the scene before him, Dumbledore couldn't help but feel his fear rising. Ra's al Ghul stood across from his desk, smirking slightly as he gazed at the aged headmaster, while half a dozen of his black-clad ninja took positions around the office, with one standing behind Dumbledore and holding a wakizashi to the headmaster's throat in case Dumbledore tried anything. With almost tenderness, Raz leaned over and took the wand from Dumbledore's hand, gazing down at it fondly for a moment as Dumbledore stared at the man. Time had been especially good to Raz, it seemed. The man hardly appeared to have aged a day and was wearing what appeared to be an expensive black suit under a jade-green cloak. Finally looking up from the wand, Raz spoke softly as he addressed Dumbledore. "It's been a long time, Albus." "It has," Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. "The years have been far kinder to you than to me, it would seem." Raz chuckled at that. "Indeed. Tell me, did you plan to go for the whole Gandalf the Grey look, or did it just come naturally?" "I'm afraid I don't know who that is," Dumbledore replied softly, making Raz smirk. "Pity, it is a beautiful story. It would help if you kept up with Muggle literature, some of it is quite enjoyable." Dumbledore said nothing as Raz turned his attention to the wand in his grip. "How did you get in here?" Dumbledore demanded. "The wards should have informed me of your intrusion." Raz chuckled at that. "Do you truly believe that I wouldn't have a trick or two up my sleeve after 600 years of life? I feel underestimated, Albus. Though looking at this wand, perhaps I shouldn't." "Still the sentimentalist, I see. Tell me, did you keep Gellert's wand out of respect for your lover or out of guilt for how long you allowed his genocidal war to carry on?" Dumbledore grimaced at that, refusing to admit that he had actually taken Gellert's wand because Dumbledore suspected it of being the most powerful wand in existence. "Why are you here, Raz?" Dumbledore asked, trying to change the subject without appearing to do so, something that Raz saw through immediately as he smirked and looked around the headmaster's office with a careful eye. "The last time as in this room was when your friend Armando Dippet was headmaster," Raz replied softly, it was right after my daughter was murdered by that uncouth young man, Riddle. Interesting how you acknowledge her now, Dumbledore growled back. Remembering the rage Roz displayed when his daughter was killed during the attacks 50 years ago, Headmaster Dippet had never been the same after that encounter, constantly jumping at shadows. As though afraid that Roz would return, yet you refused to do so while she still lived. Roz turned at that and sternly glared at Dumbledore, making the old man swallow fearfully for a moment. I wanted at least one of my children to have a normal life away from the League of Shadows, Roz growled, that's why I gave Myrtle away. If I had known how inept your predecessor would be at running this school, I would have never left her in your hands. And it was only due to her mother's pleas not to defile Myrtle's corpse that I agreed not to bring her back. She's still here, you know. Dumbledore replied softly, causing Roz's eyes to widen in shock. Her ghost still haunts the bathroom where she died. You never had her spirit exorcised. Roz snarled, causing the ninja around the office to reach to their swords as they awaited their master's order to kill Dumbledore. Exorcists are expensive, Dumbledore replied softly, his eyes showing how much he hated that he'd been unable to give Myrtle's spirit rest, and the Board of Governors refused to release the necessary funds on someone already dead. I'm sorry, Roz, truly. Perhaps Roz sensed the truth in Dumbledore's words. For Roz quickly nodded and raised his hand for his followers to release their grip on their weapons. I will see to her before I leave, then. You never answered my question, Dumbledore stated. Wincing as the ninja behind him dug the blade a little deeper into Dumbledore's throat, causing a small bead of blood to run down his neck. Why are you here? It old seem as though you and I share an interest in a certain wizard who used to attend here, Roz replied with a smirk, causing Dumbledore to pale significantly. That is, before you bungled the situation so completely that he refused to return. What do you want with Harry Potter? Dumbledore snapped, attempting to lunge forward, only for the ninja behind him to violently jerk him back. The past few weeks, I've taken the liberty to familiarize myself with the goings-on of the wizarding world, including everything that I've missed in the last 70 years since our previous meeting, Roz replied. I must say, I'm very disappointed in what I've discovered. Roz's eyes turned cold at that, and as he sat in the chair before Dumbledore, the headmaster felt as though the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. If Roz decided to kill Dumbledore, no one would discover the deed for several weeks due to almost the entire staff being gone for the summer. With all the impressive titles you've gained since defeating Gellert, you could very easily have made the wizarding world a far better place than it currently is. Roz sneered. One would think that you've deliberately stalled any progress that might have led to the betterment of this world on purpose. Dumbledore said nothing, simply glared at Roz as his mind raced with ideas on how to get out of this meeting alive. Which begs the question of why. Why are things no better, if not worse, than when I last took notice of your world? You've lived for 600 years, Roz, Dumbledore replied. I'm sure you remember the last time that Muggles discovered us. Would you really have us return to those days? When innocents were all burned alive due to the Muggles' ignorance and bigotry. I have done what I must to ensure that our kind stays hidden. I may not have liked every choice, but everything I have done has been for the greater good. Roz began to chuckle at that, causing Dumbledore to pale angrily. How powerless to do anything due to the ninja behind him. The greater good. How Gellert would applaud you now, seeing you become an almost mirror image of himself. That's rich, especially coming from a man who supported the systematic slaughter of 6 million people. Roz's eyes turned hard at that, and for a moment, Dumbledore was sure that the man would give the order to have Dumbledore's throat slit open. Only for Roz to finally speak again in an icy tone. Hitler was a megalomaniac with delusions about his own destiny, but he was right that this world needs a firm hand if it is to achieve the greatness that is its birthright. I can assure you that I took no more enjoyment in those poor people's suffering than you did when you sat on your hands and allowed Gellert to nearly wipe out magical Europe. We both have oceans of blood on our hands, Albus. The only difference between us is that I don't try to pretend otherwise. And as to your second argument, do you really think I would allow the Muggles to burn children? Need I remind you that it was I who saved so many of your kind last time? Try as he may, Dumbledore could not refute Roz's words. Dumbledore had allowed Gellert To bring magical Europe to its knees and almost conquer it entirely, all because Dumbledore didn't want to have to kill the man he loved. What do you want with Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked again, his voice coming out as a savage growl. If you intend to hurt that child, you will find that I do not need a wand to stop you. Roz smirked and gently laid the wand on the desk between them before leaning back into the chair and folding his hands before him as he placed his left leg over his right. You need not worry, Albus. I have no intention of harming the boy. In fact, I've recently learned about how he gained his fame and how he supposedly destroyed the man who murdered my daughter. But we both know that the story is just that, don't we? I don't know what you're talking about, Dumbledore stated. Come now, Albus, shall we at least try not to lie to one another? Harry Potter may have destroyed Riddle's body, but we both know his spirit remains. And one day, that wretch will return, and when he does, the boy will have my help wiping that filth from the face of the earth forever. That's all you want, Dumbledore gaped, to use Harry to gain revenge on Voldemort for killing your daughter. Please do not use that idiotic nickname in my presence, Ross sneered. And while that might be one reason, I also have another. Which is, Harry will be an incredibly powerful wizard one day. Perhaps the most powerful since Merlin, and if cultivated correctly, he might even be worthy of one day becoming my heir. You want Harry to become your heir? Dumbledore replied in shock before it quickly morphed into anger. And you think I would ever allow you to do something like that? To dig your diseased claws into the boy and make him like you? What you want is irrelevant, Roz sneered. The boy is mine, in time. I'm simply here to give you a warning. Cease your machinations where Harry Potter is concerned. Otherwise, the next time I pay you a visit, I might be forced to see if you can fly after I throw you from the tallest tower Hogwarts offers. Threaten me all you want. Dumbledore snarled. I will never allow you to corrupt that child as you've done to so many. You should kill me now, otherwise, I will never cease until I have killed you. The idea seemed to amuse Roz, who began to laugh as though Dumbledore had just told some great joke. After a few moments, Roz wiped his eye and rose to his feet. I look forward to seeing you try to stop me, Albus. With a final nod, the ninja removed the blade from Dumbledore's throat and slammed the hilt into the back of the headmaster's head, instantly knocking him out and causing his head to slam onto the desk with a thud. Shall I kill him, master? The ninja asked. No need, Roz replied. He cannot hope to stand in my way. And it will be amusing watching him try. Let the fool be. For now, let's go and visit my daughter. I think it's long past time she was finally laid to rest. As though by magic, the other ninja disappeared into the shadows of the office as Roz quickly strode through the door and down the stairs. As he walked through the halls, he couldn't help but smile warmly as he felt the magic of Hogwarts wrap around him as though he were an old friend who had been gone for too long. I've missed you as well, old friend, Roz whispered warmly. Now, please take me to my daughter. The magic seemed to guide his footsteps. And before long, Roz found himself stepping into a girl's bathroom as his ninja waited outside respectfully. As he entered, Roz became aware of the sound of someone sobbing in one of the cubicles. Who's there? A girl's voice called out a moment before the ghostly visage of a young girl floated through the cubicle door. As the ghost floated closer, Roz couldn't help but stare sadly at his daughter's ghost. She looked the same as the last time he'd seen her. Trapped forever as a teenager, the girl was squat, with thick glasses and a large number of pimples across her face due to the acne she suffered while alive. Though many thought that Roz was a heartless old man, who couldn't care less about his children, the reality couldn't be more untrue. Roz loved all his children, and every time he was forced to bury one of them, it was like a knife through his heart. Hello, Myrtle, Roz replied softly, making the ghost's eyes widen. Daddy. Is that you? It is, my child. Roz replied softly, I've come to finally let you rest. I don't understand. Reaching into his robe, Roz pulled a scroll from within and quickly unwrapped the red cord tied around it before holding it up for Myrtle to see. This scroll will allow you to join your mother across the river, where you will finally have peace, my child. Will you be there? Myrtle asked softly, making Roz sigh sadly as he shook his head. Not for a great while, I'm afraid. At that, Myrtle bit her lip for a moment before looking at Roz with a sad expression. I've missed you, Daddy. And I you, Myrtle. Roz replied, and he meant it. He missed all his children and remembered every one of their names. Even centuries later, he still remembered them all. I would like to go home, now, Myrtle replied softly, making Roz nod as he unrolled the scroll and began to read, his voice echoing off the bathroom walls. As he finished the spell, Myrtle's ghost suddenly began to brighten until it was impossible to look at her. With a sigh of contentment, the girl disappeared, leaving Roz alone in the empty bathroom for a moment before he turned to leave. As he did so, his yes suddenly caught sight of a small snake carved onto one of the sink's taps. Narrowing his eyes, Roz approached the sink and investigated further, his anger rising as he realized what he had inadvertently found. Shan Chu, come in here, Roz yelled out. A moment later, one of his ninjas entered the bathroom and kneeled before Roz. Yes, Master. You are a parcelmouth, are you not? Roz asked. I am, Master. I believe that the thing that killed my daughter is beneath this bathroom, Roz growled. Speak to the sink and see what happens. At once, Shan Chu rose and approached the sink, carefully examining the tiny snake carved onto the side before hissing out something. As Roz watched with wonder, the sink actually began to rise into the air as a large hole opened on the floor, looking down into the hole. Roz grimaced at the low visibility coming from it. Attend to me, Roz snapped, causing the half-dozen ninjas he had brought with him to storm the bathroom with weapons drawn, as one. They surrounded the dark hole and peered into it. The creature that murdered my daughter lies within. The one who brings me its head will gain a great reward from me. Now go. As one, the ninja dived into the hole as Roz watched with narrowed eyes. For the next 20 minutes, there was only silence, and Roz was about to descend into the hole himself when he heard the sounds of screaming and the clash of weapons. For an agonizingly long time, the sounds of battle echoed up to him until, at last, there was only silence. After several tense moments, one lone ninja finally crawled out of the hole, missing its left arm but holding the head of a basilisk in his right as he bled profusely from a dozen different wounds. Where are the others? Roz demanded as the ninja placed the head before Roz and then struggled to kneel. There are none, Master, the ninja whispered through his pain. This monster killed everyone with a single look. I only survived because I figured it out and shut my eyes. You've done well. Roz nodded. What reward would you ask for such service? I'm dying, Master, the ninja gasped, and I don't want some beast to be the reason, so for my reward, I ask that you be the one to end me. Please. With a swift nod, Roz drew his katana and raised it as the ninja lowered his head expectantly. You have served me well. Rest now. Without another word, Roz brought the katana down on the ninja's neck, beheading the man in an instant. With a sad sigh, Roz sheathed his sword and used his boot to gently shove the ninja's body into the slowly closing hole. As the sink slid back into place, Roz found himself alone with a small pool of blood as the only sign that anything had occurred. Looking down at the basilisk's head, Roz saw that one of Hai's ninja had wisely chosen to stab the beast in its eyes, thus taking away its most potent weapon. With a sneer of contempt, Roz reached down, picked up the beast's head, and made his way out of the bathroom. The basilisk's head would be mounted in a place of honor when Roz returned to his fortress as a permanent reminder to all about the price to pay for those who dared to attack his children. Raven sighed sadly as she gazed at herself in the mirror, adjusting the black dress she had chosen for Cassie's funeral. It had been a month since the Battle of Jump City, and in that time, she had been forced to watch as Harry became a shadow of his former self. It was almost as though Grodd had stolen the inner light that had made her little brother who he was. As Raven finished buttoning the last button on her dress and began to apply her makeup, her thoughts again went over everything that had happened in the previous month. The hero who kneeled, that was what the papers were calling her brother. And Raven hated the name even more than she hated Harry's other title. Only the respect with which the reporters seemed to give Harry had stopped Raven from using the impressive fortune tea. He Potters had at their disposal to sue every last one of them into oblivion. The few that had tried to blame her brother swiftly discovered why that was a bad idea as Raven used the Potter fortune tea. Buy the newspaper companies outright and then fire the reporters. Due to the guilt of just hovering there and not helping, the reporters seemed to go out of their way to write the story in a way to painted Arcane in the best possible light, given the circumstances. They wrote of how Arcane had defeated Yellow Lantern in battle with the aid of Lunatic, of how Arcane had then been forced to kneel before Grodd in an attempt to save the life of Cassie, only for Grodd to go back on his end of the deal and brutally murder the poor girl while Arcane was forced to watch helplessly. They then went on to report on how Arcane and Lunatic had spent the next few days helping the rest of the Justice League and the Titans in digging through the rubble of Jump City to find and rescue survivors. Naturally, now that Lunatic had been established as a hero with the backing of the Justice League, Cadmus finally decided just to cut their losses, and Amanda Waller sent word to Batman that they no longer would be pursuing the boy. Something that no one believed, of course. To Raven's surprise, public opinion was split regarding who was to blame for the destruction of Jump City, while many blamed Arcane and Lunatic, stating that it was their prank that caused that destruction. A great many more blamed Grodd. Raven still couldn't help but laugh as she remembered Lunatic's expression the first time the crowd had swarmed him as dozens of people tried to shake the boy's hand and thank him for saving them. It had been almost comical the way that Lunatic found himself entirely out of his depth with no understanding of how to respond. Apparently, the best way that Lunatic could think of was to immediately teleport back to Titan's Tower and hide himself in Harry's room, far away from any of the people who, according to Lunatic, made the boy feel strange and unusual. The Weasleys, Tonks, and Hermione had returned a few days after the battle once Molly had fully recovered and had nearly tackled Ed Harry as they all tried to hug him at once. In an effort to get the children out of the city until things cooled down, the Titans decided to take Harry and the others to Disneyland for Harry's birthday. Raven still smiled as she remembered how the children had thought that all the people dressed up like the characters were, in fact, the actual characters from the movies, and it had taken an exhausting amount of time to convince the Weasleys that the characters were just ordinary people dressed up, not the actual characters, something that seemed to amuse Harry greatly. Yet, even then, Harry still hardly smiled anymore and only seemed to speak when someone addressed him first. Each passing day just seemed to make Harry worse, which in turn broke Raven's heart a little more. Finally nodding at her finished work, Raven quickly went to Harry's room and stepped inside. Her mood dropped further as she saw Harry staring at a picture of himself and Cassie at a karaoke bar taken a few years prior, with Cassie singing something into the mic while Harry laughed in the background. "Harry, it's time to go." Looking up from the picture, Raven felt her heart break again as she saw the unbearable sadness resonating in her little brother's eyes. With a sniffle, Harry rose to his feet and gently placed the picture back on his dresser before grabbing his guitar and walking toward his sister. Cassie's parents had come to see Harry a few days prior with a request that the boy simply could not ignore. Knowing how much their daughter had loved music and how her dream had been to start a band with Harry, they had all but begged for him to play one last song at her funeral. Pulling her brother into a tight hug, Raven felt his small form shake as he began to sob again. She stayed there with him for a moment before gently pulling away and kneeling in front of him. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Raven asked as she gently wiped the tears from his cheeks. "No one would think less of you if you chose not to." "I have to," Harry replied softly. "This is my last gift to Cassie." "Okay," Raven nodded, "then make it a great gift." As the two turned to leave, Raven saw Lunatic coming down the hall with a sad expression. "Do you want to come as well, Lunatic?" Raven asked in a cold tone. While her brother might not have blamed the madman for the destruction of Jump City, there was a part of Raven that couldn't help but do otherwise. Thankfully, Lunatic quickly shook his head. "Not my place, and I don't think I deserve to be there," Lunatic replied softly. "I'll stay here and keep your house safe." Raven nodded at that. Truthfully, there was no need for such precaution. Most of the villains and hired thugs had been arrested and were awaiting trial, while the few that had escaped were running scared after the president had gone on television and stated that he would be doing everything in his power to seek the death penalty on all those involved in this senseless tragedy. His simple address had shown how the winds had shifted in regards to supervillains. No longer would they be put into a revolving door of jails and asylums where they could break out and continue their mindless destruction. Now, the villains would receive the justice that they truly deserved, and that truly scared the supervillain community. To the surprise of all, Grodd had already been found guilty and was sent to death row. Gorilla City had demanded that Grodd be turned over to them. The president had replied that Grodd would die on American soil for taking American lives, and if the citizens of Gorilla City tried to stop it, he'd nuke their entire city before they could blink. Given the gravity of the situation, the citizens of Gorilla City had wisely decided to leave Grodd to the Americans. Very well, then, Raven replied, "We'll be back in a few hours." Without another word, Raven guided her little brother past Lunatic and down the hallway to the car. As Harry approached the stage, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Hundreds had come to Cassie's funeral, nearly the entire Justice League was here, as was the governor. As Harry gazed out at the crowd, he felt hatred and anger swell in him. None of these people had known Cassie, none of them had spent hours talking with her about her hopes and dreams, her fears and insecurities. No, they were all here because the governor had decided to turn Cassie's funeral into some political circus, and Harry hated them all for it. Harry had sat there in his seat while the preacher gave the eulogy, his anger just seeming to grow. He'd sat there when the governor had stepped on stage and talked about how Cassie had deserved to live a whole life and accomplish her dreams alongside her best friend, Harry. Harry had nearly attacked the stage at that point, and only Raven's hand on her shoulder, keeping him in his seat, stopped him from doing so. Finally, it was Harry's turn to do his part and give his final gift to Cassie. "Thank you all for coming here today," Harry said into the microphone. "Cassie was my first friend, and she always talked about wanting to become a singer so big that the stars themselves would shine down on her." Cassie's parents were seated in the front row, and her mother was quietly weeping into her father's arms, almost breaking Harry's iron grip on the unbearable sadness that coursed through him. This was her favorite song, and it's why I chose it as my last gift to her. I love you, Cassie, and I promise that I'll make our dream a reality. As Harry's fingers began to dance across the strings of his Gibson, the band that the governor had hired started to play in the background behind him. Swallowing his nervousness, Harry opened his mouth and began to sing. "Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you going to drop the bomb or not?" As Harry began to sing, the Crow D watched as though someone had placed the world's most powerful silencing spell on them. As tears began to race down Harry's face, others began to cry, and the crowd came to a singular conclusion: no child should have to suffer like this. Forever young. I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. Forever young. I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. Superman stood beside Lois, his arms crossed over his waist as he stared sadly at Harry, who seemed to be only able to continue playing through sheer force of will. He and Lois still were at odds, and hadn't been able to have a conversation yet that didn't end in an argument. So many adventures couldn't happen today. So many songs we forgot to play. So many dreams swinging out of the blue. We'll let them come true. Forever young. I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. Forever young. I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever and ever. As Harry's song came to a close, he opened his eyes and gazed out at the crowd, who were all staring at him sadly, some openly weeping. As his eyes trailed to the back of the funeral, Harry's eyes widened in shock. Standing in the very last row with a smile on her face was Cassie, still dressed as she had been the day she died. Slowly, she nodded at him, and Harry couldn't but smile back as he returned the nod. As soon as he did, Cassie disappeared, and the crowd began to applaud. Choking back a sob, Harry raised his guitar with one hand, accepting their applause for a moment before he quickly stepped off the stage and into the waiting arms of his sister, who promptly led him away from the crowd. A week later, Raven watched as Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys and Hermione. Tonks was also headed back to England to begin her training in the Auror Academy, while Aunt Andromeda started to do her part as House Potter's proxy. "I'll write as often as I can," Hermione promised as she hugged Harry for all she was worth. When she finally let go, Ron approached with a sad expression as he handed back the guitar Harry had given him weeks before. With a shake of his head, Harry gently pushed the guitar back to Ron before pulling a binder from behind his back and holding it out to Ron, who looked at it with confusion momentarily before Harry spoke. "The guitar is yours, Ron, and the binder has 500 songs. If you learn to play those by the time you graduate Hogwarts, you get the job." "Job?" Ron asked. "What job?" "I promised Cassie that I would fulfill her dream and conquer the world with music," Harry said in a small voice, "but I can't do it alone. I need help, and I want you to be the first member of my band." "That is if you want to be." The Weasleys and Hermione stared at Harry with expressions of shock. Ron's face dropped momentarily before he swung the guitar strap over his shoulder and raised his hand shakily. The binder held tight to his chest with the other arm. "I'd be honored," Ron said softly as he smirked at Harry, who swiftly copied the action as he clasped his hand into Ron's. "Practice hard, Ron," Harry smiled. "I'll need your best when we begin our conquest." "You have my word," Ron replied. "I'll be the greatest bass player in the world, and we'll make Cassie proud." As Ron and Harry hugged, Andromeda approached her niece with a stern look on her face. "Now, I expect letters often," Andromeda stated, "and no more of you getting injured all the bloody time. You will make me go gray faster than your cousin ever did at this rate." "I can't promise I won't get injured on the job," Raven smirked, "but I'll do my best." "I suppose that's all I can expect, given your line of work," Andromeda acknowledged. As the rubber duck that Molly was holding began to glow, Andromeda roughly grabbed the back of Tonks' shirt and pulled her away from where she and Beast Boy had been trying to eat each other's faces. "Hey," Tonks snapped, "I wasn't done." "Yes, you are," Andromeda growled, pulling her daughter toward her and forcing her to put a finger on the duck. "You," Tonks was cut off from whatever she was going to say as the portkey activated, instantly teleporting the group away and leaving Harry standing alone next to his sister. "I'm going to go to my room now," Harry said softly. "Are you sure?" Raven asked. "We can hang out with the others if you want." "Yeah, little dude," Beast Boy said warmly. "It's been too long since I beat you on Mario Kart." "No thanks," Harry replied softly. I think I just want to be alone for a little while." As Harry quickly made his way out of the room, Raven felt her heart break a little more. She was losing him, and she didn't know how to keep it from happening. A week later, Raven sat in the Titans meeting room, watching with aggravation as the Justice League discussed what should be done next regarding Jump City and the future. Luthor has bought a lot of goodwill by paying for the reconstruction of Jump City, Batman growled, and he's spent $200 million so far bribing the villains who took part in the battle to keep their mouths shut. "So, he's going to get away with it?" Green Arrow demanded, "after all the people who died because of his temper tantrum." "No," Batman retorted, "he won't. I'm slowly building a case. But it will take time to gather the necessary evidence. So, Grodd takes the fall and Luthor gets away," Beast Boy sneered. "Figures. He won't get away with it," Superman growled. "I don't care if it takes me the rest of my life. I will make sure Luthor pays for what he did." "Fantastic," Raven sneered, causing the heroes to turn to her. "And while we're waiting for that happy day, my brother gets to live every day knowing that the man who killed his friend is walking around scot-free." Cyborg began, only for Raven to cut him off. "No, none of you have to watch as the inner light of my little brother slowly dies out. You all get to go back to your cities and pretend this never happened while I'm forced to watch as everything that made my brother who he is slowly killed off." The heroes said nothing as Raven slowly slid to the ground and wrapped her arms around her knees, unable to keep her sorrow at bay any longer. "I'm losing him. Day by day, I'm losing my little brother. And if I lose Harry, what have I got left? We're not going to let that happen, Raven," Black Canary said softly as she approached the girl and kneeled in front of her. "Lex has taken too much from us already. But I promise he won't take Harry as well." "You can't promise that," Raven snapped, her red eyes appearing for a moment. "Most of the city views Harry like some Greek tragedy, while the others see him as the one who caused all this, and it's killing him." "Then the answer is simple," Batman said. "We need to get Harry out of the city, perhaps even out of the state, until all of this has blown over and it's safe for him to return." "And where should I send him?" Raven snarled, rising to her feet and storming over to Batman. back to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore will continue to try and use him like a weapon. Tell me, Batman, where should I send my little brother? Where will he be safe? Batman was silent for a moment before finally answering, Rhode Island. What? Raven responded, caught off guard by Batman's response. The Justice League has created a new team consisting of all our junior partners. They will be sent on covert missions that the League will give them, I think it would be best if Harry were a part of it. Not only will it help him work his trauma, but also teach him how to be a better hero. That could work. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Jinx said, I mean, let's face it. The Titans are finished in Jump City. It will be years before the city returns to how it used to be. And even when it is, I doubt people will want us here anymore. Not after this. But where will we go? Starfire asked in a small voice. I'll head to Bloodhaven for now, Nightwing replied, you're welcome to join me. Starfire quickly nodded and took Nightwing's hand in her own as the other Titans shared a look. Room for one more? Jinx asked softly. You will always be welcome, Nightwing replied, causing the girl to smile happily before she regained control. I think I'll head to London for a while, Beast Boy replied softly, causing the others to smirk, just for a little while. As the others began to discuss where they would all go, Raven's mind began to race as she thought of how to tell Harry that he would. Leaving the only true home he'd ever known. Author's note, Forever Young, is owned by Alphaville, and as such, I claim no ownership over it. In the next chapter, Harry joins the Young Justice. Chapter 42, Raven stepped out of her room, carrying another box filled with her things. She and the other Titans had spent the last few weeks slowly and methodically packing everything they owned from the only home many of them had known. Jinx, Starfire, and Nightwing were all headed to Bloodhaven, where they intended to establish themselves as heroes in their own right. Cyborg had been given the opportunity of a lifetime as the computer expert in charge of the Justice League's mainframe and would soon leave for the Watchtower to begin his work. Beast Boy would be headed to London for a few months to establish himself as a hero, at least that is what he claimed. Still, everyone else knew the real reason he was going there. Raven, alone, had yet to decide where she would go or what her future would be now that the Titans would be no more. The Justice League had offered her a place amongst them, but she had politely declined. Not wanting to be too far from her brother's side, especially considering how she had nearly lost him twice in a matter of months. As she stepped into the darkened hallway, Raven paused outside her TTLE brother's room and frowned slightly. She heard the sound of Harry's guitar echoing from within. The last few weeks had been especially hard on her little brother, with the only good thing being Harry had forgiven her and was once again treating her like his big sister, something that she was eternally grateful for. That's not to say he wasn't still causing her near heart palpitations. Ven had been near apoplectic when Harry told her about the guitar that Constantine had given him and what he'd seen it do to the poor bastard who'd tried stealing it, only to wind up becoming the guitar's victim. Raven doubted that Constantine would be showing his face anywhere near her or Harry for some time, considering the terrifying rage she had vented upon the man upon returning the cursed guitar. Truthfully, Raven was glad that Nightwing had gone with her, as she feared what she might have done had she been alone. Contrary to what she had been expecting, Harry had taken the news that he and the other Titans would be soon leaving Jump City with only a solemn nod, as though he had expected such news. Afterward, he had barely said a word to anyone, save for Lunatic, who spent nearly every moment alone with Harry in his room. Like Harry, Lunatic had been offered a place on this new team that Batman had created, consisting of their junior partners, but to no one's surprise, Lunatic had promptly told everyone that he was not interested. The little madman had finally left the tower a few days prior. Raven and the other Titans had asked where Lunatic had gone, but Harry had refused to say where his mad little friend had disappeared to or what he had planned, which left Raven with a particularly bad feeling about what the boy had planned, especially considering the hatred that both he and Harry had for Lex Luthor, who they both held responsible for the destruction that Jump City had endured. Even the famous Bat Glare failed to drag any answers from Harry where Lunatic was concerned. Batman was forced to grumble angrily as he left the tower, no wiser to where Lunatic had gone than when the bat-themed hero had come. Shifting the box in her arms, Raven stepped closer to our little brother's door and listened to the song he was singing. She knew that he had been working on it since Cassie's funeral, but so far, Harry had refused to let anyone hear it, saying it wasn't ready yet. Yet, as Raven listened to the sad melody, the weight of his unspoken grief was palpable in every note. In the shadows, I see your face. A fleeting memory, a haunting grace. Your smile, a ghost I can't erase. Cassie, oh Cassie, why'd you leave this place? You were the light in my darkest night. The star that shone with a radiant light. Now you're gone, and I'm left to cry. Cassie, my love, I'll never say goodbye. Raven felt her eyes widen as she listened to Harry's song. She knew that her brother and Cassie had been close, but she didn't realize exactly how close until that moment. Another senseless crime laid at Lex Luthor's feet. As the music in the room ended, Raven let out a sad sigh and backed away from the door before turning and making her way down the hall. The Titans were almost done cleaning out the tower and were all set to leave their home for the final time in the next few days. All that was left was for Cyborg to run one last diagnostic on the tower's mainframe. To ensure that all pertinent data was completely and irreversibly wiped, and the tower would be abandoned. The Justice League had already scheduled to have the tower demolished on the 1st of the following month, effectively wiping all trace that anyone had ever lived on the small island that the Titans had called home for so many years. As Raven made her way down the hall, she prayed to Whoev. Might be listening that she was making the right decision. Harry had suffered far too much the last few months, more than anyone should ever have to suffer, especially a kid. Batman had assured Raven and the Titans that the new team would be just what Harry needed to work through his trauma alongside others his own age, and to a certain degree, Raven was inclined to agree with him, but there were times when all she could think was that she was making another mistake, where Harry was concerned. Another part of her tried to think of what she should do now. She still wanted to be a hero and help people, but was terrified of leaving Harry's side, considering how apparently prone to catastrophic danger he was. And yet, even months later, she still had no answer to her future. After careful writing the next line of the song he was working on, Harry gently placed his cherry red Gibson guitar back in its case, along with the notebook of songs he had spent years writing, and closed the lid before putting the case on the bed and looking around his room with a sad eye. This was the only home he had ever known, and now he would never see it again. When Raven had told him that the Titans were planning on leaving Jump City for good, rather than angrily object, he nodded in understanding. He knew that many in the city openly saw the Titans, and Harry especially, as responsible for the destruction of their city. And to be honest, he didn't blame them for hating him. On some level, Harry hated himself just as much, if not more, than they did. Casting a look at his room, Harry couldn't help but tear up as he saw how empty it now looked. Gone were his books, his DVDs, his drum set and posters, as well as almost everything else that had made this room his own. Now, all that remained were a dozen stacked boxes that held his entire life, ready to be shipped to Rhode Island, where he was to begin his new life with strangers who were to become his new team. As Harry felt the word on his tongue, he suddenly felt himself growing angry. He didn't need a new team, he already had one. More than a team, they were his family, and now, because of Lex Luthor, Harry's family was scattering to the winds, and he had no idea when, or even if, they would ever be together again. As Harry thought of Luthor, he felt the familiar rage sweep through him that always came when Harry thought of that bald-headed bastard. When he'd discovered that Luthor had effectively hidden his involvement in Jump City's destruction and was ensuring that continued by issuing massive bribes to the supervillains who had taken part. Harry had nearly been apoplectic with rage and had immediately wanted to go to Metropolis and kill the bastard. Throwing himself back onto his bed and covering his eyes with his left arm, Harry's mind wandered back to the last conversation he'd had with Lunatic, which had saved Harry from making a mistake he wouldn't have been able to take back. Flashback. I'll kill him. Harry raged as he ripped the newspaper he'd been reading to shreds. The front page had shown a picture of Lex Luthor, dressed in an expensive black suit, and giving an interview where he said how sorry he was for the citizens of Jump City. and how he was donating over $200 million to aid in its immediate rebuild. "No, you won't," Lunatic replied from where he'd been watching, cross-legged, causing Harry to turn to him. Enraged, "He's responsible for all this," Harry snarled. "Thousands are dead because of him. Cassie is dead because of him. And you're telling me to just let him get away with it?" Lunatic tilted his head at that, narrowing his eyes as he looked unafraid at his angry friend. "That's not what I said, Harry. Luther does indeed deserve to be punished, but not by you." "Then by who?" "By me," Lunatic smiled, causing Harry to freeze as he took in his friend's words. "Looney, we made a promise that we would take him down together." "Yes, we did," Lunatic replied with a nod before slowly climbing off of the bed and coming to face his friend. Gently placing his hands on Harry's shoulders, Lunatic issued a weary sigh before speaking. "Again, but, you're a hero, Harry. And heroes can't have blood on their hands. I'm sorry, but you can't be a part of what comes next, but I can." "You're a hero too, Looney," Harry whispered back, dreading what his friend was saying. "You saved hundreds out there. You have a chance to be great. Come with me, to Rhode Island, I mean." Lunatic just smiled wearily at that and slowly shook his head, his eyes closing for a moment. And before snapping open again and glinting with madness. "I'm not a hero, Harry, I'm just a kid who saved a few people, and the only reason I did that was because I wanted to balance the scales for ousing the destruction in the first place. And Rhode Island, really, have you ever been? It's awful. Nothing but sunny days and smiling people. Sounds like a Hallmark movie. No thank you. I'm used to grungy, dirty streets, and violent madness." Not willing to let his friend go off on another insane tangent about how Gotham was a paradise for the crazed and insane, Harry immediately cut Lunatic off. "Looney, please, if you go after Luther alone, he'll kill you. Or worse, you'll manage to kill him, and then you'll be a criminal. I'll have to come after you. I can't lose any more friends." By the end of his speech, tears were running down Harry's face, and Lunatic gently wiped them away with his thumbs as he smiled at his best friend. "Luther must pay, Harry, and you can't be the one to do it. It has to be me because no one else will. Your goody-goody friends in the Justice League refuse to step outside the law, and it's why they'll never be able to ensure Luther pays for his crimes. Because men like him know how to use the law to their advantage. And if the day ever does come where you have to come after me, well then, may the best man win." Harry stared at Lunatic at that and couldn't help but smile at the insane grin that seemed permanently fixed on his face. No matter how awful things got, Lunatic never seemed to lose his smile. It was one of the things that Harry loved best about him. Pulling the little madman into a fierce hug, Harry squeezed for all he was worth before softly whispering, "You're my best friend, Looney, and even if we end up on opposite sides, you'll always be my best friend." "Same, Harry," Lunatic whispered back, "same." As the two boys pulled apart, Lunatic quickly wiped his eyes before pulling off his top hat and throwing it to the floor, upside down. And creating his usual mode of transportation. "Well, must be off," Lunatic laughed, "lots of mayhem and merriment to inflict on our favorite bald-headed businessman." "Give him hell, Looney." Harry laughed, causing the boy to cackle madly as he jumped into the air and performed a cannonball into his hat, his voice echoing as he disappeared. "You know me." A moment later, the boy's top hat disappeared from existence with a pop, and Harry was left alone in his room, with only Luther's smiling face showing from the remains of the shredded newspaper. End flashback. Slowly pulling the arm from over his eyes, Harry stared up at the ceiling of his room. How long had it been since Raven and the other Titans had painted those stars? Unable to stop himself, Harry released a sob. This was the only home he'd ever known, and now he was being forced to leave and never come back. It wasn't fair. As Harry felt himself falling deeper and deeper into despair, he suddenly jolted upright when he heard a loud crack that sent him instantly rolling onto the floor and lying on his stomach as he waited for the next attack. When it didn't come, Harry slowly raised himself up and peeked over the bed until just the top of his head and nose could be seen. The room looked the same. The only thing different was the sudden arrival of a very strange creature that made Harry's eyes widen in shock. The little creature on the bed had large bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. For a moment, the two simply stared at one another before the creature got off bed and bowed so low that its long nose actually grazed the floor. Harry watched in shock, unsure how to respond to this creature's sudden appearance. As Harry continued to stare, he saw that the creature appeared to be wearing an old pillowcase with rips for arms and leg holes. The garment appeared quite dirty, as though it had never been washed. Hello, Harry replied nervously, as he rose shakily to his feet in embarrassment. When he had risen fully, the creature ended its bow and stood up straight, staring at Harry in what he could describe as awe. "Harry Potter, such an honor it is," the creature responded in a high-pitched voice, momentarily making Harry grit his teeth. "So long has Dobby wanted to meet you." "Such an honor it is, sir." Thanks," Harry replied in confusion as he continued to stare at the creature. Now identified as Dobby. Casting a quick glance, Harry saw that Hedwig, who had been previously asleep in her cage, now had one eye open and was staring at Dobby suspiciously. Harry wanted to ask the creature what it was, but thought it might come across as rude, and didn't want to offend, so instead chose to ask. "Who are you?" "Dobby, sir." "Just Dobby, I'm a house elf, sir." "Huh, neat," Harry replied, unsure of what else to say. "I don't mean to be rude, but now's not really a good time for me to have a house elf in my bedroom." Dobby hung his head, and Harry instantly felt guilty that he might have offended the poor creature, so quickly tried to remedy the situation. "Not that I'm not pleased to meet you," Harry quickly said. It's just, perhaps you could tell me why you're here, exactly." "Oh yes, sir," Dobby replied earnestly. "Dobby has come to warn you, sir." "It is difficult, sir." Dobby wonders where to begin. "Well, perhaps you could sit down and start from the beginning," Harry replied warmly, pointing at the bed, only to watch in horror as the elf began to wail and burst into tears, very noisy tears that had Harry staring worryingly at the door. Considering the last few weeks' events, Raven and the other Titans were likely to come into Harry's room guns blazing if Harry couldn't get the elf to quiet down. Sit down," Dobby wailed. "Never, sir. Not ever." "I'm sorry," Harry cried out, waving his arms and trying desperately to get the elf to stop crying. "I didn't mean to offend you, or anything. Please stop crying." "Offend Dobby," the elf whimpered, rubbing his arm under his nose. "Dobby has heard of your greatness, Harry Potter, sir. But never has Dobby been asked to sit down by a wizard." "Like an equal," Harry, trying to say, "Shush," and appear comforting at the same time, ushered Dobby onto the bed, where the elf sat hiccuping, looking like a large and very ugly doll. At last, the elf seemed to regain control of himself and sat with his eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of watery adoration. "You can't have met very many decent wizards, then," Harry joked, trying to bring some levity to the situation, and causing Dobby to chuckle for a moment. "No, I haven't." Dobby's expression turned into one of horror a second later, and he immediately jumped to his feet and began to bang his face against Harry's window, shouting, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" For a few horrifying seconds, Harry could only watch in shock before he raced forward, grabbed Dobby round the middle, and pulled him away from the window. "What the heck are you doing?" Harry cried. "Stop that." Hedwig had awoken fully now and was glaring angrily at the creature that had disturbed her sleep. Harry forcefully sat the elf back on the bed, with both hands on the creature's shoulders, lest he try to hurt himself again. "I'm sorry, sir," Dobby replied, having gone slightly cross-eyed. Dobby had to punish himself. Dobby almost spoke badly about his family. "Your family?" Harry asked in confusion as Dobby nodded and rubbed his head. "The wizard family that Dobby serves, sir." Dobby is a house elf, bound to serve one house and one family forever. "You're a slave?" Harry asked in horror. "Please tell me that you're joking, Dobby." Harry could feel the blood rush from his face as Dobby nodded sadly, and it was all Harry could do not to keep his temper under control in the face of such utter abhorrence. "This family you serve, do they know that you're here?" Dobby shuddered at Harry's question, and began to rock back and forth slowly. "Oh no, sir. No, sir." Dobby will have to punish himself most grievously for coming here. If they ever knew that Dobby had come, Dobby will have to shut his ears in the oven door, sir. Won't they notice if you shut your ears in the oven door? Harry demanded, already taking a dislike to whichever family owned this poor pathetic creature. Dobby doubts it, sir. Dobby is always having to punish himself for something, sir. Sometimes, Dobby's family likes to remind him of extra punishments that he may have forgotten. By now, Harry was struggling to control his temper as old Memo Rise came flooding back to him from when he had lived with the Dursleys, and he found himself repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fists. Why don't you leave? Harry demanded. Escape. You came here, why not just run? A house elf cannot escape, sir. We are bound to the wizard family we serve, sir, Dobby replied sadly, his head dropping to his chest. A house elf can only be set free, and Dobby's family will never set him free. Dobby is cursed to serve the family until he dies, sir. Good God! Harry whispered in horror, can't anyone help you? Is there anything I can do? Almost at once, Harry wished he hadn't spoken. Dobby exploded again into wails of gratitude as great fat tears ran down his face. Shut up. Stop crying, Harry hissed, casting nervous looks at the door. If my sister finds out you're in here, she's liable to tear you to pieces first, and ask questions later. Harry Potter asks poor Dobby if he can help. The elf wailed incoherently. Dobby knew of your greatness, but of your goodness, Dobby never knew. Harry flushed with embarrassment at that and quickly tried to swallow it away. Look, whatever bull crap you've heard about my greatness is just that, Harry said quickly, casting another glance at the door. He thought he'd heard something and desperately hoped he'd been wrong. Harry Potter is so humble and modest, Dobby replied reverently, his teary eyes aglow, causing Harry's eyebrow to tick in annoyance for a moment. Harry Potter speaks not over his triumph over he who must not be named. Who? Oh, you mean Voldemort. Dobby clapped his hands over his bad ears and moaned at once, ah. Speak not his name, sir. Speak not his name. Sorry, Harry said at once. I forget that most people don't like to hear his name. Dobby suddenly leaned closer to Harry, so that the little elf was nearly falling off the bed, and stared at the boy, the elf's eyes wide as headlights. Dobby heard tell that Harry Potter faced the Dark Lord again just weeks ago and triumphed again. Harry closed his eyes and nodded, trying to block out the memory of that encounter. Unseen by him, Dobby's eyes grew even larger, if possible, so that they looked like they might pop out of his skull. Ah, sir, Dobby cried, dabbing his eyes with the corner of the dirty pillowcase he was wearing. Harry Potter is brave and valiant. He has faced so many dangers already, and Dobby has come to warn him lest he be forced to face more. Even if Dobby does have to punish himself later, Harry Potter must be kept safe. Warn me? Harry asked in confusion. Warn me about what? Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Dobby cried out. He must be kept safe. There was a silence for several moments as Harry and the elf stared at one another, before at last, Harry began to laugh while Dobby stared in surprise and confusion. Is that all? Harry said, wiping his eye. No offense, Dobby, but I think you wasted a trip. I'm not going back. Harry Potter is not. Dobby asked in surprise, his wide eyes growing larger. No, he is not, a voice said suddenly, causing both Harry and the elf to issue a cry of surprise before both dove behind the bed. But perhaps you can explain why he shouldn't. All the same, as Dobby and Harry poked their heads over the bed, they saw that Raven had somehow entered without them realizing. She was now standing at the doorway with her arms crossed over her chest and one eyebrow raised in expectation. Well, Dobby, was it? Why are you here to warn my brother not to go back to Hogwarts? Rising to his feet in embarrassment, RRY quickly dusted himself off as Dobby rose and stared at Raven in confusion. Harry Potter has a sister. Dobby squeaked. Dobby didn't know Harry Potter had a sister. What an honor it is to meet you. Quickly jumping onto the bed, Dobby bowed low again, causing Raven to turn to Harry as though expecting an explanation, only for him to shrug at her with a look of utter bafflement. Thank you, Dobby, Raven replied with a smirk. Now, perhaps you could enlighten us as to why you are here. Like Dobby said, Dobby came to warn Harry Potter not to return to Hogwarts this year. Yes, we got that part, Raven sighed. Pinching her nose and closing her eyes as a headache began to form from the elf's antics. Perhaps you could explain why. There is a plot, Dobby cried. A plot to make most terrible things happen. What plot? Harry demanded. Who's plotting them? I can't say, Dobby groaned, before jumping off the bed and grabbing Harry's nearby bedside lamp, which he smacked several times against his face as the two Potters watched in shock. Hey, knock it off! Harry cried out, grabbing the elf and ripping the lamp out of his hands before hurling him onto the bed, before the elf could move. Raven had waved her hand and created a shadow that quickly enveloped the squirming elf, leaving only his head visible. I apologize, Dobby, but I cannot allow you to harm yourself again. Raven replied sternly as Dobby's head whipped back and forth. Harry Potter and his sister are so noble. Dobby cried, far too noble by far. Poor Dobby is unworthy of such kindness. Okay, look, dude. Harry growled, already fed up with seeing Dobby forced to punish himself. I have friends going back to Hogwarts this year. And if they're in danger, then you need to tell us what is going on. Is it the wizard family you serve that is plotting these things? Dobby gulped slightly and then proceeded to nod. What is the name of the family you serve? Raven asked softly. Surely you can tell us that without being forced to punish yourself, can't you? Dobby clenched his eyes shut, as though fighting some inner battle, and Harry could feel his patience growing thin as he waited. He'd already lost one friend. And he'd be damned if he was about to lose more. Dobby serves the Malfoy family, the elf whispered before violently whipping his head back and forth as though trying to escape Raven's hold on him so he could punish himself. Thank you, Dobby, Raven replied gently, your kindness will not be forgotten. And I promise you that I will find some way to repay you for coming all this way to warn my brother. Harry Potter's sister is too kind. Dobby wailed. Dobby doesn't deserve such kindness. Can't we do anything? Harry asked desperately. This isn't right. No creature, be they human or not, deserves to live like this. As Raven stared down at the sobbing elf, still trapped in her shadow, with only his head poking out, she couldn't help but agree with her little brother. It broke her heart to see such a creature treated so poorly. There's nothing we can do now, Harry. I'm sorry, but I can reach out to Aunt Andromeda and see if there are any other avenues we can pursue. So what? We're just going to let him go back? Harry cried aghast. You heard him. He came here to warn me, knowing that he'd be forced to punish himself for it. This is wrong. I agree with you, Raven said at once, coming to her brother and pulling him into her embrace, her arms holding him tight. But there is nothing we can do about it right now. If we try to force Dobby to stay here, the magic that binds him to the Malfoy family will kill him for trying to escape. Harry jolted at that and stared up at his sister in horror as Dobby continued to wail on the bed. I will contact Aunt Andromeda immediately and see what we can do, Raven said again in a firm voice. If all else fails, we could contact the Malfoy family and offer to buy Dobby from them. Buy him? Harry asked in a strangled voice. That's sick. I agree, Raven said at once, but it may be our only option. Turning back to Dobby, the Potter siblings could see that the elf was finally starting to settle down. Even so, Raven approached the bed cautiously and asked in a soft voice. Now, if I let you go, will you try and hurt yourself again? No, miss, Dobby sniffled, causing Avain to nod once before the shadow disappeared, allowing Dobby to sit up and stare at her in awe. I think it's time you return home, Raven said softly. I thank you for coming to warn my brother, and I promise that we will find a way to reward such courage. Dobby needs no reward, the elf replied as it rose to its feet on the bed and blew his nose into his pillowcase. Dobby only wants to keep Harry Potter safe. Dobby remembers what it was like before Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord. We house elves were treated like vermin, though Dobby is still treated like vermin. As he watched Dobby blow his nose again, Harry couldn't help but curl his lip in disgust. Why do you wear that, Dobby? This, sir, Dobby asked, indicating his pillowcase. 'Tis a mark of the house elf enslavement. Dobby can only be freed if his family gives him clothes, so they are careful to make sure that Dobby is never given so much as a sock. Wait, you have to be given clothes to be set free? Harry asked in shock. Then who does the Malfoys' laundry? They send it out to be washed, sir, Dobby replied simply. They don't want to risk Dobby having a chance at freedom. Interesting, Raven replied, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Perhaps we can use that to our advantage. How do you mean? Harry asked. I need to think a little more about this, but there may be a way to help Dobby. Dobby's eyes filled with tears again. And Harry was almost sure he was going to begin sobbing again, when suddenly the elf doubled over in pain and grimaced slightly. Master calls for Dobby. Dobby must go. Without another word, the elf spun on the spot and disappeared with a loud crack that made both Potter siblings wince at the sudden noise. Why is it always me? Harry groaned, pinching his nose and closing his eyes, causing Raven to chuckle and shake her head slightly. Ignoring that, for the moment, I wanted to talk to you about something, Raven said, taking a seat on the bed and patting the space next to her for Harry to join. What's up? Harry replied, taking a seat. It concerns your continued education, Raven said in her monotone voice. Just because you're not going back to Hogwarts doesn't mean that you get to give up completely on your education. Okay, so where am I going? Harry asked. Ilvermorny, Salem. I considered both, Raven admitted, but then was given a better option. Okay, you gonna tell me what it is? I received an invitation from Gotham Academy for you to enroll. It's a very prestigious school, and you'd do well there. What? Harry replied in shock. But I thought we were going to Rhode Island. How am I supposed to be in two places at once? Better question is, how did I get invited? I imagine our long-eared friend had a hand in that, Raven smirked, causing Harry to scowl. He still hadn't forgiven Batman for what the hero had done to him when Trigon had tried to possess him. And, as to how you can be in two places at once, Raven continued. Have you forgotten that Zeta tubes are a thing? Oh yeah, forgot about those, Harry replied with a cheeky grin that made Raven smile. Perhaps her brother wasn't completely gone, after all. But what about learning magic? I still have to take my OWLs if I want to get a job in the wizarding world, Harry said. How am I supposed to learn magic if I go to a muggle school? I've thought of that as well, Raven grinned. I don't know if she's doing it to assuage her guilt or if she genuinely wants to help you learn. Personally, I don't care. Either way, Zatanna has offered to teach you everything she knows about magic. And considering she's the youngest sorceress ever to achieve 5 masteries in 5 different areas of magic, I think we'd both be fools to turn down her offer. Harry's eyes nearly bugged out of his head at his sister's words, and his jaw hung open, giving him the appearance of a goldfish and causing Raven to snort with laughter for a moment. Zatanna wants to teach me magic? Harry asked in shock, which was only made worse when Raven nodded. And I've decided to help her teach you as well. Between the two of us, I'm sure we'll have you more than ready for your OWLs. That is, if you're up for it. Yes, Harry shouted, tackling his sister onto the bed and hugging her for all he was worth. Yes, yes, and double yes. With a laugh, Raven pulled herself back up into a sitting position and ran her hand through her brother's hair as he hugged her. But, don't be thinking that I'll go soft on you just because you're my brother, Raven said sternly. It'll be a lot of hard work. And I fully intend to give you enough homework to make you regret ever taking this deal. And I fully expect you to get good grades in your muggle studies, as well. You start flunking, and we may need to re-examine certain priorities. I won't regret it. Harry smiled happily. I promise I'll learn everything and make you proud. Oh, Harry, Raven whispered as she hugged her brother and smiled. You already have. Never believe otherwise. As the siblings pulled away from each other, Raven worried her lip as she tried to figure out how to tell Harry the next thing she had decided on, hoping he would agree. Harry, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. What's up? Harry asked as he scooted to the back of the bed, resting his back against the headboard as he curled his legs under him. You know that the Potter family is wealthy, Raven began. That's one way of putting it, Harry scoffed. Another is to say we could challenge Bruce Wayne for control of the world. Raven snorted and shook her head for a moment before looking back at her brother. There were times when he acted just like she remembered, and she cherished these moments the most. But these moments were fleeting, and she never could tell when his next round of anger or depression would set in. Anyway, Our family has more money than we could spend in 3 lifetimes, and I feel like there's more that we could do with it besides have it sit in an underground bank and gather dust. What did you have in mind? Harry asked, giving Raven his full attention and making her swallow nervously. I want to start up a company. I'm thinking of calling it Potter Enterprises, Raven replied. There's a lot of good our family fortune could do, not just for the Muggle world but for the Wizarding world as well. Like Jinx's designs, for example. Think of how much change we could bring to the Wizarding world if technology and magic were able to operate side by side. We could bring the entire Wizarding world into the 21st century in no time at all. You want to create a company that operates in both worlds? Harry asked, wanting to make sure he heard right. You realize that could take years, right? And I doubt those pureblood pricks are just gonna roll over and give up their profits without a fight. I do, Raven nodded, but I feel like this is something that Mom and Dad would have wanted. We can create positive change in both worlds. Perhaps even create a day where the citizens of the Wizarding world no longer need to hide and fear being discovered. For several moments, Harry just stared at Raven. And she began to wonder if her brother wouldn't want to go along with it. Those thoughts were soon dashed when Harry scooted closer to her and wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tight. I think Mom and Dad would be so proud of you for thinking of it, Harry said softly, making Raven's eyes water. I know I am. You continuously prove why you're my hero, big sister. Raven's eyes widened at that, and she felt herself squeezing Harry for all she was worth. This was a beginning, she could feel it. And one day, many years from now, she knew that she would look back on this as the day that she and her brother brought the Wizarding world fully into the light, and no witch or wizard would ever need fear being persecuted again. 2 weeks later, Harry stood on the docks next to Raven as they stared into the distance at Titan's Tower one final time. Around the pair, the other Titans also stood staring at the empty building, and a solemn sadness seemed to permeate the group. When enough time had gone by, the group turned and walked away toward the city. The nearest Zeta tube was a block and a half away, disguised to look like an old telephone booth, and that is where they were headed. As they reached their destination, Harry's eyes widened as he saw the Impala that he and Cyborg had been working on for the past few years, sitting on the curb next to the telephone booth. Why, you finished it? Harry asked softly as he circled the car, staring at it with awe as Cyborg watched with a smile. Without me. I figured it would be a while before we got a chance to work on it together again, Cyborg replied with a smile. So I thought, why not let you look after it for a while? Harry's head whipped up at that from where he'd been examining the tires, his eyes as wide as saucers. As Cyborg tossed the keys at him, so surprised was he, that Harry nearly failed to catch them. You mean it? Harry asked in a small voice as his eyes turned back to the car. The Impala looked as though it had just come off the showroom floor, black as night with a blood-red interior. White wall tires adorned her, and as the light hit her, she seemed to shine. But the best part was a small carving on the passenger side dashboard that showed the Titans standing together with smiles. Keep her safe for me, yeah. Cyborg smiled, something that all the other Titans copied as they watched Harry examine every inch of the car from hood to trunk. Only Raven shook her head in disbelief. You realize that he's 12, right? Raven asked in a dry voice. Also, he doesn't have a license. And won't have one for the next 4 years. So, Cyborg replied, plenty of time for him to learn how to drive this beauty. And you really think he'll want to wait that long? Raven deadpanned. I'll have to hide the keys to keep him from totaling it. Must you be so infuriating? Indeed, I must, Cyborg replied, not even looking remotely apologetic as Raven shook her head and strode forward. Harry, Raven called, causing the boy to look at her. I'll hold on to the keys for now. Oh, come on. Harry whined, only for Raven to give him a stern look for a moment before he handed them over. You're no fun, you know that. When you're older, I will teach you to drive, and you can have these back. Raven smirked as she put the keys in her robe. I'll come back later and figure out a way to get it to Rhode Island. Realizing that it was finally time to go, Harry gave each of the Titans a warm hug, trying to convey to each one how much he would miss them. Jinx seemed to not want to let go. And Harry was sure he could feel dampness on his hair from quiet tears. Now, I expect letters, often. Jinx said firmly, and no girls. You wait until you're in high school for that sort of thing. Gross, Harry replied, making the others laugh at his embarrassment, all except for Raven, who just shook her head. One by one, the Titans entered the phone booth and Dee disappeared in a blinding flash of light, until only Raven and Harry were left. Well, shall we? Raven asked warmly, receiving a shrug as an answer as Harry strode into the booth beside her, as Raven input the code. She could feel her brother's sorrow, it seemed to echo around her like a rung bell, and it made her want to weep. Author's note: I'm Bach. Took me a while, but I finally managed to buy myself a new laptop. So expect some new chapters in the coming days, for all my stories. So slaps hand together, let's get to it. Right off the bat, I'm gonna tell you that Harry and Wally will not get along for a long while. Wally firmly believes in science and will be antagonistic to Harry every chance he can get, as he doesn't understand what Harry can do, and refuses to admit it's magic. Added to that, Harry's anger and aggression due to his trauma is gonna be a big factor in the coming chapters. There are no fixed pairs, yet, because Harry is 12 years old and I personal. Why think that's too young to be in a relationship? Take it as you will. I hope you enjoy this chapter, and if not, let me know what you didn't like about it, as it helps me write better stories for you all to enjoy. Until next time, peace. Chapter 43. Lunatic stood in the middle of the deserted Gotham street, staring at the building in front of him, a small grin dancing across his face as he considered his next move. To the uneducated mind, the building looked quite innocuous, just another 4-story brownstone surrounded by several others, all vacant, of course. When Lunatic left Titan's Tower, he originally planned to head straight to Metropolis and murder Lex Luthor outright, but then he decided on a better idea, one that suited his love of chaos quite nicely. It had been almost a trifling matter to break into Lex's office and download a copy of all the different addresses where the bald-headed prick's hidden laboratories were located. A few of them made even Lunatic's eyebrows rise, as he knew that the U.S. government would want several words with Luthor if they knew some of the experiments he had going on across the planet. Batman would definitely be interested if he knew what this building, located almost in the heart of his city, was being used for, and all under his nose at that. Once he had the addresses, Lunatic quickly wiped all evidence that he was ever there and left. Eager to begin making Luthor's life a living hell, that was what Lunatic had decided on. Death would be too easy a penance for Luthor. No, instead, Lunatic would take everything from the prick. Bit by bit, Lunatic would destroy his empire, until the only thing Luthor had left was his life, and that would be the last thing that Lunatic would take. Then he would consider Luthor's debt paid, and not before. Stretching his arms over his head, Lunatic released a satisfied sigh as his back cracked, quickly cracking his neck and then his fingers. Lunatic stared once again at the building, a large, insane smile beginning to form across his face as he stepped forward. Time to play. Dr. Robert Monroe sighed wearily as he looked up from the report he'd been working on for Mr. Luthor concern. In the latest batch of genetic experiments the doctor had been tasked with, their latest attempt had resulted in another failure, and the subject had, unfortunately, been put down soon after. Lounging back in his chair, Dr. Monroe ran a wrinkled hand across his face. He'd been working too hard lately, perhaps he should ask Mr. Luthor for some time off before the workload killed him. Though nearing his 60th year, the doctor looked far older, undoubtedly brought upon by the ungodly hours he put his body through. Dr. Monroe was dark-skinned, with a ring of white hair that encircled his head, save for his bald dome. His eyes were stone gray and gazed out with an almost intimidating aura, showing the sagacity within. Age and stress had ripped his once youthful features to shreds, leaving a wrinkled and tired old man behind. Releasing another tired sigh, Dr. Monroe wondered how his life had come to this. He had 4 PhDs, was widely regarded as one of the premier intellectuals on genetic biology. An almost entirely new field of study, and yet was trapped 6 floors underground trying to make a weapon for a narcissistic billionaire. When Lex Luthor approached Dr. Monroe, the scientist thought that he had gotten the deal of a lifetime. All his experiments would be covered by Luthor, and he would be given free rein to take genetics farther than anyone could dream possible. Especially since under Luthor's employment, Dr. Monroe wouldn't have to worry about the government's laws about what was considered ethical. But after nearly 3 years of working for Luther, Dr. Monroe was beginning to wish he'd never made this bargain. All his time lately seemed to be consumed in creating a weapon capable of taking down the Man of Steel, by order of Luther. Millions of dollars had been pumped into the project, and yet all they'd encountered was failure after failure. As Dr. Monroe took a drink from his coffee cup, his thoughts angrily wandered toward his associate, Mark Desmond, who had actually managed to create a clone of Superman, only for it to fall into the hands of the hero when a group of children had invaded one of Cadmus' labs several weeks ago. Had the moron decided to share his work, perhaps Monroe and his team could have done the same, and his genetic experiments might be further along than they were. Instead, Desmond had chosen to play his cards closer to his chest than was necessary and not only lost the clone, but had also stupidly transformed himself irreversibly into a monster. Shaking his head in derision at the stupidity of his colleague, Monroe rose from his chair and stretched his arms over his head as a yawn escaped him. Feeling the satisfying pop of several kinks in his neck and back, Monroe pulled his lab coat IFF the nearby hook and threw it over his expensive gray suit. He'd just reached a hand out for the door, eager to get back to work, when music began to play throughout the lab, making him pause, outside his office window. He could see the rest of his team also pausing in confusion as the music grew louder in both tempo and bass. True, this building wasn't one of Luther's more secure sites, only using half a dozen scientists and a little over a dozen security personnel, but surely someone wasn't stupid or crazy enough to attack it, were they? As the thought crossed Monroe's mind, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. He backed away from the door a few steps before quickly reaching the phone atop his desk and punching in the number for security. For a few tense seconds, the line buzzed before Monroe heard the unmistakable click of someone answering, causing him to sigh with relief. Before he could speak, however, a voice rang out in Monroe's ears, far younger than he had expected. "We're sorry, we are unable to answer your call at this time, as all the security personnel are currently unconscious. But please don't worry, we'll be down momentarily." The dial tone sounded after that, and Monroe slowly pulled the phone away from his ear, staring at the receiver in shock for a moment before that gave way to fear. Someone actually was attacking the facility, and with the majority of the security personnel upstairs unconscious. If the voice had been truthful, that just left 6 guards down here to keep him and his team safe. Unable to keep his hands from shaking, Monroe He ran out of his office to find the chief security officer and inform him of what was happening. Just as he exited his office, Monroe heard the elevator doors ding open, followed by an insane cackle that made goosebumps run up his skin. As Lunatic entered the building, a manic smile plastered on his face and the large boombox resting on his shoulder, held there by his right arm, his eyes took in his surroundings with an almost lazy glance. A long hallway led to a dark brown desk, behind which sat a man in a black security uniform, complete with a beret that nearly covered the left side of his face and made Lunatic roll his eyes. Behind the man, a silver pair of elevator doors stood, with the only other doors being a pair of mahogany on either side of the hallway. "Can I help you, boy?" Man behind the desk asked in a condescending tone. "Indeed, good sir," Lunatic smiled, "I would like access to the illegal laboratory that lies beneath your floor." The man scowled at that, and his hand reached under the desk, making Lunatic's smile grow as he realized what was about to happen. Glorious violence. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, sir," the man replied coldly. "As you can see, this is a simple apartment complex. I think you should leave." "A simple apartment complex? Ha, that's a good one," Lunatic laughed. "Is that why they have such an intimidating fellow like yourself guarding the front desk?" "We have many wealthy individuals staying here," the man sneered back, "and they value their privacy from the riffraff." "Meh, not the worst thing I've been called," Lunatic shrugged, lowering the boombox to the floor, "but we both know that the only wealthy resident you have here is Lex Luthor." A moment later, the doors on either side of the room slammed open and a dozen muscular men in the same black uniforms stepped out, each carrying an electric baton. "You should have taken my advice and left," the man behind the desk smirked as he rose to his feet and pulled a baton from his hip. "Now, That ship has sailed, I'm afraid. Let's see. Lunatic smiled, doing a quick mental count, one arm across his chest while the thumb of the other rested under his chin. 12 of you against 1 of me, sounds like even odds to me. But first, some mood music. Reaching down, Lunatic pressed a button on his boom box, flooding the hall with music and making more th. And one of the security guards winced at the explosion of noise. Slowly rising to his feet, Lunatic grinned at the scowling men before him. Well then, shall we begin? The men exploded into action, rushing toward the grinning child. Batons raised to beat him into submission as Lunatic's arms snapped out, and 2 black and red striped metal baseball bats flew out of the arms of his coat and into his waiting hands. Word Up by Korn begins playing. Quickly ducking under a baton swing, Lunatic responded by bringing the bat in his left hand up and slamming it under the chin of the attacking guard, literally lifting him from his feet. Lunatic followed this up by spinning on his heel and slamming the bat in his right hand into the guard's stomach, sending him crashing into the guards behind him and creating a mass of cursing bodies. Issuing a quick rooster crow of victory, Lunatic rushed forward and quickly dropped to his knees, sliding between 2 rising guards and slamming his bats into their kneecaps, relishing the way they fell to the ground with cries of agony. Seeing that 2 more guards had managed to untangle themselves from the mass of bodies, Lunatic snapped his arms out and hurled both bats at them, grinning like a Cheshire cat as the bats connected with their skulls and sent them back to the floor. Before he could rise to his feet, someone grabbed the back of Lunatic's coat and roughly pulled him into the air. Filthy street rat, a voice screamed into the boy's ear as he struggled wildly. Hold him still, another guard snarled as he approached and raised his baton. What do you think I'm trying to do? The guard holding Lunatic shouted back. Raising his arms into the air, Lunatic quickly slid out of his coat and landed cat-like onto the floor just as the guard swung his baton, inadvertently slamming it into the chest of his friend, and causing him to collapse to the ground holding his chest as he gasped for air while his attacker blinked stupidly at his actions. Back-flipping away with a cackle, Lunatic finally stopped and examined his work. Of the original 12, only 6 were still standing, staring at the 6 others Lunatic had managed to bring down so effortlessly. You know, for a group of such strong men, I'm kinda disappointed, Lunatic smirked. Are those muscles just for show, or are you actually incapable of taking down a single kid? Either way, I think Luther should get his money back. 2 of the guards snarled at that and lunged forward, only for Lunatic to smile as he lifted his arms into the air, causing the 2 men to rise as well. As the remaining guards watched, wide-eyed, Lunatic began to twirl his hands as though conducting an orchestra. The 2 men began flying across the room, slamming into the walls and ceiling as their shouts began to dwindle to silence. With a final smile, Lunatic flung his hands down, causing the 2 men to slam into the floor with such force that the tile actually cracked. Tilt, Lunatic's smirk. D as the other guards stared in horror at the broken, bleeding forms that had just seconds ago been their friends. Pulling his top hat from his head, Lunatic bowed to the remaining 4 men, a cruel ND insane grin on his face that made the men, as one, take a step back. Gentlemen, the little madman smirked, who's next? For several seconds, no one moved, and Lunatic rose back to his feet and placed the top hat back on his head before cracking his knuckles. Finally, the guard who had been originally behind the desk threw his baton at the boy as he screamed. Screw this. Luther ain't paying me enough to get killed. Lunatic swatted the baton away as the man ran past him. A moment later, the rest of the guards followed him, all looking over their shoulders as they ran to ensure that the demon pretending to be a child wasn't following them. Alone in the hall, Lunatic looked over his attackers' groaning and broken bodies before beginning to cackle merrily. This was certainly shaping up to be quite the fun day. With a snap of his fingers, the boombox melted away, and the music stopped just in time for the phone behind the desk to begin ringing. Skipping happily to the desk, the boy answered the phone and said happily, "We're sorry, we are unable to answer your call at this time, as all the security personnel are currently unconscious. But please don't worry, we'll be down momentarily." Hanging up the phone with a laugh, Lunatic pressed the button summoning the elevator as he whistled a jaunty tune. Such fun, indeed. Music ends. Lex Luthor swallowed his all-consuming rage. With visible effort as Mercy read him the report, one of his genetics laboratories, situated in the heart of Gotham City, had been burned to the ground. The scientists and security guards that had been employed there had been found trussed and badly beaten not far away, unconscious in some dirty trash bin by a group of homeless people looking for food. Lex had wanted to question them immediately, but had been informed that the severity of their injuries made such a thing impossible for quite some time. All the research had been destroyed, and the servers wiped, ensuring that all data from the facility was irretrievably gone. And that was what enraged Luther the most. Scientists were a dime a dozen, he could always find more, but 6 years of genetic research. That was priceless, and it was now gone. Get out, Luther hissed. Causing Mercy to look up from the report with surprise, I said, get out. Hurling an expensive decanter of cognac at her to emphasize his point, Lex watched as Mercy quickly dodged out of the way, causing it to shatter against his office door. Immediately, Mercy all but ran out of the office, leaving Lex leaning over his desk, breathing hard, his palms resting atop the wood desktop. Tut, tut, Lexi, a voice called out, causing Lex to jump in alarm. You should learn to control your temper. Narrowing his eyes in anger, Lex quickly looked around his office, yet could not find the origin of the voice, until it spoke again. Up here. Looking up at the ceiling, Lex felt his face twitch as he saw Lunatic sitting cross-legged on the ceiling of his office, grinning madly down at him. With a wink, the boy dropped down, flipping once before landing softly before Lex's desk. You, Lex growled, you're the one who destroyed my lab and assaulted my staff. Really showing that intelligence. There, Lunatic quipped, taking a seat in front of Lex's desk, and crossing his right leg over his left before resting his clasped hands on his knee. Give me one reason why I shouldn't call Mercy back in here and have her rip you limb from limb. Lex hissed, his anger rising as he saw how little his threat affected the boy, who simply grinned back at him. Because the only result of that decision would be another employee spending some time in intensive care, Lunatic grinned back, his smile growing wider. Quickly taking a stranglehold on his temper, Lex sat down and spoke in a much softer tone. I must say, I'm surprised at how brutal you treated my employees. Several of them will be lucky to ever walk again if the hospital reports are to be believed. I would have thought you heroes were against such tactics. Even Batman doesn't go as far as you did, brat. Well, there's your first mistake, Lunatic sneered, I'm not a hero. Lex took a moment to digest that information before speaking again, carefully aware of the danger he was in. I suppose you're here to kill me for my part in Jump City's destruction, then. I will admit, I had considered it, Lunatic replied. It would be all too easy for me to do so. After all, look how easily I managed to invade your office, even with all your fancy security. So, why are you here? Lex demanded. Our interactions may be few and far between, but I somehow feel that gloating is beneath you. And you would be right, Lunatic nodded, gloating is such a puerile action. So, is this the part where you kill me? Les asked again, his right hand slowly reaching toward the button under his desk that would summon security. No, Lunatic replied, surprising the man, death is permanent and final. What I have planned for you is far worse, and will make a lasting impression. Oh, do tell, you made a very grave error, Luther, Lunatic replied, looking down at his hands so that Lex could not see the boy's eyes. Your mistake was thinking that I'm a good person. I'm not, I never was. I was good for Arcane, solely for him. And you hurt him, you took something precious from the only person to ever treat me with respect. So, I want you to run as far and as fast as you can. And I'm gonna hunt you. From now until the end of days, you will know no quiet sleeps, no gentle nights. You will know no love, no happiness, no peace. You will know only fear, despair, and loss. And when I have hunted you for 1,000 years, when I have taken everything that you care about, and left your empire a smoky ruin of death and destruction, you will understand the barest sliver of what you have awoken in me. So run, Luther, run and hide, and let's see how far you get. At the end of his speech, Lunatic looked up, and Lex visibly gulped as he saw the boy's eyes had turned into cat-like slits. Maybe it was Lex's imagination, but he could swear he heard, "O Fortuna," echoing soft. Lee in the background as Lunatic made his speech. The shadows of the office even seemed drawn to the boy, giving the little madman an almost unholy level of intimidation as Lex stared and tried to keep his calm demeanor. Before Lex could respond, a blinding flash of light lit up the office, temporarily blinding the man. When his vision returned, he saw, to his surprise, that he was alone. Quickly pressing the button under his desk, Lex tried to regain his composure. He would never admit it, but that crazy little bastard had actually managed to scare him. Just a little bit, but if lunatic though, he was just going to roll over and let the little bastard tear his empire down. That boy had another thing coming. Plans would have to be implemented immediately to ensure that all of Lex's remaining laboratories were fortified and made more secure. Let lunatic try and take Lex's empire. Many had tried before, and in the end, Lex was always the last man standing on the battlefield. Author's note: Word Up is the property of Korn, and as such, I claim no ownership over it. The same goes with O Fortuna, which is the property of Karl Orff. This will be the last time we see lunatic for the foreseeable future. We may see snippets of his war against Lex, here and there, but this will be the last chapter I write with him in it for a while. Simply put, while I love the made little dude, he's hard to write. And I'm running out of gags and stuff to work into his repertoire. Don't worry, I'm not getting rid of him. I'm just putting him away for a little while. In the next chapter, Harry will meet his new team. Let me know if you liked this chapter or didn't, as it helps me become a better writer. Until next time. Chapter 44. Batman stared out with narrowed eyes at the protégés as he walked into the cave of Mount Justice. They were all dressed in their uniforms, and Batman found himself nodding with approval at the team's readiness. Kid Flash and Robin were seated in front of a large television screen, playing some sort of fighting game while Aqualad sat on the arm of the couch and watched. McGann was missing, but from the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Batman concluded that she was attempting to perfect her cooking skills once again. Superboy was leaning against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest and eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought. Of all the protégés, RBOY was the one that Batman was the leariest of, and with good reason considering the boy's origins. As the team became aware of Batman's arrival, they all seemed to drop what they were doing and all but run towards him. Hearing the commotion, McGann floated out of the kitchen a moment later, wearing a frilly pink apron that had spots of flour strewn across it. "B-Man," Kid Flash cried excitedly, zooming up to the hero. "Have you finally got a mission for us? It's been nearly 2 weeks since the incident with Mr. Twister. We're going stir-crazy here." Looking down at the team, Batman mentally sighed. Wally West, or Kid Flash, as his chosen moniker, had the potential to be a great hero. The problem was that his hyperactivity and habit of jumping headfirst into danger often led the boy to cause more trouble than he stopped. Not to mention his annoying habit of flirting with every girl he encountered. Wally was lean yet muscular and had chosen a uniform almost identical to his mentor, the Flash. However, where Flash had decided to make his uniform all in red, Wally had gone the opposite way. Wally's uniform was almost entirely yellow, save for his red pants and gloves. Additionally, he had a pair of red lightning bolts protruding from the sides of his mask that matched the bolt on his chest. In contrast, a pair of red goggles rested on his head. His mask largely concealed his identity, covering much of his face, save for his violent green eyes and flaming red hair. As the other team members approached, Batman paused in his answer, giving each hero a quick glance as though searching for something, and making them all twitch under his hard stare. Tim Drake, or Red Robin, was one of the ones who had chosen to join this group, if only to get away from Damian for a short time. While it was true that things between the two boys had gotten better, largely thanks to Harry's friendship with both boys and his ability to make them both see common ground, Damian still had moments where his upbringing and his anger would make working with Tim, or anyone for that matter, difficult. Damian had left Gotham weeks prior, headed to a monastery in the Himalayas that would hopefully help him assuage his anger, and somehow find peace and deal with the awful upbringing that his mother had subjected the boy to. Tim's uniform had hardly changed since it was first given to him by Batman. Only the computer in the boy's wrist gauntlet had been updated, and given the boy's already impressive hacking abilities, Batman couldn't help but be proud. Calderon, or Aqualad as he was called, was an Atlantean with light blonde haircut at the bottom, deep brown skin, pale green eyes, high cheekbones, and a lean build. Additionally, he had black, eel-like tattoos that ran across his back and along his arms that glowed bright blue when he used his Atlantean magic. Due to his heritage, his fingers and toes were webbed, and a set of gills could be seen along his neck to allow him to breathe underwater. His uniform consisted of a skin-tight full-body red and blue swimsuit that exposed his arms and feet. At the same time, an Atlantean, sat on his belt buckle, and his twin bearer weapons sat comfortably on his back. Superboy stood not far behind the three boys, his arms crossed over his chest, and a scowl was in place on his handsome face. It was he that Batman was most leery of. Cloned from Superman's DNA by Cadmus, the same people who had subjected Lunatic to horrors that Batman could scarcely imagine, the boy looked like an ordinary 16-year-old teenager. With wild black hair and crystal blue eyes, though much more muscular than someone his age would typically be. Rather than wear a uniform, Superboy had chosen instead to adopt a pitch black shirt with the classic S shield in red and an ordinary pair of blue jeans. As Batman continued to stare, he could almost feel the anger coming off of the boy, like an eternal storm just waiting to be unleashed. Understandable considering what the boy had gone through since being freed from Cadmus by Robin and the team nearly a month prior. Superman's all but abandonment of the boy had also contributed to boy's growing anger and general mistrust of all persons of authority, but that was a matter for another day. M'gann Maors, or Miss Martian, was the final member of the team and perhaps its easiest to get along with. Originally from Mars, M'gann, like all Martians, had green skin, yet had chosen to adopt a more human appearance by giving herself shoulder-length red hair and deep amber eyes. It had taken Batman only a quick investigation to figure out that M'gann had modeled her appearance after a character from an old TV show, even down to the freckles across the girl's face. Her uniform was almost impractical in its simplicity, consisting of a white t-shirt with a red X across it, along with a dark blue skirt, knee-length collared cape, gloves, and ankle boots. Currently, she was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans, with a frilly pink apron that was covered in flour, no doubt from her newest attempt at baking. "Hello," Wally sang out, Earth to Batman. "You got a mission for us or what?" "No," Batman replied lowly, "you'll receive a mission when one becomes available." "Then, why are you here?" Robin smirked, "You can't have missed me that much." Batman mentally chuckled at that. Tim was one of the few who could worm his way through Batman's iron emotional defenses, and Batman was grateful to have met the boy. After losing Jason, Batman had gone down a very dark road. And Tim had saved him from becoming someone that Batman would almost certainly have hated. "You'll be getting a new teammate later today. I'm simply here to inform you of that." "Who?" Wally asked with a raised brow, crossing his arms over his chest. "Arcane," Batman replied, narrowing his eyes at Wally as the boy scoffed in derision, while Robin smiled happily. "Seriously," Wally sneered, "what a drag." "Who is Arcane?" M'gann asked, gazing at Wally in surprise at the way he was acting. "A kid who likes to pretend he's a wizard or some such nonsense," Wally replied at once, earning a glare from both Robin and Batman. "He's the little brother of Raven from the Titans in Jump City," Robin replied, glaring at his friend and making Wally roll his eyes. "He was practically raised by the Titans, in fact." "The Titans are a formidable team," Aqualad replied. "I believe the original Robin leads them. So why is he coming here if he already has a team?" "The events of the Battle of Jump City have all but destroyed the trust that the Titans have spent the last few years cultivating from the people they protected," Batman replied. "The Titans and the Justice League agreed that it would be in everyone's best interest to move Arcane to a different location until tempers cool." "Yeah, I saw what Grodd did," Wally replied softly, the sneer leaving his face as a sad expression took its place. "I may not like Arcane, but still, no one deserves to lose a friend like that." "Agreed," Aqualad replied as Robin nodded. Only Superboy and M'gann stared in confusion, not up to date on what had occurred. "What happened?" the green-skinned girl asked, causing the others to look at each other briefly before Robin replied with a sad look. As Robin explained what had happened to Cassie, Arcane had kneeled as the gorilla asked, only for Grodd to still kill the poor girl. M'gann's hands came up to her mouth in horror. At the same time, Superboy looked at his team in shock and anger, his fists tightening at his sides. That's awful, M'gann cried out, tears running down her face as Robin nodded. Cassie and Arcane were very close. They had plans to create a band together when they grew older. He even sang at her funeral, so I can only imagine how hurt he must be. Which is why none of you are to bring it up, Batman growled, causing the team to turn to him in surprise. Arcane is hurting in a way that few of us have ever truly experienced. I've placed him on this team not only to help him work through his trauma but also to help him heal. In the coming days, I'll need you all to show him that he is not alone, and I hope you do just that. Whatever issues you have with one another, leave them at the door. This team needs to learn to operate as one, and petty disputes will not be tolerated. Is that clear? By the end, Batman was glaring straight at Wally, who shuffled nervously under the infamous bat glare, before quickly nodding his head that he understood. While the others all nodded at once. Good, he should be here in an hour or so, Batman growled before spinning on his heel and stepping away into the Zeta tube, disappearing in a flash of light moments later. As the group returned to what they had been doing before, M'gann couldn't help but notice Wally's slight sneer as he sat down and picked his controller back up. Worrying her lip, she hoped that whatever problems Wally had with this Arcane, they would be able to work them out as a team. An hour later, the team was all seated around the nearby table, enjoying M'gann's newest attempt at making cookies. When the Zeta tubes came to life, recognized Raven, A03, Arcane, B07. Quickly jumping to her feet, M'gann got her first look at the infamous Arcane, and was surprised by the result. M'gann already knew who Raven was, having heard about the heroine from her Uncle Jean, yet standing next to her, Arcane seemed small in comparison. He wasn't wearing his uniform. Instead, the boy was wearing a sleeveless black shirt that showed his defined arms nicely. Added to that, he was wearing a torn and frayed pair of blue jeans with what looked like a seatbelt in lieu of an actual belt, while a pair of black and red checkered all-stars sat upon his feet. The greenest eyes that M'gann had ever seen gazed out at her from under a wild mess of shoulder-length black hair that had several braids and streaks of red dyed through it. A small raven earring hung from the boy's left lobe and seemed to swing around with each move the boy made, almost as if it were alive. But it was the boy's eyes that captivated her the most. They held such sadness in them that M'gann, at once, wanted to rush forward and give the boy a hug. A single red backpack and a guitar case with several band stickers on it seemed to be all that Arcane had brought with him, and he looked once at Raven with hesitation, who quickly looked back and nodded with a small smile. Taking a deep breath, Arcane stepped forward towards the team who were all gazing at him with different looks, ranging from warm acceptance Robin, Aqualad to hesitated suspicion Wally, to sheer indifference Superboy. Before he could say a single word, M'gann floated toward Arcane and held out a warm hand for him to shake. Hello, Arcane. My name is M'gann Maors, but you can call me Megan, everyone does. It's so nice to meet you and to know you'll be joining the team. Yeah, cool. Arcane replied nervously, slowly reaching out and taking the girl's hand. Nice to meet you too, Megan. You can call me Harry. When we're not out doing whatever it is we'll be doing, I mean. Harry, M'gann said thoughtfully before a smile came across her face. I like it. It suits you. It's the hair, ain't it? Harry smirked, shaking his head for good measure, and making M'gann laugh once as his hair flowed around his head. Yup, M'gann said at once, and making Harry's smile grow for a moment before he looked past her at the others. Robin, I didn't know you were on this team, glad to see a familiar face. Well, you know me. Robin smirked, fist bumping Harry's offered one. How could I pass up such an opportunity to gain more experience as a hero? Where's Damien? Harry asked, causing Robin's smirk to drop for just a moment. Tibet, last I heard. Went there for some self-healing. His anger lately has gotten a bit much. He never said anything. Harry replied softly. Well, hope he's okay, at any rate. You know him. He'll reach out when he's ready. Robin replied softly, eliciting a nod from Harry. Quallad was the next to approach and offered a firm handshake, which Harry respectfully returned. Greetings, Arcane. I am Calderon of Atlantis. It is well to meet you. I have heard many good things from Robin about you. He considers you a close friend, something I hope to achieve as well, if you will allow me. Dude, call me Harry, Harry replied with a smirk. You don't have to act so formal around me. If we're going to be working together, we might as well be chill about it. Aqualad smiled at that and issued a nod. Then, you may call me Calder, or Aqualad when we are out on mission. Nodding in agreement, Harry surveyed the last two members. Superboy simply nodded from where he was leaning against the nearby wall, arms crossed over his chest, and Arcane offered a respectful nod back, when his eyes turned to Wally. However, the team could see the tension immediately dial up as the two heroes stared one another down. Wally, Harry said simply. Harry, Wally replied, guess they'll let anyone on this team. Harry sneered. Apparently, Wally sneered back, after all, they let you on it. Rather than getting angry, as Wally was expecting, Harry stared hard at him for a moment more before releasing a sigh. Shaking his head, and surprising Wally, usually, he and Harry couldn't be in the room for more than 5 minutes before the two came to blows. Even Raven looked surprised, at her little brother's lack of belligerence. Turning to Gan, Harry asked in a sad voice that caused even Wally to frown at how broken Harry suddenly sounded. Can you show me where my room is? I'd like to begin unpacking if that's all right. Sure. Magan replied softly, her smile dropping for a second before she brought it back with effort. Follow me. Do you want me to come help? Avayan asked as Magan and Harry turned to leave. Harry's eyes widened as though just realizing that Raven was not going to stay. Why, you're leaving? Only for a little while, Raven replied. I'll be back as soon as I can. I need to speak to Zatanna and create a lesson plan if we're to continue your magical education. Wally rolled his eyes at that, unseen by all but Robin, who gave his friend a whiffed punch accompanied by a glare that Wally sent back as he rubbed his arm. I also need to get started on Potter Enterprises. It takes a lot of work to build an entire company from the ground up, Raven smiled. Which Harry quickly copied before dropping his things, rushing forward, and wrapping his sister in a tight embrace. Raven whispered something softly into Harry's ear that none of the team could make out, making the boy nod once. As the two pulled away, Raven offered one final nod before spinning on her heel and stepping back into the Zeta tube, which quickly beamed to life. Recognized. Raven, A03. A moment later, Raven disappeared in a blinding flash of light, leaving Harry staring sadly after her for a moment before Magan placed a warm hand on his shoulder, bringing his attention back to the present. Come on, Harry, I'll show you your room, and later, if you want to, I can give you a tour of the cave. Harry worried his lip for a moment before he nodded once at the beaming girl. I'd like that. Smiling as though she just won the lottery, Magan led the boy down the hallway as the rest of the team watched with different expressions. Once they were gone, Robin turned on Wally with an annoyed expression. Okay, what is your problem with Harry? He just got here and you're already trying to pick a fight with him. Indeed, Calder replied, your behavior was most unpleasant, Wally. Me, what about him? Wally argued back, the jerk insulted me the moment he saw me. Perhaps he wouldn't if you didn't make fun of his abilities every time you two meet. Robin snapped back. Wally was Robin's best friend. But even he had to admit that there were times when Wally could be a bit of an ass. Seriously, he's the one playing make-believe, pretending to be Gandalf or something. Wally snapped back, using meta abilities and pretending it's magic, and you all are just encouraging him by going along with it. Just because you don't believe in magic, Calder replied softly, does not mean that it doesn't exist, Wally. Magic is as prevalent in Atlantis as the water we breathe. It is what powers my water bearers, after all. Bioelectricity, Wally said at once. All Atlantean magic is science that we don't understand yet. In primitive cultures, fire was considered magic. Everything can be explained by science, and all you're doing by encouraging Arcane that his abilities are magical, is keeping him from growing up and facing the real world. Nevertheless, Robin replied, rolling his eyes at his friend's stubbornness. Harry is now a part of this team. And whether his powers are of meta origin or magical, you need to learn to get along with him. Agreed, Calder nodded, while Superboy simply glared at the three. Unbelievable, Wally scoffed. Fine. I'll behave myself if he does. Fair enough. I suppose it'll have to be, Robin replied as Calder nodded once. Good. Now, can we go back to McGann's amazing cookies? Wally cried. I'm hungry. When Harry and McGann entered the boys' new room, Harry couldn't help but sigh sadly at how plain it looked. It was half the size of Harry's old room and painted so white that Harry thought he'd gone color blind for a moment. The only other door in the room led to a bathroom that was just as boring in its simplicity as the rest of the room, and Harry felt himself growing more depressed with each passing moment. Apparently sensing his mood, McGann tried to offer some form of relief by quickly saying, "It's a bit plain, but I'm sure we can fix that in no time. A little paint, and we can make this quite homey." "Yeah," Harry replied sadly as he sat his guitar case and backpack on the ground. "Will the rest of your things be coming soon?" McGann asked, causing Harry to momentarily turn to her in confusion before a wicked smile came across his face. "Nope," Harry replied, popping the P. "I brought everything with me." "Huh?" McGann asked in confusion, only for her eyes to widen as Harry opened his backpack and reached his arm into it, far deeper than should have been possible. "That's... How are you doing that?" "Magic," Harry winked as he pulled a large and heavy box from the innocuous-looking bag and placed it on the floor before reaching into the bag for another box. McGann stared dumbfounded at the bag for a moment before an enormous smile spread across her face. A moment later, she began to laugh. Despite his depressed attitude, Harry couldn't help but join in. "I know it's hard, but try and get along with your new team, okay?" Raven had whispered to him before she left. And though Harry would rather have left with her, he would try and do as she had asked, even if it meant dealing with Wally and his constant stream of ignorance towards all things magical. Several hours later, Harry's backpack was finally empty and his new room was filled almost from floor to ceiling with opened and unopened boxes. He and McGann had spent nearly an hour unpacking the bare essentials, such as his clothes and whatnot, before McGann made the executive decision that it was time for Harry to tour his new home. Despite his mood, Harry enjoyed spending time with the girl as she showed him Mount Justice. There was just something about her that refused to allow Harry's grief to overcome him as it had for the past few weeks, and he was grateful to her for it. Formerly the headquarters of the Justice League, Mount Justice had been abandoned when its location was compromised. Harry had asked if that was the case, then why was the team making it their headquarters? Only for McGann to tell him that since its location was already known, no one would think to look for them here, as they would be hiding in plain sight. Built into a literal hollowed-out mountain, Mount Justice had 4 different ways to enter. The first was, of course, by Zeta Beam, but there was also the front entrance, located at the base of the mountain, which led into a forest. Then, there was the back entrance that led to the Rhode Island coast, where a pleasant-looking beach lay not far away. The final entrance was located in the hangar, the largest room in the mountain, WH. The cave's main generator was located in where McGann's ship lay. Harry had quickly gone into fanboy geek mode upon seeing it as he made her laughingly explain every detail of it to him. After finally regaining control of himself, Harry and McGann moved on to explore the rest of the mountain, and Harry found himself growing more amazed by how gigantic his new home seemed to be. Even Titan's tower seemed small in comparison. Loath though Harry was to admit it, the mountain hosted a fully stocked kitchen, a 2-level library with several reading tables and hundreds of books, living quarters where each team member had their own room. There was also an impressive gym that would have made professional ones groan in jealousy, which had an equally remarkable locker room in the back, where he team could shower or relax in the steam room after working out. There was also a large medical bay, filled with every piece of equipment that might be needed, from painkillers to a large and expensive X-ray machine. The pair then made their way to the central chamber of the mountain, which served as the mission room, as well as the training area, where a gigantic holographic computer rested. By this point, Harry was beginning to feel like he had made a mistake in joining the team. He liked to think of himself as a hero, but this place was built for world-ending events, not the small, petty crimes he had stopped. Almost immediately as that thought popped into Harry's head, the voices he'd tried drowning out for the past few weeks slammed into him again. Unworthy. You let her die. Some hero you are. Couldn't even save one girl. Your fault. McGann had apparently understood his feeling, for she had promptly taken his hand in her own and smiled warmly at him, banishing away his dark thoughts as they continued the tour. Their final destination was the lounge area, which consisted of an enormous television and an oversized couch. Wally, Calder, and Robin were seated and watching a movie. Not far away, Superboy was sitting on an oversized chair, watching the film with a bored look on his face. A large bowl of popcorn sat on Wally's lap, and Harry grimaced as he caught sight of the speed at which Wally was shoveling the snack into his mouth. Harry had known Wally for almost as long as he'd known Tim and Damien, and in all that time Harry and the speedster had never gotten along. Determined from the start that Harry's magical abilities were just some form of unknown metagene, Wally seemed to go out of his way to try and provoke Harry whenever the two were in close proximity. "Hey, Harry," Robin said warmly as he caught sight of McGann and his friend entering the lounge area. "Want to join us? The movie's just getting good." "No thanks," Harry replied softly. "I've still got a lot of stuff to unpack." "You want some help?" Sure, if you don't mind," Harry replied uncertainly. "Not at all. We'll all help, won't we?" Calder and McGann happily nodded in agreement while Wally began to choke on a piece of popcorn. Superboy simply grimaced from where he'd been watching the movie before slowly climbing out of the nearby chair. "Ah, come on," Wally cried out. "I don't want to help unpack. Not when we could be enjoying some awesome television." "Remember what we talked about, Wally," Robin growled back, causing the speedster to roll his eyes before climbing to his feet and approaching Harry. Harry immediately put himself into a defensive position, something that didn't go unnoticed by anyone, especially Wally, who narrowed his eyes at the boy. "Listen, Harry," Wally said after a moment of tense silence, "I know that our past encounters have not been exactly pleasant." "That's putting it mildly," Harry scoffed, causing Wally to take an annoyed breath before he continued. "As I was saying, I know there's been conflict between us in the past, but I'm willing to start over if you are. If we're going to be working together, then we need to learn to get along." By the end of the speech, Wally had extended his hand towards the boy, and Harry stared at it for a moment before cautiously extending his own hand and giving Wally's a firm shake. As long as you can manage to keep your personal opinions about me to yourself, I don't see us having a problem, Harry snarked back, causing Wally's eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. Wally opened his mouth to retort, "No doubt," when suddenly something large and white flew down from the ceiling and landed on Harry's shoulder, making everyone jump in alarm before they realized it was an owl. "Hey Hedwig," Harry said warmly, letting go of Wally's hand and running it across the owl's head, the owl seeming to lean into the touch as the others watched in shock. "You have a tame owl," McGann gushed. "That's so cool. She's beautiful." "Yeah, Robin bought her for me when I started school last year," Harry replied happily as the others stared, unsure what to say. Hedwig seemed to bristle with delight at the attention she was getting, which only added to her cuteness. "Not you Robin, my Robin." "Man, that's gonna get confusing. Just call me Red Robin if you have to differentiate." "Red," Robin laughed, causing the others to smirk as well. "But that is cool that he bought you an owl. I didn't think you could legally buy one. Don't they require a lot of special handling?" "Hedwig isn't an ordinary owl," Harry replied warmly. "She's very intelligent. Sometimes I wonder if she's the pet or if she thinks I am." Hedwig barked at that and whacked Harry on the back of his head with one of her wings, causing the others to snort with amusement. Even Wally had to turn his head to hide his smile from the boy. Only Superboy retained his stoic demeanor, though he stared at the owl with warm eyes. Can I pet her?" McGann asked shyly, causing Harry to look at Hedwig for permission. The owl stared at McGann with narrowed eyes for several seconds before finally nodding her head and causing the GIRL to squeal with delight as she rushed forward and ran a soft hand over Hedwig's head. After enduring several minutes of this, Hedwig finally decided that she'd had enough praise for one day and spread her wings before taking flight. The group watched her for a second before she disappeared into the cave's dark ceiling. "Will she be all right?" McGann asked after a moment. Yeah, she'll be fine, Harry replied. Probably gone off to find something to eat. She'll come back when she wants to. Well, in that case, Calder said, shall we go and get your room in order? Yeah, okay, Harry shrugged, leading the rest of his new team back down the hallway to his room. Meanwhile, in Bloodhaven, Nightwing was not having a good night. What had started out as an easy night of patrol had quickly spiraled out of control. And he was beginning to wish he hadn't told Jinx and Starfire that they could take the night off. It had started as the foiling of a routine bank robbery, but just as he'd finished knocking out the last criminal, something had hit him from behind, and now he woke to find himself bound to a chair in a dark room with no idea where he was. As he began trying to free himself from the ropes that held him to the wooden chair, he suddenly heard a voice behind him that made the blood in Nightwing's veins freeze. Welcome back to the world of the living, Bird Boy. Sorry about the head injury. I hope it doesn't leave too nasty of a scar. Speaking of which, did I ever tell you how I got these scars? Author's note. I'm sure many of you will take issue with how I've written Wally. Let me be clear, I'm not against the boy, nor am I trying to bash him in my story. I'm simply writing him the way I think he would react when placed on a team with someone whose entire existence is incongruous with Wally's mindset, as well as the way he sees the world. Make no mistake, there is an entire river of bad blood between Harry and Wally, but I hope to quickly remedy their relationship. And hope you like the way I eventually make them friends. To answer a few of your questions, I plan to keep the team members relatively the same, save for Zatanna for obvious reasons. Looking back, I should have made her dad, Zatara, the one who showed up at Hogwarts, but, as I've said many times, I never intended to make this story anything other than a Teen Titans story, so when it became a Young Justice 1, I kind of had to double back and try and fix what I could. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, and if not, let me know what I can do better in the coming chapters. Until next time. Chapter 45, McGann held her breath as she peeked around a stone wall, silently watching as Harry played his guitar with all the careful skill of a master. Nearby, carefully hidden in the shadows, Superboy and Robin were also watching. Superboy wore his usual mask of indifference while Robin watched with a small smirk. For almost a week since Harry first arrived, the boy seemed to do everything he could to keep his distance from the team. He'd attend training, of course, and join the others at meals, but unless he was required to be present, Harry seemed to seclude himself in his room, much to McGann's displeasure. She knew why he was keeping his distance. Batman had made it plainly obvious when he'd told the team what had happened in Jump City, and she knew that Harry was hurting in ways she could scarcely imagine. She just wished that there was some way she could help. Even Robin seemed at a loss as to how to help his friend, and he had known Harry for years. When asked what they could do, Robin would only respond with, "He just needs time, and for us to show we're there for him." So, McGann had done as Robin had suggested and given Harry space to heal, though her self-control to Avenue. OID giving the boy a hug was sorely tested when she'd seen Harry return from his first therapy session with Black Canary with a heartbroken expression on his face and tear tracks on his cheeks. McGann had gone to Harry's room earlier, hoping he'd agree to join her and the others on a trip to the nearby mall for some team building, only to discover him missing from his room. McGann had immediately rallied the troops to try and track Harry down, worried he might have gotten injured or lost in the extensive cave system. Especially since there were a few places that had been all but abandoned since the cave's creation and were quite dangerous. Aqualad and Kid Flash had paired up to check one side of the cave while McGann and the rest searched the opposite side. Hedwig had taken her favorite E-spot on McGann's shoulder and tagged along for the ride as they searched. The Martian girl and Harry's owl had become fast friends since being introduced, and often Hedwig could be found perched on McGann's shoulder as the girl cooked or watched her favorite show, Hello Megan. It had taken her far longer than she had anticipated to search the cave for Harry, even with Superboy and Robin helping. Due to how extensive the cave actually was, the trio had almost given up when they heard music echoing from a nearby part of the cave that had been abandoned since it was first created and now stood derelict and unused. Following the sound deeper into the cave, McGann found herself beginning to shiver from the lack of heat in this part of the cave as the trio delved ever deeper into the dark. Finally, rounding a corner, they spotted their elusive target, and McGann couldn't help but gasp at what she saw. Harry had been quite busy, it appeared, using the unoccupied space as his own personal sanctuary. A dozen large, powerful lamps stood on tripod stands around the area, creating a large, well-lit octagon-like area, perhaps 100 feet from one end to the other, that seemed incongruous with the darkness of the cave system that McGann and the others had just hiked through. Each tripod was plugged into a small, innocuous-looking box that sat nearby. Harry's drum set was sitting in the corner of the room, with two large speakers resting on either side. Not far from the drums, an oversized black couch sat, and a stereo system was beside it. On the other side of the sofa, an extensive CD shelf rested, practically spilling with every kind of artist imaginable, from Metallica to Frank Sinatra. On the far side of the room, opposite Harry's drums, an impressive keyboard sat with a small circular chair resting before it. Harry was currently standing in the center of the room, eyes closed and with a look of concentration on his face while his fingers danced across the strings effortlessly. Like usual, Harry was dressed casually, wearing only a black t-shirt and a frayed pair of blue jeans with his all-star shoes. His hair, just as wild as always, was unbraided and whipped arrow. Ooned his head as Harry's body swung and twisted to the movement of the song he was playing, and McGann couldn't help but stare as the boy continued to play. "He's incredible," McGann whispered, causing Superboy to grunt in acknowledgement while Robin laughed softly. "Yeah," Robin whispered back, "Harry's always been amazing on the guitar. That's why I know he'll accomplish his dream one day." As Harry continued to play, McGann realized that she actually recognized the song Harry was putting so much passion into. It was one of the few that her Uncle Jean would listen to with her when he came to Mars for a visit. "Always with me. Always with you," by Joe Satriani. The peaceful moment was ruined seconds later when Wally suddenly zoomed next to her and came to a sudden stop. This caused a burst of air to breeze past McGann, almost making her cry out in alarm before she managed to clamp her hand over her mouth. "Don't do that," McGann whispered harshly as Hedwig barked in annoyance, flew off McGann's shoulder, and disappeared into the darkness of the cave's ceiling. Wally smiled sheepishly at her before quickly apologizing. "Sorry, I forgot that can freak some people out if they're not expecting it," Wally whispered back. "But why are we whispering?" Rather than answer, McGann pointed at Harry, causing Wally's eyes to widen as he saw the boy suddenly perform a backflip, landing gracefully. As the group watched the amazing acrobatic, they noticed Harry had a peaceful smile on his face and his fingers never stopping their playing. "About time," Wally whispered back. "I thought we'd never find him." "Where's Calder?" Robin asked. "He'll be here in a second," Wally replied. "We'd almost given up when he heard the music coming from down here, so I decided to rush ahead and see what was going on." "I'm guessing that's why you're here as well." "Yeah," Robin nodded. "I guess this is where Harry has been going when he would disappear on us. Where did he get the power for all of this, is the better question," Wally said quickly as he zeroed in on the lights and instruments. "This part of the cave has been deserted almost since its creation. There shouldn't be any juice left to power any of this stuff." "Maybe it's magic," Robin smirked, causing Wally to roll his eyes as Aqualad suddenly stepped out of the shadows. Stepping up beside the others, Calder watched Harry play for a few moments before saying softly, "He is quite good on that instrument, and his movements are all quite skillful as well." Even Wally couldn't help but grudgingly agree as he watched Harry slowly rise into the air and continue playing, the boy's fingers flying across the strings faster than Wally would have thought possible. As the song finally began to end, Harry slowly lowered to the floor. Thumbing the final note, Harry sunk to his knees, and his arms dropped to his sides. His face was doused in sweat, even as a happy smile spread from ear to ear. Before anyone could make a conscious decision on what to do next, Wally suddenly strode out of the darkness and began clapping in applause. Harry, not expecting visitors, suddenly reacted, and two tentacles shot out of his back, transforming into spiked spears as they flew towards the speedster. Wally stumbled back with a cry of alarm as the spears shot at him, falling onto his butt and throwing his arm over his face as he scrunched his eyes shut, waiting for the sudden impact. When it didn't come, Wally slowly opened his eyes and peeked beneath his arm to see the spears hovering less than a foot from his face as Harry watched, breathing hard. Sorry about that," Harry gasped as the spears drew back into him. I wasn't expecting anyone and you kind of surprised me. My protectors just reacted. I forgot how much I hate those things, Wally grumbled. Slowly climbing to his feet and dusting himself off as Harry ducked under the guitar strap and took off the instrument, placing it on the stand next to the keyboard. You know, they won't hurt you unless you do something they deem to be dangerous to me, Harry replied sulkily, turning back to Wally and crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, well, they still freak me out, Wally countered scornfully, causing Harry to shake his head in annoyance. As the others stepped out of the darkness, Harry suddenly seemed to grow nervous, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he shuffled self-consciously. What are those things? McGann asked, trying to break the tension. I'm curious, Calder asked. I've never seen anything quite like them before. I don't know what they are, Harry replied. I just call them my protectors. So, how long were you all skulking out there for? Not long, Robin replied cheerfully, trying to quickly change the subject, much to his friend's relief. We caught the last half of your song. Still amazing as ever, I see. I'm not that good, Harry mumbled as he ducked his head. I still have a long way to go before I'm ready. What are you talking about? McGann cried out at once. Harry, that was amazing. Indeed, Calder nodded. You showed great skill during your performance. You should be proud of such mastery. Thanks, I guess, Harry mumbled back, turning away so that the others couldn't see his reddening cheeks. While Harry tried to regain control of himself, Wally suddenly began to zoom around the space, talking and everything he could in a flashing streak of red and yellow before finally plopping down on Harry's couch. So, here's my question, Wally asked as he leaned back and placed his hands behind his head. How did you get power to this part of the cave? Batman said that no one's been down here in years. It wasn't hard, Harry shrugged before pointing towards the small glowing boxes next to the tripod lamps. I just used some of Jinx's portable power units. In an instant, Wally had zoomed from the couch to the box, picking it up and turning it in his hands as he examined every inch of it. What the hell is this thing? Wally mumbled. It's like no generator I've ever seen before. There's no conduit for the power to originate from. And it's producing almost 3 times as much power as it should. This thing shouldn't exist. It's magic, duh, Harry retorted, making Wally narrow his eyes as he continued to examine the box, as though trying to disprove Harry's assertion on what the box was. I know you don't believe in that sort of thing, but you know what they say, seeing is believing. Wally toyed with the box for a few more moments before growling in annoyance at not being able to figure it out and placing it back on the ground beside the lamp. A second later, he was back to his spot on the couch, his hands behind his head as his brow ticked in annoyance, while Harry grinned. Such an amazing achievement would be of great benefit to places unable to produce such power on their own, Calder said thoughtfully. I know Atlantis would greatly appreciate it if such technology were made available. Well, you can tell your king that when Potter Enterprises is created, he can buy as many as Atlantis needs, Harry grinned. I'll even give him a discount if he agrees to buy in bulk. Potter Enterprises? Robin asked, turning from where he'd been examining Harry's CD collection alongside Superboy. Yeah, that's what Raven is going to create, Harry replied. It might take a few years, but the possibilities are endless if she can figure out a way to combine science and magic. A noble enterprise, then, Calder nodded. I look forward to the day such a dream becomes a reality. So, what are you guys doing here? Harry asked, nervously shuffling from one foot to the other. We were looking for you, silly. McGann replied. We were going to go to the mall and wanted to see if you'd like to join us. I've always wanted to go to a mall. We don't have any on Mars, and they always looked like so much fun. Oh, that's okay, Harry replied quickly. You all can go without me. Seriously, Wally grumbled. We spent all that time looking for you, and you'd rather stay locked in this depressing cave than out having fun, enjoying your summer. Make it make sense, Wally. Robin growled back, shutting the speedster up instantly. Robin glared at his friend for a moment to ensure the censure stuck before turning back to Harry. Listen, Harry, I know what happened to you was awful. And I can't even begin to pretend to understand what you're going through right now. But locking yourself away and never allowing yourself to enjoy your life is no way to honor Cassie's memory. Harry turned away at that, sticking his hands back in his pockets as he began kicking the ground. Robin is right, Harry, Calder continued. Your friend would want you to live, not hide away. And never again experience the things she cannot. You're not alone, Harry, McGann said softly, stepping up and placing her hand on Harry's shoulder. We're here for you and want to help, if you'll let us. McGann anxiously bit her lip as she felt Harry's shoulder shake. She knew that the boy was crying or dangerously close to it, but she couldn't tell, unfortunately, because Harry's face was hidden from her and the others. I know you're trying to help, Harry replied after a moment, his voice raw and emotional, and I do appreciate it, I really do. I just don't think I'm ready to go out there. Then let us help you, McGann replied softly, that's what friends are for, after all. Harry took a deep breath at that, and McGann braced herself for another dismissal, when he finally turned back toward her. Tear tracks ran down his cheeks, which he quickly wiped away with the back of his hand. Okay. I guess I could try. McGann's smile was almost as bright as the lamps, at that. She quickly picked Harry up in a hug and spun him around as she giggled gleefully. A moment later, she realized what she was doing and quickly set Harry down before backing away with a look of embarrassment. Sorry about that. That's okay. Harry smiled. Starfire's a hugger, too, so I'm used to it. Can we go already? Wally complained loudly. We've already wasted enough time looking for you. I don't want to waste the rest of the day, too. Wally, McGann, Calder, and Robin all cried out in annoyance before looking at each other and bursting into laughter. Yes, Your Majesty, we can go now, Harry replied with an exaggerated bow, one arm across his stomach while the other was bent behind his back, causing Wally to blow a raspberry back at him. Before they could take a single step, however, the PA system in the cave went off, and they heard Batman's voice echo within the cave. All team members report to the mission room immediately. Wally was instantly on his feet with a large grin on his face as he threw his closed fists into the air. Yes, finally, Bat's got a mission for us. In a burst of red and gold, Wally zoomed out of the chamber and back down the dark hallway they'd come from, leaving the others smirking except for Superboy, who simply put down the CD he'd been looking at and glared down where Wally had vanished. So much for my first visit to the mall, McGann replied glumly, causing Harry to take her hand in his own. We can always go another day, and I'll come with you. Promise. That seemed to be the right thing to say, as McGann's eyes lit up with the promise of Harry joining the team to the mall. Her blinding smile a moment later definitely made Harry think he'd said what she needed to hear, and he couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Shouldn't we turn the lights off before we leave? Calder asked. They'll turn off on their own once we're gone, Harry explained. These ones are special and will shut off if there's no movement detected in the vicinity. Ingenious, Calder replied. I will, most assuredly, be informing my king about Potter Enterprises and the amazing things that will one day come from it. Thanks, Harry replied, blushing with embarrassment from the praise and happy that the others couldn't see it as the group walked out of the chamber. Nightwing tried to breathe through what he suspected was a broken rib. As he tried to shift to a more comfortable position, Nightwing couldn't help but groan as a wave of pain rolled through him from where he lay on his side, still tied to the chair. How long had it been? Hours? Days? Nightwing could no longer tell. He'd long since lost track of time thanks to the constant agony that the Joker had subjected him to. For hours on end, Joker would use everything he could find to pummel Nightwing until the hero passed out from the pain, only to start back up again once he regained consciousness, and more than once, Nightwing found himself wondering, is this what Jason went through? Nightwing's once pristine black and blue uniform was now littered with tears and blood stains from his treatment at the Joker's hands. The rest of Nightwing's dye was in no better condition than his uniform. Unfortunately, his right eye was completely swollen shut, and his nose was bleeding profusely as a large purple bruise began to spread across his left jawline. The latest beating had knocked both Nightwing and the chair he was tied to the floor, resulting in Nightwing closing consciousness as his head impacted with the hard concrete. He'd only just woken when he felt somebody grab his chair and roughly pull it back into its upright position, making Nightwing hiss in pain. Slowly raising his head, Nightwing visibly swallowed down his growing fear. as he stared at the monster before him who had already killed one Robin and seemed to be trying to replicate his earlier success. The Joker was quite tall, though his hunched posture made him appear slightly shorter than he actually was. He was dressed in a custom-tailored purple suit that consisted of an elegant purple coat and matching pin-striped pants kept by suspenders rather than a belt. Underneath this, he wore a light gray jacket, a green vest, and a light gray patterned shirt. His face was painted chalk white, save for the spaces around his leering brown eyes, which were painted black. His unkempt, greasy hair was spray-painted green, and a red slash of lipstick was smeared all over a thin mouth with two gruesome scars lined at the corners, which resembled a Glasgow smile. "Thank you, Rocco," the Joker quipped at the henchman who had pulled Nightwing's chair up before turning back to the hero, twirling a battered metal baseball bat in his hands. "Still with us, bird boy?" Rather than give the Joker the pleasure of a response, Nightwing chose instead to spit a glob of blood at the madman's feet, missing his shoes by inches as his head dropped back to his chest. "Ah, now see, when you do stuff like that, it makes me think you're not enjoying the pleasure of my company," the Joker chuckled, putting the end of the bat under Nightwing's chin and forcing his head up. "Seems to be a theme with Batman's little birdies. The last one didn't seem to enjoy his time with me, either." Nightwing glared hatefully at the Joker as he remembered the state Jason's body had been in when he and Bruce had found the boy. It had been the only time that Nightwing had actually considered crossing the line and putting the Joker down for good. "Ooh, struck a nerve, did I?" Joker laughed. "Let's strike another." Without warning, Joker brought the bat back and swung it with all his might, slamming the metal into Nightwing's left arm with a sickening crack. As he felt his arm break, Nightwing thought his teeth would shatter from the force he was using to keep from screaming in absolute agony as Joker alternated between breathing heavily and cackling. "You know, when I killed the last Robin, Batsy put me in a full-body cast for half a year," the Joker chuckled merrily, as though reminiscing about a fond memory. "I wonder what will happen when he loses another one. And not just any, but the first one." Kneeling down in front of Nightwing with the end of the bat on the ground between his legs and his hands resting comfortably on the end of the handle, Joker grinned sickeningly at the gasping teenager. "What do you think?" Joker continued. "Will it be enough to finally break him? Or will your death mean as little to him as the first Robin whose wings I clipped?" In an explosion of movement, Nightwing pulled his head back and slammed forward, bashing his head against the Joker's nose. The villain fell backward onto the concrete with a painful cry as the metal bat spira led out of his grip and into the darkness of the hideout. As the Joker slowly climbed to his feet, he began to cackle madly, quickly rubbing the blood from underneath his nose as an insane smile spread across his face. "Atta boy, make me work for it. It's no fun if you give up too easily." Fuck you," Nightwing snarled, causing Joker to laugh again. "Such a potty mouth on you, kid. I see we'll have to teach you some manners before we're through. Rocco, be a dear and go get my science kit, would you?" As Nightwing heard the henchman step away, he couldn't suppress the tremor of fear that ran through him at the thought of what Joker had in store for him next. Jinx, Nightwing thought as the Joker went looking for his bat. "Anyone, help me." As the team entered the mission room, they could immediately tell that something was wrong. Batman was standing straight as an arrow with his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Beside him, Black Canary was also waiting with an expressio on her face that Harry was all too familiar with, trepidation, as though she didn't know how to say what she needed to. As her eyes turned to Harry, her expression shifted into grief, and Harry felt his heart begin to race. What was going on? Why would she be looking at him like that? Was someone hurt? Was it Raven? Harry didn't think he could survive losing another person close to him, not so soon after Cassie. "What's going on?" Harry asked in a small voice. "Why are you looking at me like that, Ms. Dinah?" Batman and Black Canary shared a look at that, and the team saw Batman nod before pulling his cape around him. "We thought you should hear it from us," Black Canary said softly. "Nightwing has gone missing." "What?" Harry cried out in alarm. "When? He disappeared 4 days ago while on patrol. According to Starfire and Jinx," Batman replied. "Jinx managed to use her magic to track down where he was attacked, but all they managed to find was a few spots of blood, as well as whatever else they found seemed too difficult for Batman to get out of, and the team watched in alarm as the hero took a deep breath and seemed to require physical effort to release his growing anger. They also found a playing card. Black Canary finished, causing Harry's knees to buckle under him as he realized who had taken his surrogate older brother. Beside him, Robin and Wally were quickly growing pale as they realized it as well. Calder and McGann gasped in shock while Superboy's eyes narrowed dangerously. "No," Harry whispered as he stared at the ground from where he was kneeling, "please no." Black Canary immediately jumped into action and kneeled in front of the boy, taking him into her arms as Harry repeatedly whispered, "Please. You're going to find him, right?" Robin asked as Black Canary helped Harry to his feet. "Before it's too late. The League has made this a top priority," Batman growled. "We're tearing Bloodhaven apart one block at a time to find Nightwing." "That's not good enough," Harry snarled, his anger brushing away his grief as he shoved past Black Canary. "And what exactly do you think we should do instead?" Batman demanded as he towered over Harry. Quote, "We both know that the Joker wouldn't have kept Nightwing in Bloodhaven," Harry retorted. "The risk of getting caught is too great, and he would want to play with his food for a little while." The rest of the team all paled at the implication of what Harry was saying, and Batman's eyes narrowed angrily at the truth in the words. "You should be tearing apart all of the Joker's old hideouts," Harry continued, "or make that bitch Quinn tell you where he is." "Harry, language," Black Canary said quickly, placing a calming hand on the boy's shoulder. "I know you're upset, but we're doing all we can to find him before it's too late." "Which is nothing," Harry snarled, spinning on his heel and throwing off Black Canary's hand as he turned to face her. "I've already spoken to Quinn," Batman growled. "She's had no contact with the Joker in nearly 6 months since she was last captured." "And you believe her?" Harry cried incredulously, turning back to Batman. "Everyone knows her whole life revolves around that crazy bastard." "She knew nothing," Batman said in a way that ensured Harry knew how vigorously Batman had questioned Harley Quinn. "So, how do we help?" Robin asked, stepping forward and making Batman turn to him in surprise. "Am I right to assume that the first mission you have for us is to help find Nightwing?" "No," Batman snapped at once, causing Robin and Harry to take a step back. "None of you are ready to face the Joker. And none of you are to go near this case. Is that clear? If you didn't want us to be a part of it, then why tell us at all?" Wally demanded, crossing his arms over his chest. "I felt it was better you knew before finding out some other way, especially if we can't find Nightwing in time." "Don't say that," Harry shouted, springing toward Batman with a raised fist as though to strike the hero. Robin managed to grab the arm and twisted it behind Harry's back as he held his friend back, while Batman watched with narrowed eyes. "You are all to remain in the cave until further notice," Batman growled. "If anyone leaves, they can officially consider themselves off the team. Is that clear?" The team stared at Batman in shock, save for Superboy, who looked furious with the order. Harry looked like he wanted to break Batman's nose and struggled even harder to break free from Robin's grip while Black Canary watched with a sad expression. Casting one final glance at the team, especially Harry, Batman stepped past the group and walked out of the mission room. Once he was gone, Robin released his hold on Harry, and the boy angrily rubbed High's wrist as he stared at Robin with a betrayed expression. "I know you all want to help," Black Canary said softly, making the team turn to her, "but the Joker is far beyond any of you at the moment. He would undoubtedly kill you. So, we're just supposed to sit here and do nothing while he kills another Robin?" Harry demanded, making both Black Canary and Robin pale. "The League is doing everything it can to stop that from happening," Black Canary said, her voice growing stern. "I'm going to go help search, but I can't do that if I have to worry about you disobeying an order, Harry. So, I'm asking you to promise me that you will stay here and not go looking for the Joker." Harry stared silently at the hero for a moment before finally nodding his head in acceptance, causing Robin to stare at his friend with surprise. Sighing in relief, Black Canary placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed momentarily before stepping away and following Batman. Once she was gone, Robin turned back to Harry with a sly expression on his face. "So, how long are we waiting for them to be gone before we head to Gotham?" Harry grinned back at his friend and raised his left hand from behind his back, showing his crossed fingers as McGann gasped. You're actually going? Of course, Harry retorted. Nightwing and the Titans are my family. They all but raised me, and I won't abandon him just Becca. Batman doesn't like metas in his city. But you heard Batman. If we go to Gotham, he'll kick us off the team. And if I get kicked off the team, I'll have to go back to Mars. We won't let that happen, babe. Wally grinned. Team or no, we'll look after you. Wally's right, Harry replied. If you want to stay on Earth, then we'll make sure you do. Friends look after one another, remember. McGann smiled happily at that as the others nodded in agreement. Even Superboy seemed to agree, though it was hard to tell through his perpetual scowl. He and McGann had started off on the wrong foot when she had accidentally communicated telepathically with the team, inadvertently sending Superboy into a rage due to his own issues with telepaths. Besides, Harry continued, if being on T's team means that we abandon everything that makes us heroes, then I'd rather be kicked off. We don't need this team to be heroes, and we don't need Batman's approval, either. And if he kicks us off the team, then we'll just form our own. I cannot believe I'm saying this, Wally groaned, resting his hands on his hips and looking up at the sky, but I agree with Harry here. Heroes don't abandon their fellow heroes. And Nightwing needs our help right now. So, let's stop talking and go find him. How do we complete such a task, though? Calder asked, his arms crossed over his chest. We have no way of knowing where the Joker might have taken Nightwing, and Batman has already stated that he's spoken to Harley Quinn and that she knows nothing. So, we go talk to her again. Robin spat. She could at least put us on the correct path. I've got a better idea, Harry replied after a moment of silence, a grin beginning to spread across his face. Maybe we can ask someone who's almost as crazy for help. Who? Robin asked before his eyes lit up in understanding. Oh no. Not that nutcase. The last time you asked him for help, I ended up wearing pink Barbie makeup for 2 days. It wasn't that bad, Harry defended while Wally guffawed at the mental image. 2 days. Robin growled. It wouldn't come off. No matter how hard I scrubbed. This mysterious individual sounds almost as bad as the Joker, Calder smirked. Who is he? His name is Lunatic, Robin growled, causing Wally to freeze in place, and he's just that. A frigging madman. Oh no, not him, Wally groaned. That freak chased me down 5 blocks on a go-kart once, tossing turtle shells at me the whole way. Yup, that sounds like Looney, Harry laughed, causing Wally and Robin to glare at him, neither noticing that McGann had turned away to hide her laughter nor that Calder seemed to be struggling not to do the same. Look, Harry retorted, the truth is that the only person crazy enough to equal the Joker is Looney. He's also the only one in Gotham City, besides Batman, who is not afraid of making an enemy of Joker. So, if we want to find Nightwing before it's too late, he's our only choice. Unless you all have a better idea. Robin and Wally looked pleadingly at each other for a moment before both released a sigh of annoyance while the rest of the team watched expectantly. Let's just get this over with, Wally groaned. Yeah, agreed, Robin added. So, how do we do this? Do we go to his house or? Actually, his house got blown up, Harry stated. I thought I'd just call his cell phone. He has a cell phone? Wally asked in surprise. His house got blown up. Robin cried out in shock. Shush, Harry snapped as he pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and turned on the speaker so they could all hear. The number rang twice before someone finally answered, and Harry couldn't help but smile as he heard his friend's voice. Harry, K Pasta, my friend. Hey, Looney, Harry replied, are you busy? Not at all, just playing some Tetris. Looney's voice replied jovially. A moment later, the team heard a different voice scream out. Stop. That's not supposed to bend that way. Og. The team all seemed to pale as one at that, except for Harry, who just closed his eyes and shook his head in exasperation before asking in a weary voice. Looney, are you playing Tetris with Luther's goons? Silence came across the line for several moments before Lunatic's voice replied. Myb. Another scream of agony echoed through the line, followed by Lunatic's harsh whisper. Hush, you're gonna get me in trouble. We can still hear you, Looney, Harry retorted, running a weary hand over his face and causing McGann to snort as she tried not to laugh at the absurdity of Harry's friend. even if she was horrified at what he was doing at the moment. Anyway, Lunatic cried, trying to change the subject and not get into more trouble with Harry. What can I do for you? Do you need someone to make merry with? Make merry, Calder mouthed at Robin, only for the boy to shake his head back and mutter, don't ask. No, I need your help, Loony, Harry replied quickly, the Joker has kidnapped Nightwing. And I need to know where he would take him. Batman and the League have already combed through his old hideouts and are now searching Bloodhaven, but my gut says he's in Gotham, somewhere. Always trust your gut, Harry, me lad, Lunatic's voice chirped back. I made the mistake of ignoring mine once after partaking in an all-you-can-eat buffet at Casa Bonita, and it cost me my favorite pair of pants. Ew, gross, McGann cried out, causing the line to go dead in an instant. Harry, why did I hear a girl's voice just now? Because there's one here with me, Harry replied sheepishly. She's part of my new team, the team you refused to join. And you didn't think to warn me, Lunatic raged. Now, if we ever meet, all she'll remember is that I joked about my cataclysmic case of diarrhea. Not how unbearably attractive I am. McGann snorted again, and Wally swatted her shoulder, don't encourage him. Wally, is that you? Lunatic's voice cried out, you don't call, you don't write. One would almost think you were avoiding me. You tried to give me a concussion with a blue spray-painted turtle shell. Wally retorted back, causing Lunatic to cackle on the other end. Well, you were in first place, and I wanted to win. We weren't racing, you idiot. Wally raged back, I was trying to get away from you. Semantics. Lunatic's voice cackled. Enough, both of you. Harry snapped. Nightwing's life is more important than your meaningless squabbles. He's right, Lunatic replied. Stop trying to argue about who won which race, Kentucky Fried. Harry sighed in annoyance as Wally growled at the joke at his name. Loony, please, no more jokes, just tell me if you know where Joker would go. Please. The Joker has many different hideouts, Lunatic replied, his tone shifting to a more serious one. Bad Dutch and his birdies know about most of them, but there are still a few that they don't know about. Robin growled at the insult but wisely chose to keep quiet, lest Lunatic decide to mock him next as he had done Wally. I've just sent the addresses to your phone, Lunatic continued as Harry's phone buzzed with an incoming message, do you want me to meet you? Robin and Wally both threw their hands into the air and violently shook their heads in the negative, almost making Harry burst with laughter before he managed to get control of himself. No, that's okay, Loony. My team and I will find Nightwing. Okay, if you're sure, Lunatic replied softly. Enjoy your game of Tetris, Harry replied quickly, trying to cheer up his friend. Oh, I'm already bored of that. Lunatic replied happily, I'm gonna play Battleship now. If you'll excuse me, I gotta find an unused pool, some more of Luther's goons, and some cherry bombs. The line clicked off at that, and Harry couldn't help but snort with amusement as he quickly looked through the addresses Lunatic had sent. He's not actually going to try and blow anyone up, is he? McGann asked. Probably, Harry, Robin, and Wally all answered at the same time, causing McGann's mouth to drop open in shock. You keep strange company, Harry, Calder said with amusement. Is it wise to lie with such a dangerous individual? Loony is the most loyal person I know, Harry replied, and if he considers you a friend, you're a friend for life. Yeah, unfortunately, Robin grimaced, and if you're an enemy, God help you. There's 6 different addresses on this list, Harry said after a moment, and they're spread all across Gotham. It'll take us forever to search each one. So, we split up, Wally replied, taking Harry's phone from him and looking through the list. I can take these too, Wally said after a moment, they're only 10 miles away from each other. The rest of you can each pick one of the remaining ones. Quote, we're not splitting up, Robin stated at once before anyone else could speak, not when the Joker's involved. The Joker has had Nightwing for nearly a week, Harry retorted. We can't afford to wait any longer. We need to find him now. We know that, Harry, Calder replied. But McGann is right. The Joker is a foe far beyond us. None of us, save Robin, have any experience fighting such a madman. Caution would be better in this scenario. As much as he hated to admit it, Harry could hear the wisdom in Calder's words and quickly swallowed the retort that he'd been about. to unload on his teammate before grudgingly nodding in agreement. Okay, I'll do a quick sweep of my 2 targets, then, Wally countered, they'll never even know I'm there, and I can meet you all at whichever one you choose next. As Harry stared at the addresses on the list, he anxiously worried his lip, which one should he pick? There was an abandoned amusement park near the east end of Gotham that would fit Joker's style, but there was also an empty warehouse that was once an exclusive club but was quickly abandoned after Mr. Freeze made an appearance and murdered half the staff, as well as a dozen guests. There was also an abandoned aquarium and an unused arcade, too many choices and too little time. Which one should they search? Suddenly, it felt like someone else had made the choice for him. And his eyes seemed glued to the 4th address on the list. The nightclub, Harry said at once. We'll go to the nightclub. Why that one? McGann asked. I don't know, Harry answered truthfully. Just a feeling. Very well. Then, Calder sighed, we can check the others afterward. Hang on, I've got another idea, Harry replied. Do not invite that madman to join us. Wally all but cried out in alarm as Harry pulled his phone out again, causing Harry to laugh back. I'm calling someone else to help. After quickly selecting the contact number, Harry put the phone to his ear and stepped a few feet away from the rest of his team. The number buzzed 3 times before someone finally answered. Harry, Jinx's voice said quickly, listen, it's good to hear from you. But I can't talk right now. Something's happened. I know, Harry replied, cutting her off. You do. How? Batman told me, Harry replied softly. Listen, I might know where the Joker took Nightwing. But there are too many addresses for my team and I to search alone. We need your help. Are you nuts? Jinx cried out. Harry, I don't want you anywhere near the Joker. He will kill you faster than you can blink. You're not ready to face off against someone like him. Just gimme the addresses, and Starfire and I will search each one, okay? It will take too long that way, Harry argued. Nightwing needs our help. Harry, I swear to Mother Eris, if you go to any of those addresses, I'll tell Raven on you. That threat stopped Harry in his tracks, and he worried his lip for a moment before steeling his nerves and replying. Raven will understand, and even if she doesn't, I would rather ask for forgiveness and find Nightwing alive than ask for permission and risk him being killed. I'll send the addresses now. Good luck, Harry. Don't you dare hang up on me, you little shit. Harry, quickly pressing the end call button, Harry forwarded Lunatic's list to Jinx's number. Taking off the 2 that Wally was going to search and the one that the team was going to before hitting send and turning off his phone to avoid Jinx tracking him down. Now we can go, Harry said as he stepped back over to the team, who were waiting with different expressions, ranging from amused Robin and Wally, to anxious McGann, to indifferent Superboy. How are we going to get to Gotham? Robin asked. Zeta Tube. Hello, Megan, McGann said loudly, slapping her forehead and causing the others to turn to her. We can take my ship, of course. We get to fly in a spaceship? Harry asked, his eyes twinkling madly. Oh, so much yes. McGann giggled at that and flashed Harry a brilliant smile before she floated into the air and quickly led the group to the hangar. Nightwing leaned over the chair he was tied to, staring at the floor as drops of blood slowly dripped off his nose and to the floor below. Joker had continued to beat him with that damn bat for an early 15 minutes before deciding to take a juice break. As he slowly tried to breathe through the pain filling his chest, Nightwing desperately attempted to formulate a plan to escape before Joker returned. Rocco had yet to return with whatever he'd been sent to get, and Nightwing knew that he would likely never get another chance like this. Joker had obviously thought he'd beaten the poor boy unconscious or else was too badly battered to attempt escape. Either way, Nightwing would happily make use of the reprieve he'd been given. His broken arm had already begun to swell, and Nightwing groaned with misery as he felt the rope starting to dig into his wrist. His other hand, however, was clasped into a tight fist. Inside said fist lay a jagged piece of metal that Nightwing had grabbed. When he'd been knocked over during the Joker's last round using Nightwing as a piñata, flipping the metal into a better grip, Nightwing began to saw at the rope holding his good arm, hoping beyond hope that he'd be able to cut through before anyone returned. Okay, we're here, McGann said as she set the ship into hover mode, beneath them, the abandoned club sat, looking innocuous. "I've managed to pull up the schematics for the place," Robin said as a holographic 3D image appeared above his gauntlet, showing the complete layout of the club. "It looks like there are only 3 floors, plus a basement." "How should we search?" Calder asked, turning his chair toward Robin. "I'll take the top floor," Robin replied. "You and McGann take the second floor, Superboy can take the first floor. Harry, you got the basement. If anyone finds the Joker or Nightwing, don't try to take them on alone. Call for help, and we'll all come running." "Understood." "Tisk," Superboy sneered, "I don't need help, I'm a living weapon. If I find the clown first, he'll be lucky if I just break a few of his bones." "Superboy," Calder said harshly, "you are not just a weapon. You are more than that, much more indeed." Superboy's eyes widened at that, and he turned away with a grunt, his mask of indifference sliding back into place. A moment later, the team's seats disappeared, and holes appeared beneath them, dropping them into the open air as Bioship activated its cloak and seemed to vanish. As Harry hit the rooftop, he tucked into a roll and pulled his hood over his head as he came to his feet, transfo. RMING into his arcane persona as his green eyes flashed dangerously. "Let's get to work," Arcane growled as 6 tentacles snapped out of his back and stabbed into the rooftop door before ripping it completely off its hinges. "That was seriously cool, Arcane," Robin laughed, really feeling the aster. "Enough talk," Superboy growled as he slammed his closed fist into his palm. "Let's go hit somebody." With an angry growl, Superboy led the charge down the dark stairwell, with the rest of the team following close behind. As he reached the end of the stairs, Superboy issued a roar of challenge B. E4 leaping over the railing and falling quickly towards the ground floor. As he slammed onto the ground floor, the ground beneath Superboy shook with his impact, and his body made an enormous spiderweb crack in the floor. "Well, if they didn't know we were here before, they sure do now," Robin quipped before jumping away to begin his search. "We must move quickly," Calder said. "If anyone is here, they will have heard Superboy's boisterous arrival. Then, we gotta move quickly," Arcane added before following Superboy over the railing as McGann and Calder ran towards the stairs to the second floor. Landing with far less impact than Superboy, Arcane cast a quick eye around the darkened room, seeing no sign of Superboy. The former club had been wholly trashed since it was abandoned, with large, overturned circular tables scattered across the floor. A short way away from him, Arcane could spot a raised stage that had obviously been where the band played while the now empty bar sat to his right. Large puddles lay on the floor, growing larger as water dripped into them from above. Light shone in from the cracked and broken windows all about the place, but the worst part was the chalk outlines that still showed on the floor from where Mr. Freeze had killed the club's guests so long before. Arcane couldn't help but stare at one as he passed, wondering why it had not faded by now and who had been the unfortunate victim. Who'd only wanted to have some fun and instead found their end. Shaking away the depressing thought with a grunt of annoyance at Superboy essentially ruining any chance of their mission continuing with secrecy, Arcane slowly floated towards the nearby entrance to the basement, the door hanging with a slant, held only by its top hinge. Swallowing down his nervousness, Arcane ducked under the door and cautiously made his way down the stairs to the basement. Nightwing had nearly cut through his bindings when the roof suddenly shook, sending dust and debris raining down on him, and making him stare up at the ceiling for a moment before he began sawing again. "Bad news, Birdie," the Joker quipped as he ran into the room. "It looks like the cavalry has finally arrived, so we'll have to cut our fun short." As Joker threw the metal bat away and pulled a large knife from inside his overcoat, Nightwing began trying to saw faster. "But don't worry," Joker continued as he menacingly approached, "I always make sure to leave my guests with a smile." As Joker approached Nightwing's face with the knife, he felt the bindings finally snap away. He jumped to his feet, slamming his head into Joker's chin and knocking him back. Realizing that he had mere moments before the pain of his injuries caught up to him, Nightwing rushed toward the Joker, intending to deal as much damage as he could. With all the fury of one who has been tortured for nearly a week, Nightwing kicked hard into the Joker's stomach twice, relishing the way the clown cried out in pain. As he drew back to kick again, Nightwing suddenly cried out in pain as the Joker lunged forward and buried his knife into the hero's side. "Oh ha, ha," the Joker cackled, "that was fun. You hit almost as hard as Batsy." Nightwing slowly sank to his knees as Joker rose to his feet, pulled a gun from his coat, and rested the barrel against the hero's forehead. A large smile spread across his face as his finger began to squeeze the trigger. "Ordinarily, I don't really like using guns, but needs must, I suppose. It's just too bad you won't be around to see your dear bad daddy's expression when I leave your mutilated corpse for him to find. It's gonna be my best joke yet." Nightwing glared at the Joker as the clown's finger continued to squeeze the trigger, refusing to look away or give the clown the pleasure of seeing how afraid Nightwing was. A moment before the gun went off, however, a voice screamed out, "No!" Before either man could see who had screamed, what appeared to be a black rope wrapped itself around the Joker's body and hurled him across the room, sending him crashing into a large pile of stacked wooden crates. A moment later, Nightwing stared in shock as Arcane kneeled in front of him. "Harry," Nightwing hissed, "what the hell are you doing here?" "Saving you, dumbass. What else?" Arcane growled back as he examined the knife still embedded in Nightwing. Geez sighed for air bubbles that would indicate a pierced lung. "No, you can't be here," Nightwing cried out. "You need to leave before the Joker gets back up." "I'm not leaving without you," Arcane snapped back. "So, if you want me to leave, then get on your damn feet." Throwing Nightwing's arm over his shoulder, Arcane heaved with effort as he lifted his surrogate brother up from his knees. Before they had taken a single step, however, a large, muscular man wearing a clown mask entered the room from the opposite door, wheeling a table covered by a sheet. For a few seconds, the trio simply stared at one another before the man growled and shoved the table at Arcane, forcing him to shove Nightwing away as he jumped aside. Nightwing fell onto his broken arm and cried out in pain, trying desperately not to pass out from the pain. Slowly cracking open his one good eye, he saw Arcane dipping and dodging beneath the wild swings of Joker's goon, who seemed to be getting more frustrated with every missed hit. Finally, the goon lunged too far, and Arcane managed to get under him, coming up with an overpowered uppercut to the goon's chin that lifted him off of his feet and sent him crashing back. Ward into a nearby steel support beam that bent slightly from the force of the impact. The goon fell to the floor with a groan and tried to rise up for a moment, before slumping back onto his stomach, unconscious. You've gotten better," Nightwing gasped as Arcane returned to his side and once again tried to help him up. "You taught me well," Arcane mumbled back, not noticing how Nightwing looked at him with pride. "What do you say we get out of here, now?" "Sounds good to me," Nightwing groaned. "Who else is here?" "Just the team," Arcane replied, causing Nightwing to stare at him in shock for a moment. "You all came here alone. Are you nuts? Batman and the League thought you were in Bloodhaven and wouldn't let us help." Arcane defended. "So, I called Looney to try and find you. You shouldn't have come here alone." "Harry," Nightwing hissed back, "Raven's gonna be pissed when she finds out." "I don't care," Arcane snarled back, "I couldn't let you die." Nightwing stared limply at Arcane for a moment before finally mumbling, "Thanks for coming to get me, kid." As Arcane opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly felt as though someone had set his bones on fire and screamed out in pain. Nightwing beside him was doing the same, and the pair dropped to the floor a second later. Spinning over onto his back, Arcane saw that the goon from earlier had managed to get to his feet and had jabbed the pair with a cattle prod, the end sparking and humming dangerously as he limped toward them to deliver another painful attack. As Arcane snarled in rage, two of his tentacles hot out of the bottom of his feet and wrapped around the goon's ankles, lifting him in the air and hanging him upside down for a moment. "Wah!" The goon cried out before the tentacles slammed him onto his back, making him cry out in pain. Again and again, they raised him and slammed him to the ground until the goon's screams became whimpers. Finally, after the third time, the tentacles released their hold on the unfortunate man, and he dropped unconscious to the floor in a pile of broken bones. Seeing no other threats, the tentacles retracted into Arcane's feet, and the boy painfully climbed to his feet as his body spasmed from the after effects of the cattle prod. Using what little energy he had left and praying that his teammate would hear him, Arcane shouted out, "Superboy, I found him." But I need help here. Upstairs. Arcane could hear what sounded like a fight, followed by the sound of something crashing against something metal. A moment later, Superboy came running down the stairs. His black shirt ripped in several places. What happened to you? Arcane asked as he gazed at his teammate. Hyenas, Superboy stated simply, as Arcane threw Nightwing's arm over Superboy's shoulder. The trio heard the sound of cackling coming from behind them and turned around just in time to see a disheveled and heavily bruised Joker climbing out of the pile of broken wooden crates that Arcane had just thrown him through. Neat trick, kid. Joker laughed as he repeatedly flipped the knife in his hand. But didn't your parents ever tell you that it's bad form to attack someone when their back is turned? My parents are dead, Arcane retorted, making the clown's grin widen. No wonder you've such poor manners. Don't worry though. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's correcting naughty children's behavior. Get him out of here, Arcane hissed at Superboy as he handed Nightwing over to his teammate. I'll handle Joker. I'm on it, Superboy nodded, turning to leave as Nightwing groaned in pain. Arcane. No, you should listen to him, boy, the Joker laughed. Unless you want to end up like the first Robin, that is. Superboy, go, Arcane snarled as 6 tentacles extended out of his back and transformed into spears, making the Joker grin madly. Ooh, pointy, a man after my own black shriveled heart. Guns are too quick, you see. Remembering what he'd been taught about the Joker and how the clown liked to play with his food, Arcane tried to block out the words, instead choosing to focus on taking down the madman as quickly as possible. You can't savor all the little emotions, Joker continued, grinning sickly, as he twisted away from a spear and lunged forward to stab Arcane in the shoulder, missing the boy by inches. You see, in their last emotions, people show you who they really are. Like the first bird boy I killed. So fearless and arrogant in the beginning, but at the end, would you like to know if he was a coward? Shut up, Arcane roared, combining his 6 spears into one large spiraled one and hurling it forward to skewer the Joker, who cackled and jumped away at the last minute so that the spear harmlessly impaled the wall behind the clown, leaving a drill-like indention in it. Flicking his wrist, the Joker made a hand of playing cards appear and sent them sailing towards Arcane, who had the wisdom to jump away. A moment later, the FIV cards embedded in the wood crate behind the boy, and Arcane took a breath to steady his nerves as Joker rushed forward, a pair of knives in each hand that he swung erratically, trying to slash Arcane to ribbons. Finally, one of Arcane's spears struck home and impaled itself in Joker's shoulder, lifting him up into the air and away from the hero as Joker laughed insanely. As he was lifted into the air, the Joker flicked the knife in his left hand and hurled it at Arcane, finally managing to get a hit himself, as the knife slammed home into Arcane's right leg, just above the knee. Og, damn it, Arcane swore, his tentacle ripping from the Joker and causing the clown to crash hard to the floor as Arcane grabbed the knife embedded in his leg and slowly tried pulling it free. As the knife came free, at last, Arcane saw that blood was flowing freely, yet it was not spurting in a way that would indicate a cut artery or some other serious wound. Breathing a sigh of relief, Arcane willed on of his tentacles to wrap around the wound and stay there. Looking up from where he was kneeling, Arcane saw the Joker was already on his feet and twirling a metal baseball bat in his right hand as he approached with a cruel smile. His purple coat now covered in blood. Fighting against the rising panic, Arcane groaned as he rose back to his feet and assumed a defensive position. Where the hell was the rest of his team? Someone should have come to help him by now. I must say, me lad, Joker quipped, this is the most fun I've had in quite a while. With Batsy, it's all growl this and bone break that. It's like our date nights have just become a chore to him, can you even imagine? Or maybe he has better things to do than deal with some insane knockoff version of Ronald McDonald, Arcane snarked back, making Joker's smile fall away as an ugly look took its place. That was rude, Joker retorted, here I am, trying to bring some levity to this fun outing of ours, and you have to go and spoil it. Guess I'll have to beat some respect into you, after all. Faster than he would have thought the clown capable, the Joker covered the distance between himself and Arcane and swung the bat at the boy's head. It was only due to the speed of Arcane's tentacles that the boy was saved from a possible concussion as the metal bat bounced off of the Roman-like shield that 2 of his tentacles had combined and transformed into around his right arm. Realizing that he was rapidly running out of steam, Arcane racked his brain for a new tactic as Joker bashed the metal bat against Arcane's shield. Willing two of his tentacles to wrap around his left fist and transform into an enormous boxing glove, Arcane cocked his arm back and delivered a powerful blow to the clown's chest, sending the sea-ackling madman sailing across the room and crashing into the wheeled table from earlier, sending it crashing onto its side and flinging its cargo everywhere as Joker rolled over it. The pain in Arcane's leg, as well as the pain from the cattle prod, was nearly consuming him now. His lungs felt like they were on fire as he gasped for air. He knew he wouldn't be able to last much longer and once again wondered where the hell his team was. As Joker climbed slowly and painfully to his feet, Arcane couldn't help but swallow nervously at the manic smile on the clown's face. What do I do? Arcane thought. I've got nothing left. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head and Arcane swallowed again as he followed the thought, coming to the conclusion that it was his best and only option. Oh man, I'm gonna be in so much trouble for this. With a flick of his wrist, Arcane's wand snapped into his palm, and the Joker cackled as he saw it. Ooh, and what you gonna do with that, boy? Give me a splinter. Something like that. Arcane smirked before leveling his wand at the Joker and crying out. Bombarda. The spell slammed into the Joker's body before he could even blink and sent him shooting across the room like a cannonball. He crashed through several wooden crates, one after another before finally slamming hard into the far wall with so much force that the wall actually cracked, leaving a spiderweb pattern as Joker slid down to the floor. Good one, kid. Joker laughed weakly before his eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he slid sideways unconscious. As he slowly sank to his knees, Arcane could hear the sudden noise of someone coming down the stairs and quickly turned to face whoever it was, only to suddenly become engulfed in pink as Jinx tackled him and hugged him for all he was worth. Harry, oh, sweet Mother Eris, are you okay? Jinx. Arcane asked weakly, what are you doing here? Where's Nightwing and the rest of my team? Nightwing was medevaced. He's gonna be okay. Starfire assured as she suddenly appeared beside the pair and checked Arcane over with a fine eye. And your team is currently being given the lecture of a lifetime by the League upstairs. What the hell were you thinking? You little shit, running off like that, Jinx demanded, taking over from Starfire, almost getting yourself killed. I'm sorry, Arcane mumbled. Sorry isn't good enough, Harry. Jinx snapped at once, do you have any idea how worried we were? You could have died. Look at yourself. Jinx is right, Harry, Starfire continued. You were too young to be fighting such opponents on your own. We thought we would be too late. I'm sorry, Arcane said again. I just couldn't lose another person, not again. The heroines' faces fell at that, and they share a look as Arcane clung to Jinx's shirt, trying not to cry and appear weak. Look, Harry, we get it, we were worried about Nightwing too, but you should have trusted us to find him, not rushed off a group of inexperienced teens to face a monster like Joker. Jinx is right, Harry, Starfire said softly, joining Jinx in hugging the boy. The key part of being on a team is trusting them to do what you cannot. But we're not a team anymore. Arcane cried out miserably, Luther took our team from us. Even if we're no longer in the tower, we'll always be Titans, Jinx reassured the boy softly, and we'll always be a team. And we'll always be family, Starfire added, tightening her hug on the boy. Sandwiched between the two women, Arcane felt his injuries and his exhaustion sweep over him, too great to ignore. And willingly gave himself over to the darkness that was steadily claiming him. The next few days were perhaps the longest of Harry's life. The entire team received the Mo. There of all lectures from not only the League but also from Raven when she found out what had happened and stormed the cave, demanding to speak with everyone involved. Harry was essentially grounded for the next month and had to suffer the indignity of having all his instruments taken away as punishment. On top of that, he had received a written warning from the Magical Congress of the United States of America about his underage use of magic, and told in no unambiguous language that further use would result in his wand being snapped. Batman had even put the fear of God into the team by reminding them that he had warned them about what would happen if they disobeyed him. To the surprise of all, however, the team stood as one and called his bluff, telling him to go ahead and kick them off the team. And that they'd just start their own without his oversight. To the surprise of all, Batman had actually backed down and simply congratulated them on rescuing Nightwing before storming away. E-Team didn't know if they should be relieved that they weren't being kicked out or worried about what Batman would do to punish their insubordination later. Either way, the team felt good about its first mission and eagerly looked forward to their next one. The only one not happy was Wally, who bitterly complained about not getting a souvenir. Author's note: I hope you all enjoyed this chapter as much as I enjoyed writing it. I chose Heath Ledger's Joker as the one for my story because he is my personal favorite, and I hope I got his character down right in this chapter. If you liked it, I'd love to hear from you, and if not, I'd still love to hear from you. Until next time, my lovelies. Chapter 46. The interior of Bioship was as silent as a graveyard as the team flew toward their destination. Each member of the team mentally preparing themselves for their first official mission from Batman. Harry was seated next to Superboy, and the pair almost looked like twins from the way they were seated. Both had their arms crossed over their chests, and both had their heads bowed, eyes closed, in silent contemplation. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the team had rescued Nightwing from the Joker. And Batman had used that time to implement his own form of punishment on them for disobeying his orders, which could only be summed up in 2 words: living hell. Each day, the team would be put through the most grueling form of training, ranging from a nearly interminable obstacle course, to being placed in the cave's version of the danger room, where the team had to fight non-stop for hours. At the end of each day's training, when Batman would finally release them for the day, Harry and the others would drag themselves back to their rooms and physically collapse into their beds as their bodies screamed in agony. Only for the whole process to start again the next day. Batman, after the 4th day of training, had told them that perhaps they wouldn't end each day in such pain. They started acting more like a team and less like individuals, and loath though he was to agree with him, Harry couldn't help but admit that the Bat was right. On the Titans, Nightwing had made that each person knew that they fought as one, that there were no individuals, only one team. It was why Harry and the other Titans worked so well together. They always knew where their teammate was and what they would do, making the Titans operate like a well-oiled machine. Here though, Robin was used to no-word communication with Batman, Kid Flash was used to working with someone who could operate faster than most could think. Superboy was an emotional rampaging beast who thought he didn't need anyone's help, and McGann was brand new to being a hero, and so had no experience on how to act. Only Calder even attempted to ally with Harry during training, which resulted in the pair receiving far fewer bruises than the others, which only seemed to annoy the others even more and make their team even more unreliable. Harry, to his consternation, had found no mercy from Raven and the other Titans when he had complained. Raven was still angry at Harry for nearly getting himself killed and said that he deserved to be punished for his stupidity and that, hopefully, the bruises from Batman's training would remind Harry not to do something so idiotic again. Cyborg and Beast Boy had both been appalled when they found out what Harry had done, and the boy had been forced to sit through another lecture as the pair called him to berate Harry for his stupidity. Jinx, surprisingly, seemed to agree with Raven and told Harry so. When he first called her up, she and Starfire were taking shifts, with one patrolling Bloodhaven, while the other stood guard outside Nightwing's hospital room in case the Joker tried to finish the job. Which wasn't very likely seeing as how Harry's last attack had broken 6 of the clown's ribs and fractured his spine. Starfire was the only one who seemed to understand why Harry had done what he'd done. She'd managed to sneak in some black cherry ice cream into the cave, and the two had spent 2 blessed hours just talking about how much they each missed the other and the Titans. We're approaching Santa Prisca, McGann's voice called out, making Harry slowly open his eyes as he stared out the window at the quickly approaching island. It was hard to mock out against the pitch-black darkness surrounding them, but he could still see the smudge of the island ahead. As the others tensed slightly, Harry's mind wandered back to the briefing the team had received earlier that night from Batman. Flashback. Isla Santa Prisca, Batman said to the team, facing away from them and staring at the large computer monitor that was showing a detailed image of their upcoming destination. In contrast, other smaller images showed different pictures pertaining to the brief. Beside him, Red Tornado was quickly typing out commands onto the keyboard as Batman spoke. This island is the primary source of a dangerous and illegal neurosteroid, a strength-enhancing drug sold under the street name Venom. Infrared heat signatures indicate their factory is operating at full capacity. But all shipments of Venom have been inexplicably cut off. That's where this team comes in. Turning back to the watching team, Batman scowled momentarily in annoyance. The team was all dressed in civilian attire. And Wally further showed how unconcerned he was by quickly rifling through a bag of potato chips. This is a covert recon mission only, Batman continued, observe and report. If the Justice League needs to intervene, it will. Turning back to the screen, Batman continued his briefing as two different locations were suddenly marked out on the island before the team. The plan requires 2 drop zones. So, who's in charge? Robin asked, cutting Batman off and making Batman and Red Tornado share a look for a moment before Batman turned back to the team and spoke again. Work that out between you. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes as he saw a smirk cross Robin's face at that, knowing that Batman's flippant remark was going to cause more trouble than it was worth. End flashback. Drop Zone A in 30, McGann said softly, causing Calder to rise to his feet as his chair melted into the floor. With a quick touch of his belt, Calder's orange uniform shifted into entirely black. Ready, Calder called out with a nod. Putting Bioship in camouflage mode, McGann replied. Unseen by the team, the red spaceship flashed with light for a moment before suddenly disappearing. Blending so well with the night sky that even the most skilled observer could not see it. Lowering close to the ocean below, a hole suddenly appeared beneath Calder's feet, which he dove into. Splashing into the ocean a moment later. Like a bolt from a spear gun, Calder zoomed past the underwater mines and drew one of his water bearers from his back, willing it into a sword, wick. He used to slash the last obstacle between himself and the beach, an ordinary metal fence. Once he reached the beach, Calder quickly raced toward a nearby machine that was beeping and flashing a continuous red light. Quickly retrieving the device that Batman had given him, Calder plugged the device into the machine, which continued to beep twice more before a strange sound emanated from it, and the beeping stopped. Heat and motion sensors are patched, Calder said into the communicator in his ear. Data is now on a continuous loop. Move in. Overhead, Bioship quickly lowered closer to the ground. A moment later, McGann called out, Drop Zone B, as she willed the ship to stay in place. Harry quickly rose to his feet and pulled his hood over his head, as McGann raised her arm and willed several harnesses to fall from Bioship's ceiling, which the team all began to hook to their belts. After hooking himself up, Kid Flash touched the lightning bolt symbol on his chest, causing his red and yellow uniform to change entirely to black. How cool is this? Kid Flash asked, turning to McGann with a smirk. Very impressive, McGann smirked back before slowly lifting her hands and causing black ink to spread from her feet to her shoulders, changing her uniform entirely black, save for her dark blue cloak and a red X harness that crossed her chest and wrapped around her waist. Looking back at Kid Flash, McGann placed her hands on her hips and smirked at him as he stared at her with a small blush. That works too, Kid Flash replied with a grin. Turning to Superboy, Kid Flash quipped. Hey, Soupy, it's not too late to put on the new stealth tech. No capes, no tights, no offense, Superboy replied from where he stood, crossing his arms over his chest. As always, Superboy was wearing his simple dark blue pants and a black t-shirt with Superman's symbol blazoned in red on his chest. It totally works for you, McGann offered with a smile. As Superboy turned to her, she realized what she had just said and blushed before continuing quickly, in that, you can totally do good work in those clothes. Arcane snorted softly as McGann's obvious crush once again made itself known. Superboy stared at McGann silently for a moment before turning away, causing the girl's face to fall for a moment before she quickly pulled up her hood and disappeared. A moment later, Arcane and the others all softly made their way to the ground and unbuckled their harnesses. Superboy decided to forego using his harness and chose instead to just jump out of the ship, slamming into the ground. With such force that his landing actually created a small crater. I didn't need a line, Superboy smirked as the others shook their heads. And yet, creating a seismic event may not have helped us much with the covert. Robin complained from where he was sitting, his back against a nearby tree. With a small smirk, McGann raised her hand to her communicator and whispered into it. Calder, drop Zone B is go. Head to the factory, Aqualad replied. I'll track your GPS and rendezvous as soon as possible. Roger that, Robin replied, bringing up the holographic screen on his gauntlet and looking at the map for a moment. After a moment, Robin nodded and rushed forward, the rest of the team following close behind. As quickly and as silently as they could, the team blew through the forest toward their destination, carefully looking for anything that might be an ambush. Suddenly, Superboy stopped and quickly looked around. Wait. Did you all hear that? No. Kid Flash replied, looking around for a moment. Wait, is this a super hearing thing? You do have great ears, McGann replied softly, unseen by all. Arcane was rolling his eyes at the girl. Okay, Rob, now what? Kid Flash asked, turning back to his friend, only to see that Robin had vanished. Man, I hate it when he does that. From their communicators, the team heard Aqualad's voice call out, Superboy, Kid, switch to infrared. See if you're being tracked. Reaching up and pulling his goggles over his eyes, Kid Flash watched as several heat signatures bloomed into life, coming right at them. Got a squad of armed bozos incoming. Kid Flash called out softly, causing the team to quickly duck behind cover. Superboy narrowed his eyes as he gazed at a spot not far away from the team, seeing more incoming heat signatures. 2 squads, Superboy growled, but they'll meet each other before they find us. Superboy's words proved true moments later when shots rang out through the forest. No super hearing required now. Kid Flash snarked back as McGann raised her hand to her mouth in shock. Swing wide, steer clear. Aqualad's voice rang out from the team's communicators. Why yeah, just as soon as I find Robin. Kid Flash called back, running into the forest and disappearing in an instant. Activating his super speed, Kid Flash feverishly began searching for his best friend, only to slip in some mud seconds later and lose his footing. With a painful cry, Kid Flash began to roll down the hill towards the gunfire, completely out of control. A moment later, Kid Flash rolled directly into the middle of a battlefield, with Bane and his men on one side, and a group of red-robed individuals on the other. As he lay groaning between the two fighting groups, they stopped their shooting and stared at the teenager in shock, caught off guard by the hero's sudden appearance. Slowly raising his head with a groan, Kid Flash looked around for a moment at the gaping faces before stating in a small voice. So much for the stealthy. Bane was the first to react. Growling in annoyance, he began to open fire on the teen hero. A moment later, Bane's men followed suit, causing Kid Flash to jump to his feet with a cry and activate his super speed as he tried to avoid being shot. The red-robed figure suddenly opened fire on Kid Flash as well, temporarily forgetting their fight with Bane and his men as both sides tried to kill the hero. A moment later, Superboy burst from the forest, slamming his fist into Bane's face and sending the man slamming into a nearby tree, his rifle flying from his fingers. As Bane's men continued to try to hit Kid Flash, Robin suddenly dropped from above, knocking one thug out with a well-timed kick to the jaw. He then spun on his heel and delivered an uppercut to the second thug. Both men slammed hard to the ground and were quickly rendered unconscious. What is wrong with you guys? Robin called out. Remember covert. Why didn't you follow my lead and vanish into the jungle? That's what you were doing. Kid Flash demanded as he ripped a thug's rifle out of his hands and slammed the buttstock against the man's jaw, knocking him out. Way to fill us in. We're not mind readers, you know. 2 more of Bane's thugs suddenly slammed into a nearby tree, causing Robin and Kid Flash to spin in place, only to see McGann descending to the ground with her arms raised. Well, I'm not, anyway. Kid Flash added as he stared at McGann. You told me I could only read the bad guys' minds. McGann countered. That is true, dude, Arcane added as he stepped out of the trees, a tentacle retracting back into his hand. Not far away, a red-robed figure was lying against a large tree with what looked like a broken nose. You did say that. Kid Flash rolled his eyes at that before taking a careful look around. It looked as though most of Bane's men had either been knocked unconscious or run away once they saw the fight was lost. Only 2 red-robed figures were lying on the ground, so the rest must have likewise fled the battle. A sudden cry of pain made the team look behind them, only to see Aqualad walking out of the forest a moment later, dragging a figure in red behind him. "I recognize those uniforms," Robin said as he knelt down to examine the figure Aqualad was dragging. "They belong to the cult of the Cobra. I am certain Batman would have mentioned it. IFF he knew a dangerous extremist was running Santa Prisca's Venom operation," Aqualad countered. "Agreed," Robin nodded, "and since there's clearly no love lost between the cultists and those goons, I am betting Cobra came in and tossed them out. That would explain why normal supply lines have been cut off," McGann added. "Cool, mystery solved," Arcane replied dryly. "Can we go home now?" "Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Arcane," Kid Flash added. "Mystery solved. Cobra wants superpowered cultists. Radio bats and we'll be home in time for." "These cultists aren't on Venom," Robin said, cutting his friend off. "Cobra's hoarding the stuff. We don't leave until I know why." "Until you know why," Kid Flash retorted with a raised brow. "This team needs a leader," Robin stated. "Oh, and it's you?" Kid Flash asked in annoyance. "Dude, you're a 13-year-old kid, who ducked out on us without a word. And you're a mature 15. Robin laughed condescendingly. "Why? Oh, you blew our cover the first chance you got. Even Arcane's a better choice than you." Robin and Kid Flash both looked over at the boy whose wide green eyes could be seen staring at the pair from beneath his hood, quickly raising his hands. Arcane hissed, "Hey, don't drag me into this. I've no interest in this pissing match you two have got going." Both heroes blushed at that, but none more so than McGann, who was watching the confrontation with a sad expression on her face. Turning to Superboy, McGann asked, "Don't you want to lead?" Superboy quickly scoffed at that and shook his head in the negative. "You?" "Not really," McGann replied, her pride still sore after the lecture she had received from her Uncle Jean for participating in the rescue of Nightwing, not after the whole Joker debacle. "You did all right," Superboy replied warmly, causing McGann to blush for a moment. As Robin and Kid Flash continued to argue, Superboy cocked his head to the side. Bane's men were having an intense argument in Spanish, telling the villain to cut his ropes and kill the heroes while the team was distracted. Bane quickly told his men to be silent, saying that he would use the team to get what he wanted first. Superboy smirked at that, realizing that Bane didn't know that Superboy could not just hear them, but also understand them due to the language lessons that had been put into his head when he was a guest of Cadmus Labs. "Yeah, you don't even have superpowers," Kid Flash argued, bringing Superboy's focus back to the team. "Neither does Batman," Robin countered angrily, making Kid Flash scoff. "Dude, you're not Batman. Closest thing we've got." "Dude," Robin growled back. Shaking his head at the teenagers, Bane suddenly chuckled, making the team turn to him. "Clever little niños," Bane sneered. "But you only know half the story. How about you let me show you the rest? I'll get you into the factory via my secret entrance." "There is a secret entrance," McGann said, her hand rest to the side of her head as she tried to read Bane's mind, "but he's also hiding something." McGann's eyes suddenly began to glow as she increased the strength of her mind-reading abilities, Ying to see what Bane was hiding from her. Chica," Bane chuckled. "Bane is not that easy." "Oh, he's mentally reciting football scores en Espanol," McGann groaned as she pulled out of Bane's mind. "This could take a while." "It's not complicated," Bane offered with a sinister smile. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You help me take back my island, and I'll get you inside the factory." "I've got a better idea," Arcane growled, making the others turn to him as he stalked forward, a tentacle slowly extending out of his hand and changing into a spear. "How about I just stick this into you repeatedly until you tell us what we want?" "Whoa, hold up," Kid Flash said, grabbing Arcane's wrist as Bane's eyes widened. "We don't do that sort of thing." "Kid Flash is right," Aqualad added, "that is a line too far." "You think I care?" Arcane snarled, ripping his wrist out of Kid Flash's grip. "This piece of crap is the reason Jump City is a smoking ruin. He was there. He was 1-0. The people responsible for the deaths of all those innocent people. He killed Cassie." The team shared a sad look as Arcane shouted the last sentence, his voice echoing throughout the night. Slowly, Robin approached his friend and placed a calm hand on Arcane's shoulder. "Arcane, I know how much you hate him, but Bane didn't kill Cassie. That was Grodd, and he's going to be executed for it. Bane won't do anything but ensure that you end up in a cage just like the rest of the scum that attacked your home. With visible effort, Arcane willed the tentacle back into his hand before shaking off Robin's hand and storming away. Do whatever you want. Bane said nothing as he watched the boy walk away. It had only been for a moment, but Bane had seen it. Arcane had truly wanted to kill him and perhaps would have if he had been alone, without the team to stop him. Bane could well understand the boy's anger, yet it had been the first time he had ever seen a hero come that close to the edge. The only other hero Bane had seen give off the level of killing intent was Batman after Bane had nearly beaten Bruce Wayne's butler to death. M'gann immediately followed after Arcane and wrapped her arm around his shoulder as she whispered something into his ear. While she was doing that, Robin and the others turned back to Bane. Here's the deal, Robin said. You'll lead us to this secret entrance, but if you betray us, you'll be the first one I'm putting down. Got it? Heh. Bane chuckled. Understood, Nino. Half an hour later, after walking for what seemed like miles, the stood at the top of a cliff looking down at Bane's factory, where a flurry of activity was going on. Pulling out a set of binoculars, Robin stared down at the factory with a critical eye. There were dozens of Cobra cultists. Some were armed and standing guard for the first sign that something was wrong. Others were driving forklifts or pushing hand carts, upon which sat large crates filled with venom. Look at all that product. Robin gasped. A buy is going down. But if Cobra's not selling to the usual suspects, then we need to identify that buyer, Aqualad finished. Just what I was thinking, Kid Flash quipped, making Robin chuckle. Yeah, you're the thinker. Sarcasm. Dude, Kid Flash sneered. A real leader would focus on getting answers. While Robin and Kid Flash were arguing, again, Bane approached a nearby rock and easily lifted it out of his way, revealing a hidden passageway behind it. Answers are this way, Bane smirked before walking inside. So, now El Luchador I.S.R. leader, Kid Flash scoffed as the team followed the masked villain inside the tunnel. Quickly stepping up behind him, Arcane leaned in to whisper into Bane's ear so that no one else could hear. I know you're going to betray us at some point. I just want you to know that when you do, I'll be waiting. Unseen to Arcane, the coldness in the boy's voice actually made Bane swallow nervously as he kept walking. I didn't kill your friend, Nino, Bane whispered back. Jump City meant nothing to me. It was strictly business. You killed innocent people, Arcane hissed back, for once grateful Hat Robin and Kid Flash were too busy arguing to realize that Arcane and Bane were speaking to each other. Destroyed the only home I've known and tore apart my family all for money. That's all that matters in life, Nino. Bane nodded back. It didn't matter in the end, though. The bounty on your head was rescinded before any of us could collect. Perhaps next time, though. There won't be a next time for you, Arcane snarled. Because the moment you turn on my team, that's the moment when you're mine. And I'll make it so that you can never hurt anyone again. Arcane, is everything all right? M'gann asked. Seeing how close he and Bane had been for the last few minutes, at M'gann's voice, the others focused in on the boy as well, and Robin's eyes narrowed at how angry his friend looked. Slowly, unseen by all, Robin's hand lowered to his belt, just in case he needed to draw one of his berdarangs. Yeah, Arcane mumbled as he fell back, taking his place beside M'gann again. Yeah, everything's fine. I'm just making some things clear to our guide. You shouldn't let him get to you like that, M'gann whispered back. He's not worth it. Arcane said nothing, just focused on Bane's back and continued to walk. An eternity later, the group finally approached a large, rusted metal door. Stepping forward, Bane pressed his thumb onto a fingerprint scanner, which issued a shrill beep before the door slid away to reveal Bane's factory. Robin was the first through and quickly looked around. All clear. Robin hissed before he vanished around a large stack of metal barrels, as the team followed. They all issued a collective growl of annoyance as they lost sight of Robin. Has that little fool already been caught? Bane spat. No, Aqualad sighed, he just does that. Stay put, Kid Flash said as he pulled on his goggles. I'll get our intel and be back before the boy wonder. Wait, kid, Aqualad tried to say, but the speedster was gone a moment later, and Aqualad hissed in annoyance. Great chain of command, Bane sneered contemptuously, causing the others to share a furious look of agreement. Up in the control room, a Cobra cultist was typing away commands on the keyboard. Ard when a berterang impaled in the screen. A moment later, sleeping gas was released into the room, and the cultist's head slammed down onto the console as he passed out like a light. Quickly shoving the cultist out of his chair, Robin began to furiously punch in commands as he tried to hack into the system. Back on the ground floor, the other members of the team were watching as dozens of culties TS loaded an uncountable number of boxes onto forklifts and dragged them out of the factory. It's a massive shipment, Aqualad observed. Yeah, but they're only taking new products off the line, Superboy added. They're not touching this venom. Maybe freshness counts, McGann offered, causing Arcane to snort. Not likely, it's gotta be something else. Suddenly, Superboy's head cocked to the side as he listened to something only he could hear. Helicopters coming. Up in the control room, Robin had finally cracked the system and was downloading all the intel into the computer on his wrist gauntlet. A moment later, Kid Flash zoomed into the room. What have you got? Chemical formulas, Robin replied. I'm guessing it involves venom, but this one's venom, Kid Flash pointed out, pointing his free hand at the screen while he ate a granola bar from the other hand. But that one's, whoa. It's the blockbuster formula from Cadmus. Mixed correctly, Cobra's new juice is 3 times stronger than venom, and permanent. But how did Cobra get access to Project Blockbuster? Our mystery buyer must also be Cobra's supplier, Robin hypothesized, using the cult to create a blockbuster venom super formula. Quickly raising his hand to his ear, Robin called out. Robin to Aqualad, we've got. Static buzzing echoed in Robin's ear, causing the boy to grit his teeth in annoyance. Static, they've jammed our comms. As the helicopter landed, the door slid open, and Sportsmaster stalked down the ramp, taking a contemptuous look around at the cultists surrounding him before making his way to their leader. Lord Cobra, Sportsmaster said in as much of a respectful voice as he could manage. Sportsmaster, Lord Cobra replied, staring at the man with distaste, the shipment is ready. A cultist stepped up to Sportsmaster and opened a small box that she held, showing several small vials filled with purple liquid. Sportsmaster carefully picked one up and gazed at it thoughtfully. The new Cobra venom, a complete success, Lord Cobra replied, pointing toward the hulking monster behind him. Our friends will not be disappointed. Sportsmaster stared at the monster for a moment with a critical eye. The thing was nearly 8 feet tall and was practically bulging with muscle, so much, in fact, that its skin was ripped open in several spots, showing the red muscle beneath. He only clue that this beast had ever been human was the red hair and sideburns that fell around the monster's face. This is a game changer, Sportsmaster breathed. Finally, we can go mano a mano with the Justice League. Unseen by all, McGann was silently and invisibly hovering over the pair, listening to every word with narrowed eyes. Aqualad, sending you a telepathic image of the buyer, now. McGann said through the shared mind link she was currently sharing with her teammate. Above the factory floor, Aqualad was seated on a catwalk, with his eyes closed as the image was sent from McGann's head into his own. As the image passed into his mind, Aqualad's eyes opened with surprise. Sportsmaster, he is the buyer, Aqualad asked as he turned to Superboy and Arcane. We have our answer, Arcane whispered. Time to call in the cavalry. Agreed, Aqualad replied, raising his hand to his ear. Red Tornado, do you read me? Only static was Aqualad's reply, and he growled in annoyance, as he tried to reach Robin or Kid Flash. Only to fail as well. Can't reach the League, Robin, or Kid. They're jamming our communications, we need a plan now. I have a suggestion, Bane smirked. Before he jumped over the side of the catwalk to the surprise of the others, landing on the factory floor below, Bane quickly grabbed one of the cultist guards and snapped his neck before delivering an overpowered punch to the other shocked guard, which sent the man high into the air before crashing onto a wooden crate with a painful cry. The other watching guards stared for only a minute before they raised their rifles and began to open fire, causing Bane to duck away to cover. What is he doing? Aqualad demanded. Before anyone could answer, though, a shadow appeared behind the glass window. on the opposite side of the catwalk that the team was kneeling on. A moment later, a monster crashed through the glass and slammed its fists onto the catwalk, breaking it in two and sending the heroes crashing to the ground. As Arcane floated safe above the floor, he stared at the monster before him as a wave of recognition came over him. Mammoth. The monster growled for a moment before, to the surprise of all, it actually smiled. Been a long time, brat, Mammoth growled, his voice far deeper than when last Arcane and he had met. Look at you all grown up. Oh Mammoth, what did you do to yourself? Arcane asked in a sad voice. What you forced me to do. Mammoth roared, you took Jinx from me. You broke up my family. Now, with this body, I'll make you all pay. Arcane opened his mouth to respond. To tell the beast that he had the chance to join Jinx and had chosen instead to remain a villain. But before Arcane could say a single word, Lord Cobra entered the factory door and saw what was happening. Enough words. Destroy them. With a roar of rage, Mammoth barreled forward to crush Arcane, only for Superboy to appear from out of nowhere and slug the beast in the jaw, sending Mammoth crashing into the far wall. You want him? You gotta go through me first. Superboy shouted as he rushed forward. Mammoth seemed only too happy to agree, quickly rising to his feet and running to meet Superboy's attack head-on. While that was going on, Aqualad was forced to bring out his water bearers and transform them into a shield to protect himself from the bullets that were quickly being shot at him by the Cobra cultists. Keeping one as a shield, Aqualad transformed the other into a water gun and began to fire pressurized bolts of water at the cultists, taking them out one by one. Overhead, Magan was using her telekinesis to lift cultists into the air and hurl them into the nearby walls and iron beams holding up the roof of the factory. Unfortunately, Sportsmaster's uncannily gifted vision had spotted her. Invisible though she was, and he hurled one of his javelins at the girl. Magan stared in horror at the approaching weapon and quickly made herself intangible to avoid the weapon. Only for it to explode as it passed by her, sending her crashing on top of one of the venom production vats. Meanwhile, Arcane was trying to fend off 6 cultists on his own, his tentacle transforming into every weapon imaginable as he alternated between trying to avoid being shot and trying to even the odds as quickly as possible. One tentacle wrapped around the waist of a cultist and hurled him through a nearby window, while another tentacle transformed into a spear and embedded itself in a nearby cultist's leg, making the man scream in agony for a moment before another tentacle transformed into a bat and smashed into his face, knocking several teeth loose as the man fell to the ground unconscious. A moment later, Arcane threw his arms into the air, making his cape billow. As 6 tentacles burst from different parts of Arcane's body, transforming into large, pillar-like, objects that slammed into 6 different cultists with such force that the men and women were hurled into the walls, leaving indentations as they slid to the ground unconscious. Finally managing to fall back to cover, Aqualad sent out a mental message to Magan. Magan, comms are down, link us up. With a weary shake of her head, Magan complied with the order, and the group all shook their heads in annoyance for a moment at the strange sensation. Everybody online? Magan asked, her voice echoing from within their skulls. Yeah. Superboy sighed in resignation. You know it, beautiful. Kid Flash replied, causing Arcane to groan. Wally, seriously not the time. Good, we need to regroup, Aqualad stated. Busy now. Magan replied brusquely as she made 2 cultists rise into the air and slam into one another before dropping lifelessly to the ground. As Robin dropped to the factory floor, he quickly took account of his surroundings, only for a voice behind him to make him turn. Batman must indeed be busy if he sends his whelp to task me, Lord Cobra sneered as he approached the boy. What's wrong, Kobe? Robin smirked. You look disconcerted. This is beneath me, Lord Cobra sneered before turning to his companion. Shimmer, take him. With a smirk, the female villain charged towards the grinning boy, causing Robin to jump over her and ready himself into a fighting stance. Before the fight could actually begin, however, Robin heard Aqualad's voice reverberate in his head. Robin, now. With a growl of annoyance, Robin pulled a small ball from his belt and threw it onto the ground, causing a flash of light to erupt that temporarily blinded both Lord Cobra and Shimmer. When the pair could see again, they both looked around in annoyance as they saw Robin had vanished. We need to retreat. Aqualad's voice echoed through the mind link, Kid, clear a path. Quickly doing as he was told, Kid Flash zoomed through the cultists, cutting a swath through them as the team followed back to the secret tunnel entrance Bane had shown them. Superboy was still fighting Mammoth at this point and growled angrily as the beast slammed his fist across the team's jaw. Grabbing Mammoth's arm, Superboy spun on the spot and threw the villain at the rapidly approaching cultists, creating a pile of angry, cursing bodies. As he followed behind, Arcane used his tentacles to pull down the large heavy wooden boxes, creating an avalanche of wood that made the cultists run back toward the factory entrance, lest they be crushed. Once they were all in, Superboy quickly grabbed the metal door and shoved it closed. Their relief lasted only a moment before Mammoth slammed into the metal door, ripping it completely off of the wall as the team ran, or in Arcane and McGann's case, flew down the darkened tunnel. Superboy, the support beams! Aqualad shouted as the team rushed down the tunnel. Superboy immediately began to smash the wooden beams to bits as he raced past, Mammoth and half a dozen cultists following behind him. A moment later, the roof caved in, and an impenetrable wall of rock and dirt separated the team from their pursuers, giving the team a much-needed moment to breathe. Quickly cracking open 4 light tubes, Robin threw them to the ground in disgust before kneeling to the ground with a look of shame on his face. How could my first mission as leader go so wrong? Robin lamented. You do have the most experience, Aqualad replied softly, but perhaps that is exactly what has left you so unprepared. Fighting alongside Batman, your roles are defined, you do not need to talk. But this team is new and needs a leader who is clear and explicit. Above all, he cannot vanish and expect others to play parts in an unknown plan. Oh, so I'm supposed to hold everyone's hands? Robin retorted with a groan, throwing his hands up and running them WN his face before turning back to the team. Who am I kidding? You should lead us, Calder. You're the only one who can. Please. Kid Flash scoffed. I can run circles. Wally, come on, Robin said, cutting his friend off. You know he's the one, we all do. Hello, Megan, McGann cried jovially. It's so obvious. Could have told ya, Superboy smirked. Well, I mean, he is the best option, I suppose, Arcane smirked. Aqualad looked at Kid Flash for a moment before the speedster seemed to realize that everyone had made up their minds. With a smirk, the boy nodded at Aqualad. Okay, then I accept the burden. Aqualad replied seriously as he approached Robin and placed a warm hand on the boy's shoulder, until you are ready to lift it from my shoulders. You were born to lead this team. Maybe not now, but soon. Robin nodded at that, a small smile gracing his face. Turning back to the team, Aqualad spoke in a much more serious tone. All right, then, our first priority is to ensure the shipment doesn't leave this island. Funny, I had the same idea, Robin joked, that's why I sabotaged their helicopter. Kid Flash guffawed at that before quickly slapping Robin on the back while Aqualad nodded in approval. Good work, Robin, but we cannot hope that your efforts will stop them for long. We must make our way back to the factory and devise a plan to stop them for good. Nodding as one, the team quickly made their way back to the tunnel entrance. Sportsmaster is the supplier buyer, but it still doesn't track, Robin said as the team raced down the dark chamber. He doesn't have the juice to acquire the blockbuster formula or to get Cobra to do his dirty work. And neither of them have the chops to bond the blockbuster formula to Venom, Kid Flash added. That took some major nerdage. I believe the expression is tip of the iceberg, Aqualad said softly as the team approached the tunnel entrance. They stopped when they saw that someone was already there. Halt Niños, Bane smirked. Holding up his arm to show the team the detonator clutched in his fist. I'm feeling explosive. At Bane's words, the team looked up to see the glowing line of lights above their heads. One wrong move and the team would be buried alive under a literal mountain of rock and earth. You betrayed us, Aqualad cried. Why? I want my factory back, Bane shrugged. So, I force you into a situation where you would either take down my enemies or die trying. Kid, you will need a running start. Aqualad called out over the mind link. No need, Arcane replied over the link, he's mine. If the latter, the Justice League would certainly have come to avenge their sidekicks, Bane continued, and when the smoke cleared, Santa Prisca would mine once more. Blowing the two NNEL with all of you inside should have the same effect. With a sinister smile, Bane raised the detonator to set off the explosives, only for Kid Flash to zoom past, grabbing the detonator out of Bane's hand. And how are you gonna do that without this trigger thingy? Kid Flash asked with a smirk. As Bane screamed in outrage, Arcane sped past the team and crashed into the villain, slamming him into a nearby tree before Arcane began to pummel Bane's face. In mere moments, Bane's face looked like ground-up hamburger meat, and yet Arcane kept punching, screaming out his hatred and fury for the man who had destroyed Arcane's home. Do you remember what I told you would happen once you betrayed us? Arcane hissed, goosebumps down Bane's body at how cold the voice sounded. I'm a man of my word, Bane. A tentacle suddenly appeared out of the top of Arcane's forearm and shifted into a jagged-looking blade, which Arcane placed under Bane's chin as the rest of the team watched in horror. Arcane! Magan called out, rushing forward, only to stop when two of Arcane's tentacles shot off the boy's back and transformed into swords, which pointed straight at the startled girl. Stop. Give me one good reason why I should. Arcane hissed. Seen only by Bane, Arcane's eyes appeared to be glowing with power, making his green eyes look all too similar to the same curse that had killed the boy's parents. And making the villain come to the sudden realization that Arcane wasn't kidding. He actually planned on killing Bane. Because if you do this, you'll forever tarnish your memory of Cassie, Robin stated with narrowed eyes. His hand resting on his belt. She wanted you to live and accomplish her dream, so how are you going to do that from behind bars? For several tense moments, Arcane glared down at the villain. The team too tense to move and risk Arcane accidentally slitting Bane's throat. Finally, just when Robin was planning on making a move, Arcane brought his fist back and slammed it into Bane's jaw, breaking it with a loud crack. Looking down at the unconscious man, Arcane felt rage like he had never known spread throughout his body. Throwing his head back, Arcane's screamed so loud that it felt like his throat would rip. Arcane's savage scream echoed throughout the forest and back to the factory. Behind them, Sportsmaster and Lord Cobra both frowned at the scream. As the other cultists shuffled nervously. What the hell was that? Sportsmaster asked as the noise faded. That, Lord Cobra replied with a strange expression on his face, was the sound of suffering. Back with the team, Arcane slowly rose to his feet and stepped away from Bane's fallen form, allowing Robin to do a quick check to ensure the man was still alive. Once he had, Robin nodded at Aqualad, who sighed with relief. I know it's hard, Harry, Aqualad whispered, placing a warm hand on the boy's shaking shoulder as Arcane faced away from Aqualad, but you did the right thing. Thank you, Calder, Arcane whispered. You're right, Cassie would have been furious with me if I had followed through with it. I know it hurts, Harry, Aqualad replied softly, but you're not alone. We're here for you, and always will be. Yeah, what he said, Kid Flash added with a smile. Magan decided to forego actual words and instead pulled Arcane into a hug, holding the boy tight as his shoulders shook. Come, we still have a mission to complete, Calder said softly, then, we can go home. Robin, however, was staring at his friend with narrowed eyes. This was the second time that Arcane had lost control. And perhaps it was something that Batman needed to be made aware of. Sportsmaster stared at the surrounding area with a careful eye as the cultists tried to repair the helicopter, though he would never admit it. That scream had unnerved him in ways that he couldn't accurately describe. As one of the cultists approached, Sportsmaster's attention was brought back to the present. The helicopter is repaired, Exalted One. The cultist replied with a bow. Shimmer approached then and handed Sportsmaster the box containing the vials of the blockbuster Venom formula, which he took with a wicked smile that none could see due to his hockey mask. As he turned to leave, the landing field was suddenly consumed in smoke. A moment later, Kid Flash zoomed onto the field, knocking over Culty STS left and right as he followed the plan the team had created. Take the shipment. Lord Cobra snarled at Sportsmaster, causing the villain to run for the helicopter as the other heroes began to attack. Superboy suddenly slammed onto the ground in front of Mammoth and Lord Cobra. Go again, Superboy taunted, making the beast snarl with fury as he rushed forward. Sorry, not the plan. A moment later, a pillar of water slammed into Mammoth, knocking the villain from his feet and sending him sprawling to the floor. Before he could gather his wits and counterattack, Aqualad stepped out of the shadows as the one controlling the water. Continuing to control the water with one hand, Aqualad stuck his other hand into the pillar and released a stream of electricity into it, which struck Mammoth with all its fury. Mammoth screamed as he was electrocuted before falling unconscious to the ground a second later. While this was going on, Sportsmaster was keeping Superboy at bay with a continuous spray of gunfire. McGann attempted to sneak behind the man, only for him to quickly realize she was there and wrap his arm around her throat, using her as a shield as he backed up towards the helicopter. "This has been fun," Sportsmaster snarked, "but I gotta fly, see ya." Shoving McGann towards Superboy, Sportsmaster raced into the helicopter and started it up, as the pair watched Sportsmaster get away. McGann smirked as she held her open palm towards Superboy, showing the detonator that Kid Flash had stolen from Bane. Pressing the button on top of it, the pair watched with smiles of victor. Why, as the helicopter was suddenly turned into a ball of flame, compliments of the explosives that Arcane had snuck inside, which was rapidly falling toward the factory behind them. Sportsmaster could be seen parachuting to safety. But neither hero was much concerned about him. There was always another day to capture him. As the helicopter slammed into the factory, it exploded into an enormous tower of flame as the venom within was burned to ash. Not far away, Robin was quickly losing his battle against Lord Cobra and was beginning to rethink his idea of fighting the cult leader. Currently, Robin was on the ground, with Lord Cobra's boot pressed into his chest as the man glared down at him contemptuously. Shimmer was not far away, cursing as she tried to free herself from the bindings that Robin had hit her with. "I am beset by mosquitoes," Lord Cobra sneered. "Good," Robin groaned. "Cause this mosquito is mighty concerted over your pain." Knocking Lord Cobra's foot off his chest, Robin quickly rolled away before jumping to his feet and standing next to the other heroes, staring at the cult leader with protective fury. Seeing that he was outmatched and that the factory was now a smoky ruin, Lord Cobra smirked at the heroes for a moment before backing away into the shadow of the forest. "Another time, then. Get back here, you son of a Slytherin." Arcane cursed as he charged forward, only to discover the man had disappeared. "So, what's a Slytherin?" Robin asked. Before Arcane could answer, however, Kid Flash suddenly sped to one of the unconscious cultists and ripped the man's mask off. "Ooh, souvenir." As the team wearily shook their heads at the speedster's antics, Robin gently punched Aqualad's shoulder with a laugh. "So, you know that being our leader means you also get to explain this to Batman, right?" Aqualad grimaced at that as the others looked at him with sympathy. "A simple recon mission," Batman growled, getting dangerously close to each hero's face as he stood in front of them. "Observe and report. That was all you had to do. You will each receive a written report detailing your many mistakes. Until then, good job." The team all looked up in surprise. Before smiles of delight began to spread across each of their faces. "No plan survives first contact with the enemy," Batman continued, placing his hands behind his back and walking away from the group. "How you adjust to the unforeseen is what determines success. And how you choose who leads determines character." Dismissed. As the group began to shuffle away, Robin slowly approached his mentor, a look of worry on his face as he did so. "You said you had something you wanted to discuss," Batman said softly. "What is it?" Looking over at the team, Robin saw McGann laughing at something that Wally had just said. While gently feeding Hedwig some treats, Harry was talking to Calder and seemed to be smiling. "Nothing." Robin lied after a moment of silence. "It was nothing." Batman looked unconvinced but let the matter drop. All the same, stepping past his ward without another word, Robin didn't know why he lied to Batman. The only reason the boy could come up with was that Harry was his friend and a member of this team. Therefore, he would keep Harry's dangerous nature a secret for now. As he stepped into the center of the room, Sportsmaster couldn't help but glare angrily at the screens where each member of the Light stared down at him imperiously, their true identities hidden behind flashes of light. "All I was able to recover was a single dose of Cobra venom," Sportsmaster growled angrily. "A pity," one member of the Light replied softly, "but the drug can be reverse-engineered, so it is no great loss. What concerns me is the young heroes who continue to stick their noses in our plans, first with Cadmus Labs." Then with Mr. Twister, and now, Santa. Priska. Once as happenstance, another hidden member of the Light added, twice as a coincidence, but 3 times as enemy action. And enemies of the Light shall not stand. Far away, in a place that both existed and did not, a cloaked figure watched Harry Potter with narrowed eyes. The figure understood that her chosen was in terrible pain. But the decisions that Harry was currently making were perilous to his future and to the future of the entire universe. This cannot be allowed to continue, the figure said softly. I will not lose another one. Slowly rising to its feet, the figure stepped out into the darkness of its chamber to do what needed to be done before it was too late. Author's note. Holy crap, I didn't realize how long this episode would take to write. Lol, I hope you like how I've written it, and if not, let me know how I could have done it better. To those who ask why Harry appears weaker in the last chapter when he was able to take on almost the entire Justice League during the Trigon arc. Yes, I intend to make Harry the strongest being in the universe, but right now he's just a 12-year-old kid. When Trigon fought the Justice League, he had access to nearly Harry's entire arsenal of powers, plus his own demonic abilities. Right now, Harry only has access to the power previously stated and does not have full access to all the powers he will one day command, and trust me, there will be a lot of them before the end. Until next time. Chapter 47. Severus Snape was in hell. There was no other way to accurately describe his current situation. Once, he had been a man of substance, a master of potions, so skilled that he'd been hired as a professor at one of the most prestigious magical institutions in Europe. Now, Snape was a prisoner condemned to spend the rest of his life in what most agreed was the most horrific prison the magical world had ever created, RDED, by demons who loved nothing more than to feast on the sanity of the prisoners kept under their watch. The Dementors were thankfully absent, for the moment anyway, but Snape knew that they would soon return and bring back the visions and nightmares that were slowly driving him mad. Madness and freezing cold. These two things were as ubiquitous in Azkaban as the salt in the air that came from the nearby sea. Each night, Snape would pull his straw pillow tightly over his head as he tried to drown out the insane laughter and nightmarish screams that echoed throughout the prison from the other guests of his new home. As he wrapped the pitifully thin blanket that had been given to him around himself in a futile attempt to gain some semblance of warmth, Snape's mind went back to the ones responsible for his downfall, the Potters. How Snape hated that name. It was like acid on his tongue, and the sheer memory of its owner sent waves of hatred and bitterness coursing through him, so gray. At times Snape began to think the hatred would drive him mad, long before the Dementors did. All his life, it seemed, Snape had been pursued by one Potter after another with only one goal, to make Snape's life as miserable as the owner possibly could. First, it had been James Potter and his band of immature sycophants who would constantly bully Snape and humiliate him every chance they got. Then, James Potter had gone further by stealing the only woman that Snape had ever loved and defiling her with James Potter's disgusting spawn. When Snape learned that Voldemort had chosen the Potters as his newest victims, Snape was more afraid than he'd ever been in his life and immediately agreed to turn spy for Dumbledore in exchange for the old man's promise to protect the family. Truthfully, Snape had actually hoped that his former master would kill James Potter and his brat. Snape couldn't care less what happened to the two men who had stolen Lily Evans from him. Lily was Snape's only concern. And if her husband and son were slaughtered, well, then Snape could swoop in and offer her comfort and companionship as he had in days past, and finally, best James Potter in the only thing that Snape cared about, winning the heart of Lily Evans. The day that James Potter had died was, perhaps, the best day of Snape's life, and he had joyfully opened his finest bottle of elvish wine in celebration, already. Plans were being formed in Snape's head to win back his first true friend and make her quickly forget about James Potter and the brat he'd created with her. Only for all his Drea. Miz of finally winning back his beautiful Lily to turn to ash as Snape learned that Lily had died as well, defending James Potter's filthy brat. Snape's night of celebration had quickly turned into one of mourning. And the man had drunk himself insensible. Never again would Snape see Lily's beautiful smile that seemed to bring a radiance of calm and warmth wherever it could be seen. Never again LD Snape hear her laughter that was more beautiful, to him at least, than 1,000 fairies singing. Never again would Snape get to watch that amazing look that would come across Lily's face as she worked through some new potion or bit of magic that she just couldn't crack, only to finally figure it out. And it was all James Potter's fault. Truthfully, Snape had been incredibly tempted to murder the child of James Potter as recompense for what the bastard had taken from Snape. It had been surprisingly easy for the former potions master to discover the boy's whereabouts. Dumbledore, thinking that he was cleverer than he actually was, had assumed that no one would think to look for the savior of the magical world in the home of a family of muggles. No doubt, Dumbledore also assumed that no one even knew that Lily had any living family. Unfortunately, the old man had seemingly forgotten that Snape had grown up alongside Lily and knew the girl better than anyone. Snape knew all about Petunia, and how much the woman had hated her younger sister for Lily's supposed slights against Petunia. A single afternoon was all it had taken Snape to track down Petunia and her family, and Snape had gone there immediately with the sole intention of killing Harry Potter and ending James Potter's bloodline forever as payment for the bastard stealing Lily from Snape. But after disillusioning IFF and sneaking into the Dursley home, Snape had watched as the boy was treated less like a loving household member and more like an unwelcome visitor. A small part of Snape, a very small part, had been disgusted and outraged as he watched Petunia scream at the babe, ordering it to shut up as it wailed for its mother and father. A moment later, Snape watched as Petunia had put Harry Potter's CRIB into the cupboard under the stairs and slammed the door shut, cutting off his unending cries. Seeing how little love the child was receiving and would no doubt continue to receive in the future at the hands of Petunia put a cruel and bitter smile on Snape's face, and he immediately changed his plans in regard to the boy. Death would be too good for James Potter's spawn. No, instead, Snape would leave the child here to be raised in despair and isolation. That was a far more fitting punishment for the spawn of the man who had made Snape's life a living hell and then proceeded to take the only thing that Snape ever truly wanted from him. With a new spring in his step, Snape had left Privet Drive, whistling merrily as he made his way back to his home to celebrate the destruction of James Potter's precious brat. The knowledge that Harry Potter was being abused and would never know love or kindness had been a salve to Snape's wounded soul for nearly a decade, and whenever Snape's world old grow dark with depression over what he had lost or the fact that he was forced to teach incompetent children, the thought of how James Potter's brat was being punished would bring new life and light to Snape's cold dark world. That was until another Potter had swooped in and saved the brat from the abuse that Petunia was, no doubt, putting him through. Raven Potter, a filthy mongrel brat that James Potter had found on the street and then taken into his home, accepting the girl as though she was his own, had discovered that her adopted brother was still alive after having been lied to by Dumbledore for a decade, and had quickly saved the boy from his life of suffering. And just like that, the balm for Snape's bitter hatred for the world had been taken from him, leaving him even angrier than before at the thought that James Potter's brat had been saved from his life of hell, living happy and safe in America alongside his adopted sister. But Snape had been content to wait patiently, knowing that Dumbledore would never allow Harry Potter to attend any other school of magic but Hogwarts, and that when the brat finally came back to England, Snape would be waiting to extract every minute of punishment that James Potter's spawn owed him for the sins of his father. When the day finally came, Snape saw that his hatred for the Potter brats had been justified. Harry Potter had been just as arrogant and ignorant as his father had been, seeming to bask in the fame that the other students of Hogwarts had poured on the boy. But at least James Potter, bastard though he was, could claim that he was a normal wizard. That was something that his children could never do. Harry Potter was a freak. Snape had known it from the moment he'd seen those black tentacles exit the boy's body, and Raven Potter was no better. The pair of them had abilities that no upstanding witch or wizard would ever willingly claim. Throughout the boy's first year, Snape had delighted in taking his hatred out on the boy, reveling in the power he had over the Potter brat. But Snape had overestimated how far Dumbledore would go to protect him, thinking that Dumbledore's need to protect his spy for when Voldemort would inevitably return would ensure that Snape would remain untouchable. That mistaken belief had now come back to haunt Snape as he shivered beneath his too thin blanket, the rough cloth of his prison robes rubbing angrily across his skin and leaving a red flush behind that would soon turn into sores. Feeling a line of snot descend from his nose, Snape withdrew one arm from under the blanket and angrily wiped at it. Feeling the dirt and grime on his face as his greasy and disheveled hair hung around it. How long had he been here, alone in this cell? Days, weeks. Snape could no longer tell. Between the cold, the Dementors, and the mental torture that James Potter's bastard of a best friend enjoyed putting him through day after day, Snape's grip on sanity was loosening, and he could no longer tell one day from the next. That had been the worst of it, at least in Snape's opinion. Of all the cells he could have been tossed into, they had thrown him into one which lay directly across from Sirius Black. Another of Snape's former bullies, and an even bigger bastard than James Potter ever was. At least James Potter never actively tried to murder Snape, which was something that Snape, begrudgingly, could admit made him a better man than Sirius Black. A moment later, as though he knew that Snape was thinking about him, Sirius' voice rang out from the cell door across from Snape's. "Oh Snivellus Tilda, be silent," Snape hissed back at once. "What's wrong, Snivellus? Don't you want to talk to your old schoolmate?" "I said be silent," Snape roared back, growling angrily as he heard Sirius laugh at the outburst. "Why so angry, Snivellus? I know. How about a song?" "Oh, this is the song that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was. And they'll continue singing it forever because this is the song that doesn't end." As Sirius' voice repeated the song repeatedly, Snape couldn't help but whimper as he threw the blanket off his body and clamped his hands over his ears in a desperate attempt to drown out the man's words. "Shut up," Snape shrieked insanely. "Shoot you. Sirius' only response was to cackle back madly for a moment before beginning to sing again louder than before. Raven Potter glared hatefully down at the parchment that was clutched in her hands as she fought an inner battle with herself to not lose her temper over what her Aunt Andromeda and Uncle Ted had discovered. For weeks now, Raven had been meeting with various officials and lawyers as she slowly began to build Potter Enterprises from the ground up. And the tedium of it all was finally getting to her. Realizing that she could not use her real name, as it had become her heroine identity, Raven had called in IFF to Batman and had the hero create an entirely new life for her that she could use as CEO of Potter Enterprises. To his credit, Batman had seemingly taken the request with gusto, creating an entire life for her from scratch. Including school transcripts, passport, credit history, you name it. Now, to the rest of the world anyway, Raven was known as Rachel Roth Potter, the firstborn child of the late Duke James Potter of England, and was well on her way to becoming a new rising star in the world of business. Raven had been against using her father's name in such a way, but after a careful background investigation, Batman had discovered that James Potter was indeed a duke, as nearly all members of the Wizengamot held some form of noble title in the Muggle world as well. As snobbish as any of the wealthy families who operated in the business world were, Batman assured Raven that this noble ancestry would go a long way to making her objective far more easily attainable than it would have been if she were some no-name newcomer. Raven had already been invited to a dozen parties and meetings with various men and women interested in discovering everything they could about this new arrival to their world, and what she planned to do with her wealth and the company she was building. Andromeda had accompanied her to several of these and was told Raven several times how proud she was of her niece's self-control in not strangling some of the women with their own scarf or tossing some of the men out of the nearest window. These people were insufferable, Raven had learned very quickly. Totally self-absorbed to the point where they thought Raven was the odd one for her sincere wish to use her company to help people rather than just make a profit. Having already bought several new paper companies across the country to silence the reporters who were denigrating her little brother, Raven had taken her aunt's advice to allow them to continue to operate, rather than just shut them down as she had originally intended. This piece of advice proved very wise as Raven now had a base to begin building her new empire. Owning 24 newspaper companies across the country, she had learned quickly, was an excellent way to get your name in people's mouths. Using the near limitless amount of gold that her family had at its disposal, the next thing that Raven had done was to buy several city blocks in the heart of San Francisco. It had disgusted her how easily it was to make things happen quickly when you greased the right palms, and Raven had said so to her aunt when they'd last spoken. Andromeda had shared her loathing for the way some things needed to be handled with gold rather than with the genuine need to do something good, but assured her niece that it would all pay off in the end when the innovations of Raven's company were released to the public. While it would still be many more months before the Potter Enterprises headquarters were finished being built, and even longer before it was fully staffed, Raven was satisfied with the knowledge that by the following year, she would be able to begin production on some of the ideas that Jinx had come up with that would allow science and sorcery to operate side by side. Raven had taken the day off to enjoy some well-deserved rest when her aunt suddenly stepped out of the nearby fireplace. With a look of wrath on her face, she dusted the ash from her suit and approached her niece. The reason for Andromeda's rage was apparent moments later when Raven looked at the parchment that she had just been given. Raven's Uncle Ted had finally finished his audit of House Potter, and what he'd discovered was shocking, to say the least. Apparently, Dumbledore, over the course of the 8 years that he'd had control of Harry, and thereby control of the riches of House Potter, had used his authority to withdraw huge amounts of gold from the Potter family vault. Hundreds of thousands of galleons had been withdrawn by the aged headmaster, with no reason as to why or to whom the gold had gone to. By Uncle Ted's reckoning, Dumbledore had pilfered almost 1 million galleons from Raven's family over the course of 8 years. And it took Raven physical effort to maintain her composure, even as she swallowed the apoplectic rage that was coursing through her very soul. Could Uncle Ted have made a mistake? Raven asked, in a cold voice as she turned from the paper to her aunt, who suddenly looked affronted at the question. I'm not calling his conduct or experience into question, Aunt Andromeda. I'm just asking in the hope that this is a possibility. It's not, Andromeda stated. Ted checked it twice, just to verify, and it came back the same each time. How is this possible? Raven demanded, her eyes returning to the paper. Surely the goblins would have investigated such withdrawals. I don't know. That's one of the first things we're going to have to ask before we can bring this to the Wizengamot and have Dumbledore formally charged. Why wait? Raven growled. He's already lost his seat as chief warlock, and judging from what you've told me, the ICW will also be removing him from his post within the year. He's not nearly as powerful as he once was, so why not just have him charged now? He may have lost much of his power, Raven, Andromeda nodded, but he still holds decades of favors from members of the Wizengamot. Favors that he could, and most likely will, call in if we move too quickly. No. What we need to do is make absolutely sure that our case is as airtight as we can make it before we strike, and once we do, Dumbledore won't have a leg to stand on. He'll be lucky if all the Wizengamot decides to do is send him to Azkaban, take his family's vault, and give it to you as reparation. This much stolen wealth could very easily result in a sentence of death. Raven continued to stare at the paper for a moment longer before slowly placing it on the table before her. Taking a deep breath to settle her rage, Raven turned to her aunt, who looked as though she wanted nothing more than to storm Hogwarts at that very moment and rip Dumbledore to pieces. I'll get my things, and we can return to England together to request a meeting with Gringotts. We can decide what to do after that. Agreed, Andromeda nodded as Raven turned to get her robe and change out of the black pantsuit she'd been wearing. Even as the rage coursed through her, Raven couldn't help but smile. Finally, Dumbledore had messed up. He'd given her a way to finally free Harry from his clutches forever. Raven was planning to exploit Dumbledore's mistake to the fullest. Nightwing slowly opened his eyes, the pain of his injuries coming back to him almost at once and causing him to wince for a moment. After being saved by Harry and the rest of his team, Nightwing had been taken to a nearby hospital that catered to heroes, and had a strict, no questions asked, policy in regards to their care. Created by the Justice League, each and every doctor and nurse was carefully and thoroughly investigated before being hired, and the salary they received was almost disgustingly high. Slowly raising his bed up, Nightwing saw that his uniform had been stripped from him, leaving just his mask to hide his identity, standard practice for this place, while the Justice League might trust the doctors to heal them. That didn't mean they trusted them enough to share the heroes' secret identities. His stomach and lower chest were tightly wrapped with gauze, and 3 monitors were stuck to the center of his upper chest, monitoring his vitals. His left arm lay at his side, wrapped in a cast, and judging by the way he could only see out of one eye, Nightwing guessed that his other one was swollen shut. The beating he'd received at Joker's hand. Seeing Starfire sleeping in the chair next to his bed, Nightwing couldn't help but smile softly. The two of them had dated on and off for years now, ever since the Titans had gone to Tokyo, and Nightwing, then called Robin, had finally managed to find his courage and tell her how he felt. But, for one reason or another, the two never seemed to last longer than a few weeks before breaking up. The majority of their breakups had been because of Nightwing not wanting Starfire to end up hurt because of her relationship with him. From a young age, Nightwing had been told by Batman that relationships as a hero never ended well and that only the mission matters. For a time, Nightwing had taken his mentor's words to heart and tried to focus on just the mission of being a crime stopper and hero. But as the years passed, and Nightwing began to see how alone Batman was and how he'd likely be that way for the remainder of his life, Nightwing began to fear he would end up the same way. Something that he desperately wanted to avoid. As though she could feel his eyes on her, Starfire slowly opened her eyes and yawned for several seconds before focusing on him. "Good morning, sleep well," Nightwing joked. "You're awake," Starfire cried happily, pouncing on him and making him groan in misery. "Oh, sorry. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm great," Nightwing groaned. "You catch the name of that truck that hit me, though?" Starfire hugged Nightwing tighter at that and chuckled at him for a moment before finally pulling away as he fell back onto his pillow. "How's Harry?" "What happened?" "Harry is fine," Starfire said at once. He actually managed to defeat the Joker and then was thoroughly yelled at for his stupidity in challenging the clown in the first place. The kid won. "Hey, never would have thought him capable of that," Nightwing said in surprise before a look of pride came across his face. "He's still a dumb kid, though. Can't believe he came for me. He could have been killed. I'm glad he did it, though," Starfire said softly, her arms crossed behind her back as she looked down at Nightwing's injuries. "I almost lost you." "Yeah," Nightwing agreed softly, staring at Starfire for a moment in thought before a look of determination came across his face. "Hey, is my uniform around here somewhere?" "It's in the closet." "Why? Can you bring me my belt?" Nightwing asked softly, making Starfire look at him in confusion for a moment before she complied with his request, pulling his utility belt off of the badly damaged uniform. "The Joker had me, Nightwing said softly as he reached out and took the belt from her. "I couldn't think of a single way of escaping, and I thought he was going to kill me, like Jason. Being nearly beaten to death by the Joker made me realize some things," Nightwing said softly as he began to check the individual compartments of the belt. "Like what's most important to me, who's most important to me, and now I realize that it's you, Star." "What are you saying, Dick?" Starfire asked, her eyes widening at the man's words as she watched him pull something from his belt. "I'm saying what I should have said a long time ago. I love you, Starfire. And I don't want to waste any more time worrying about the future when I could be building it with you. I'm saying, Starfire, will you marry me?" Starfire's eyes widened in shock at the words as Nightwing extended his hand towards her before opening it to show a gold band with a sizable diamond gem resting in the palm of his hand. For a moment, Starfire seemed to not be able to respond. She seemed frozen in a state of shock as she gazed down at the ring that lay so innocuous in Nightwing's open hand. Finally, after several moments of silence, the girl squealed so loud that Nightwing was sure the doctors would come running, before jumping on top of him and showering him in kisses. "Yes, 1,000 glorious times, yes," Starfire cried happily as she took the ring from his hand and placed it on her finger before pulling his mouth to hers. Neither one of them saw the door open, nor the nurses who were silently cheering the kissing pair. But by the day's end, the whole hospital would know that Nightwing and Starfire were engaged to one another, at long last. Chapter 48. As Raven Potter stepped out of Gringotts Bank alongside her Aunt Andromeda, the warm sun shining down upon her face, Raven couldn't help but smile victoriously at how well her meeting with the Potter accounts manager had gone. At first, the goblin, a dour little fellow named Rangrock, had refused to believe that such an erroneous oversight could have possibly gone on for so long under his very nose, the very idea that Dumbledore had managed to pilfer nearly 1,000,000 galleons from the Potter fortune, all without Gringotts being the wiser, was almost laughably implausible, at least as far as Rangrock was concerned. But after carefully looking over the audit that Raven's uncle Ted had performed, and then having it verified by two other goblins, Rangrock was left with no other option but to agree that Dumbledore had, indeed, stolen a great portion of the wealth that belonged to Raven and her little brother. Needless to say, Rangrock was nearly apoplectic in his rage, and the level of vitriol that he leveled against Dumbledore left both Andromeda and Raven amused at how violent and imaginative goblins could be with their threats against those who had wronged them. Flashback. On behalf of Gringotts Bank, Rangrock growled, "Let me be the first to apologize for this gross crime against your family, Lady Potter. Rest assured that Gringotts will bring this matter before the Wizengamot immediately and will ensure that the thief is sufficiently punished for their stupid belief that they could steal from us and get away with it. I will understand, of course, if you decide to have another goblin placed in charge of your accounts. This was done under my purview. After all, that will not be necessary, Master Rangrock," Raven replied at once. "I'm sure you had no knowledge of Dumbledore's actions, and will greatly endeavor to ensure such a thing doesn't happen again." Quote, "You have my word on that, Lady Potter," Rangrock nodded. "I will make sure that every galleon is reclaimed and that your account is kept safe from further acts of theft. I thank you for giving me this chance to redeem myself. If there's anything Gringotts can do in the meantime, please don't hesitate to ask." "Actually, there is," Raven replied, a small irk appearing on her face as the goblin walked right into the trap that Raven had laid. It had been Raven's Aunt Andromeda who had cleverly thought of it. To be honest, at first, Raven was against the idea, stating that the Potter family had more wealth than it knew what to do with, so why would she need outside investors to build Potter enterprises? Andromeda had patiently explained to her niece that while it was true that the Potter vaults had more gold than could possibly be spent in 10 lifetimes, Raven would still need help if she wanted to bring the magical world into the 21st century by way of introducing the myriad of innovations that Raven had planned. Despite the progress that had been made in the last few years, most of the magical world was still under the control of pureblood families who wouldn't hesitate to stop her from introducing new innovations and ways of thinking, if they thought that Raven's innovations sought to limit the power that they coveted with such ferocity. Due to the fact they had been made the protectors of the magical world's gold, the Goblin Nation, and thereby Gringotts as a whole, held an extreme level of influence over nearly every magical country on Earth. Andromeda continued to explain, if Raven wanted to avoid a plethora of headaches and roadblocks in the future, when her company was finally ready to operate, having Gringotts invest why in the company would go a long way toward opening the way, and keeping the magical governments from interfering too much. Loath though she was to admit it, Raven could see the truth in her aunt's words and had reluctantly acquiesced. But then, another problem reared its head: how would they convince the goblins to invest in Potter enterprises? The Goblin Nation had spent nearly its entire excess tense concerning itself with only two things: war and money. After thousands of years, the goblins had gained a fierce reputation as incredibly ruthless warriors and an even greater reputation as shrewd businessmen, and would never willingly invest in anything that, at least to them, didn't seem like a sure bet. However, they also viewed honor as worth more than gold, and if Raven were to bring the evidence that Dumbledore had stolen from them, all without them noticing, they would be so enraged at this, that they would no doubt agree to whatever Raven asked, in order to avoid further dishonor. Or worse, having Raven decide that her family's gold was no longer safe in Gringotts and deciding to withdraw it in its entirety. As Raven nodded at her aunt, who seemed to be trying desperately not to smile at their plan's success, Andromeda pulled a large stack of paperwork from her briefcase and handed them over to the confused goblin. "As I'm sure you're no doubt aware, Master Rangrock," Raven continued, "the magical world is in terrible danger. For over 100 years now, technological advancement has all but stagnated, while the rest of the world has moved ahead by leaps and bounds, then going so far as to explore the vast unknown of space. The magical world believes that Muggles still use dirigibles to fly, and the most advanced piece of technology we have is the locomotive. Despite its best efforts to remain hidden, I would wager that the magical world will be discovered within a decade, and that is being very modest, in my opinion. If we are not prepared, we may end up facing In a world that many will have no idea how to survive in. Interesting. Rangrock replied softly as he looked over the paperwork with a fine eye, and you would seek to rectify this? I would, Raven nodded. Recently, a close friend of mine has discovered a way to make Muggle technology and magic operate side by side without one canceling out the other. Rangrock's eyes drew up from the paperwork at that and widened in disbelief. While goblins had been silently investing in Muggle companies for decades, helping the Muggles advance their world while making the goblins even wealthier than they already were, they had never truly been able to help their own world due to the fact that magic and Muggle technology would always cancel each other out. If Lady Potter had discovered a way to end that, it would bring the entirety of the magical world into a new age, and such a technological marvel would undoubtedly be worth an entire generation's weight in gold. As Rangrock visibly fought not to lick his lips greedily at the prospect, Raven couldn't help but smirk slightly. She had him, now she just needed to reel him in. I've already conducted several of my own experiments to ensure that the product works. One of which was seeing if my little brother could play his electric guitar within the walls of Hogwarts itself, which I'm sure you know is saturated in nearly 1,000 years of magic. Another was to install speakers within the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch and see if a Muggle stereo could operate while surrounded by magic. This experiment was also a success. All of the experiments that were conducted and were successful can be found in the paperwork my aunt gave you. Rangrock instantly began shuffling through the papers as he searched for the one in question, his eyes racing across it once he found it. As Raven continued to watch, a grin began to spread across the goblin's face as he saw the potential profits that could come from allying with Raven. This is astounding, Rangrock growled in awe before looking up at the smirking girl responsible. You understand, of course, that Gringotts will need to conduct our own investigation into the validity of your devices. Of course, Raven nodded. Potter Enterprises is still being built. However, I can have some of the products that my company will produce in the future for your representative to examine for your satisfaction. After they've signed an NDA. Of course, Andromeda added, a magical one. My niece needs to protect her product, after all. Of course, I'd expect nothing less. Rangrock nodded as if it were the most common thing in the world. I assume, based on this, that you wish for Gringotts to enter into an investment agreement with Potter Enterprises. That is correct, Raven nodded. I'm sure Had I don't need to tell you that my company's future is limitless, and the money to be made from it equally so. Indeed, if even half of what I'm seeing is correct, your company stands to be one of the most powerful in existence within a mere decade. Yet, your family is quite wealthy, Lady Potter. Why ask for Gringotts to invest, when we both know you have no need for investors? My company will change the world, Master Rangrock. Raven replied easily. We both know it. But there are those who would rather see that change never happen, who would rather the magical world remain forever trapped in the Dark Ages. You're right that my family's wealth could very easily fund my company for centuries without outside investment. However, as much as I find it loathsome to admit, I lack the requisite political power to ensure my company can do the good it is meant to. Gringotts, on the other hand, with but a word, you could ensure every innovation that my company produces is released to the magical world without issue. Interesting, Rangrock replied softly, running his clawed hand under his chin in thought, and as recompense for Gringotts' considerable influence, the bank would receive what, exactly? 15% of all profits that Potter Enterprises receives, Raven replied at once. 15. Rangrock chuckled nastily. My dear girl, surely you can do better than that. You're asking quite a lot from Gringotts. After all, 50%. 10. Raven countered, causing Rangrock's eyes to widen in shock. Andromeda looked almost proud of her niece as she spoke again in the same monotone. I won't barter my company like some nocturne alley street walker selling her wares, Rangrock. I am offering you and your people the chance to be a part of the future that I wish to bring into being. But if you'd rather test my patience, then I can happily wait until I do have the political power necessary to do it on my own. That could take years, Rangrock argued, causing Raven to smirk. Indeed it could, but I've no doubt that such a day will come. And when it does, Gringotts will gain nothing. I wonder, how will you explain such a predicament to your king when he finds out you turned me down? Rangrock paled at that. If the king ever found out that Rangrock had let such an amazing deal slip through his fingers, well, let's just say that Rangrock's death would not be pleasant or quick. 15 is agreeable, Rangrock growled, causing Raven and Andromeda to smirk at him. When can we expect to see this product of yours? I will have my husband draw up the NDA immediately, Andromeda replied. Once you have it, you can pass it along to your king, and we can set up a date for you to verify that we are being honest about what Potter Enterprises can do. I look forward to it, then, Rangrock replied, already visualizing the incredible wealth this deal would bring Gringotts. End flashback. I'm very proud of you, Raven, Andromeda said softly as she and Raven descended the stairs of Gringotts Bank. And I know your parents would be, as well. When Gringotts sees what your company is capable of, they'll leap at the chance to invest. I hope so, Raven replied as the two made their way toward Diagon Alley. Their aid will go a long way towards ensuring Potter Enterprises' innovations make their way to every magical household on Earth. Which is exactly what I want. I wasn't lying in there, Aunt Andromeda, when I said that sooner or later, the Muggles are going to find out about us. And the magical world needs to be ready when it does, or it could prove disastrous. I know, Andromeda replied softly. I saw what the Muggles are capable of. I doubt I'll ever forget what I saw in Jump City. Raven said nothing at that, her own mind flashing back to the Ht mare that had razed her home to the ground and cost Harry his best friend. What do you think the goblins will do with Dumbledore? Oh, I'm sure they'll demand an immediate trial, Andromeda replied darkly. If there's one thing that Gringotts hates above all things, it's a thief. So, what do we do now? Raven asked as the two stopped in front of a shop selling potions ingredients. Do we have enough evidence to ensure that Dumbledore is properly punished? We will, Andromeda responded. Your uncle is already working himself into an early grave, compiling everything he's discovered. It's quite impressive, and it reminds me of when he first started as a lawyer. I think Ted will have earned a very long holiday when this is all over. Agreed, Raven smirked. Just pick the destination. And I'll make sure you both have the best one money can buy. You don't need to do that, Raven, Andromeda replied easily. We're quite capable of paying for our own holiday. I know that, Aunt Andromeda, Raven replied softly, but at the same time, I would like to pay you both back for everything you've done for me and Harry. I would have had no idea about any of this if it hadn't been for Uncle Ted. And you have ensured that House Potter's political future is secure. It's not humility that makes me say that I had no idea how Wizengamot operates, and if not for your aid, House Potter W. Old undoubtedly be in much worse shape than it already was. So, just let me do this to say thank you. Please. Andromeda smiled warmly down at her niece for a moment, seeing the vulnerability there. That Raven only showed to a handful of people. To be perfectly honest, Andromeda would have done everything she had, all over again, for no other reason than the love she had for the small girl who she had viewed for years as her niece. Even now, when Andromeda looked at the beautiful young woman standing before her, she could still see the shy little girl who used to tackle Andromeda every time he visited the Potters before dragging the poor woman away to play tea party with her. When poor James and Lily died, Raven and her brother should have come to Andromeda and Ted, and it was only due to Dumbledore's machinations that had prevented that from occurring. That alone had sparked an eternal enmity within Andromeda towards the headmaster of Hogwarts. Raven and Harry should have grown up alongside Dora, happy and well. Raven would have gone to Hogwarts, and Harry would have joined her a few years later. Instead, the two had been ripped apart for years, and both had suffered untold horrors as a result. All because Dumbledore thought he knew better than everyone else. Oh, very well then. Andromeda huffed in faux annoyance, making Raven smile warmly at her, but I expect somewhere warm. With copious amounts of alcohol and unlimited room service. Of course, Raven laughed. You're the proxy for House Potter, and Uncle Ted is House Potter's official lawyer. It wouldn't do to send you both on some cheap vacation, now. Would it? Indeed, Andromeda laughed back, before adding with a wink. Perhaps we could even stop by Madame Myrtle's and find me a bathing suit that will act as another reward to your uncle. Raven blushed slightly at that as her aunt grinned wickedly. Madame Myrtle's was a relatively new shop, the owner having just arrived earlier that year from France. A.N.D. bought a premier location in Diagon Alley. Since opening her doors, Madame Martel had been inundated by customers, mostly witches, and had seen her shop become one of the most successful in the alley. Catering primarily to witches, the shop sold swimwear and night clothing that dangerously bordered on scandalous and sent many a prudish witch or wizard sneering in disgust, only for them to try a sneak back later and see what the shop had. Aunt Andromeda, Raven cried out in mock embarrassment, making the witch burst out in laughter. What? It's not like your uncle and I are too old for such things, after all. Can we please stop talking? Raven begged. I would really prefer not to imagine my aunt and uncle's sex lives. Andromeda cackled with laughter again before wiping a stray tear from her eye as the two continued to lazily walk down the alley. And what of you? Andromeda asked. Is there some gentleman in your life? No, Raven said at once. I don't have time for that sort of nonsense. Nonsense. Come now, Raven, there's no need to say such things. You're a beautiful woman, and many an eligible bachelor has noticed it. They have? Raven asked in shock. Indeed, Andromeda smiled. I've already received quite a few letters suggesting courtship. I hope you burned them. Raven growled, even as her face blushed scarlet. I've no interest in being tied to someone who only wants to marry me so they can control House Potter. Besides, even if I was interested in such frivolities, which I can assure you I'm not, building Potter Enterprises takes up too much of my time for romantic pursuits. Quote, Andromeda smiled sadly at her niece, before placing a warm hand on her shoulder, causing Raven to stop and turn to her with a confused expression. Raven, I know how much you want to better the magical world. And it is a noble aspiration that has made me incredibly proud of you, just as I know your parents would be. But you shouldn't be so focused on helping others that you let your own life pass you by. You have so much love to give, my girl, and any man would be lucky to court you. Raven said nothing, choosing instead to duck her head as a blush began to spread up her neck and across her face. While she wasn't vain by any stretch of the imagination, Raven knew that she was quite attractive to the eyes. Yet, her own personal demons, as well as the multitude of traumas that she had experienced throughout her life, had ensured that any chance of her trying to pursue any type of relationship beyond friendship was almost non-existent. Even more so now that she had Harry to look after. Lucky for you, I've already made plans to help you a little further along in your love life, Andromeda smiled, causing Raven's head to whip up in alarm at whatever her aunt may be planning. What do you mean? Raven demanded, suddenly nervous yet not understanding why. What have you done? I may be the proxy for House Potter, but you are its lady, Andromeda smiled wickedly, and as such, you are required to perform certain duties, chief among them is holding an occasional ball to showcase the power and majesty of your house. Propriety dictates that you shall already have had such a ball upon your 13th birthday as your coming out celebration, orchestrated by your father. We may be a tad late to the game, so to speak, but I think it's high time you were given your due. Raven was rendered speechless at that moment, and Andromeda smiled conspiringly at her before using Raven's shocked silence to continue speaking. And seeing as how your mother and father are no longer with us, it falls to your next living relative to organize your coming out ball and ensure that it is one that is remembered, which is why I have taken the liberty of getting the ball rolling, so to speak. But I have no idea what to do at such an event. Raven cried out in shock. I mean, I've been to a few parties in the Muggle world, but this is completely different. What if I make a fool of myself? You won't, Andromeda said at once, placing both hands on Raven's shoulders and slowly calming the frantic girl down. I won't allow it. We have a few weeks before I plan to send out invitations. That'll give us both time to prepare you and plan accordingly. I dare say that your parents would rise up from the grave to haunt me if I allowed you to embarrass yourself at something so important in a young woman's life. Trust me, Raven, this will be a night that you will never forget. Without another word, Andromeda pulled Raven into a warm hug, after a few more moments of panic. Raven finally began to calm herself and gently hugged her aunt back as Andromeda began to lightly chuckle. You would think that someone who fights criminals for a living didn't come undone so easily at the thought of being forced to dance with a few boys. As Raven pulled away from her aunt, she stuck her tongue out at the woman, causing Andromeda to guffaw for a moment. before she looped an arm around Raven's. Now, what do you say we go have a spot of tea while we discuss what color your dress should be? I was thinking blue, like that robe you enjoy wearing so much. Author's note. Ooh, a ball. Will Raven meet a handsome gentleman there? We'll see. Tilda. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, and if not, let me know what I could do differently, as it helps me become a better writer for you all. Not gonna lie, I was kinda worried about the last chapter. I didn't know if everyone would like it, but I'm glad I was proven wrong. Until next time.